Chapter 1. October 10th. The first thing I noticed was that my hands were wrong. Not wrong in shape or number. I had the right count of fingers, and they were moving the way hands were supposed to move. But the calluses were in the wrong places. The knuckles had the specific thickening of someone who practiced weapon forms daily, not the particular density I had expected from my own hands. I had never had my own hands in Konoha before. I had never been in Konoha before. Except I had, apparently, because the body I was in had clear memories of the ANBU barracks and the assigned rotation schedule for the outer eastern perimeter and the codename stamped inside the ceramic mask on my face, which was Crane. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. I thought, which was a habit I had from my other life and which felt, even now, like the most useful thing I owned. I am in an ANBU operative's body, positioned on the outer perimeter of Konoha, and the ground is shaking. The ground was shaking. Not an earthquake. An earthquake has a specific rhythm to it, a frequency that comes from bedrock movement, and what I was feeling came in irregular percussion. Each impact distinct, each one preceded by a direction I could feel through my feet before I heard anything. Something very large was moving toward me from the west. The trees in that direction were already shaking, not from wind, and the last memory the body had was, Standard Patrol, Hour 3, Eastern Sector, nothing to report. That memory was approximately 30 seconds old. I had exactly that long before I needed to function as Hayashi Souta, ANBU operative, perimeter assignment, Konoha's outer eastern line. Because if I stood still with my head tilted at the specific angle that indicated internal confusion, someone would notice, and I could not afford for anyone to notice anything unusual about me tonight of all nights. October 10th, year 44. The Ninetales attack. The knowledge hit me with the same quality as remembering where you left your keys. Not a revelation, just an arrival of something that had been waiting at the edge of awareness. I knew this date. I had known about this date for years, in my previous life, in the way that you know about historical events you have read about and thought about, and understood the significance of without ever having been close to. The manga, the anime, the years of thinking about what it would mean to be there. And now I was there. I was here, and the trees were falling. I moved. The perimeter assignment had a designated response protocol for threat escalation. Fall back to the nearest secondary checkpoint. Consolidate with unit, await orders. I knew the protocol because the body knew the protocol, which meant I knew it the way you know how to ride a bicycle after years away from one, instinctively, without having to think through each step. My feet found the path to the secondary checkpoint without conscious direction. My hand moved to my weapon pouch and confirmed. 3 kunai, 2 sets of shuriken, 1 sealed scroll, 1 standard issue smoke pellet. The seal work on my vest, chakra suppression tags, standard ANBU perimeter issue, was active. I was running before I consciously decided to run. The sound changed as I cleared the first tree line. It went from distant percussion to something that had texture, weight, immediacy, a sound I had no previous reference for. The specific noise of massive chakra tails striking old-growth forest at full extension, each impact releasing a pressure wave that I felt in my chest before my ears processed it. The displacement of air alone was enough to throw an unprepared person off their feet. I was prepared. I had known this was coming for the entire length of my other life, and I was still barely managing to stay upright. The visual that hit me when I cleared the next tree line was not anything the manga had prepared me for. Not because it was different, it was exactly as described. The Ninetales, Kurama, Ninetales in full extension, that chakra-dense form moving through Konoha's northern district at a speed that made no architectural sense for something that size. It was because knowing a thing and seeing a thing are separate categories, and my brain kept trying to process it as fiction even as my feet were on real ground, and the shockwave from a tail strike 300 meters away hit me hard enough to stagger. Civilians were moving. A stream of them, families, old people, children being carried, flowing east along the road below my elevated position, which meant the designated civilian evacuation corridors were active, which meant Konoha's response protocol was already in motion. That was good. That was expected. What was expected was not good. What was expected was that in approximately 4 hours, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki would both be dead. I had 4 hours. The secondary checkpoint came into view. A small fortified position 3 meters above ground level in a large oak, 2 ANBU already there, 1 scanning west with a long sight jutsu, and 1 cataloging casualty reports on a seal scroll. I landed on the platform. Neither looked surprised by my arrival. My unit mask was the right mask for this position. This was where I was supposed to be. The scanner said, without turning. Crane. Status. Eastern line is clear, I said. Civilian flow is established. No secondary threats from the east. Confirmed. She made a notation. We're holding position until Eagle calls the consolidation. Eagle, the unit's second-in-command. I had exactly the knowledge of Eagle that a line ANBU would have. Codename, approximate combat style from one joint exercise, the fact that they preferred information consolidation over direct engagement. Not enough to predict their decisions tonight. I stood at the platform's edge and watched the Nine Tails move through Konoha's western districts and thought about Kushina Uzumaki. She had been extracted already. Or she was being extracted now. Or the extraction was moments away. I did not know the exact timing. The manga had never given me a precise clock, only a sequence of events, and the extraction was the pivot point on which everything else turned. If the Nine Tails was already loose, Kushina was already separated from the seal. If she was still connected, there was a chance. There was almost certainly not a chance, but there was a direction to move in. The scanner said, consolidation signal. Eagle's calling us in. I had a choice. Fall in with the unit, which was protocol, which was the thing ANBU operatives did, which would consume the next 3 hours in a defensive holding pattern while Minato and Kushina died a kilometer away, or peel off and try to reach Kushina's position, which was a violation of protocol, which would require a cover story, and which had approximately a 10% chance of matching. 10% was better than 0. I'm going to run the masked figure's approach vector first, I said. I had visual contact from the eastern ridge before I fell back. 30 minutes, then I'll consolidate. The scanner turned to look at me for the first time. Through her mask, I could not see her expression. That's not protocol. No, I agreed. It's intelligence work. 30 minutes. I dropped off the platform before she could respond and moved west. Chapter 2. The fog of war Konoha was not the same at ground level as it was in the panels of a manga. I kept running into that fact, literally, occasionally, when my mental model of a street layout did not account for the specific way a collapsed building had redirected foot traffic, or when a civilian family was crouched in a space I had calculated as a clear thoroughfare. The body's knowledge of Konoha's layout was more reliable than my narrative memory, which meant I was navigating by instinct more than planning. And the instinct was the instinct of a Konoha ANBU who had walked these streets for years and knew which alleys connected and which rooftops had enough structural integrity to use as transit paths. The Nine Tails was moving northwest, toward the Hokage Tower district, toward the densest concentration of Konoha's institutional infrastructure. Not randomly. I had known this, but it was one thing to know a thing and another to watch it happen. The directional movement was too consistent for a creature that size moving under its own motivations. A bijou of Kurama's intelligence and power could have leveled the entire village in 10 minutes if it was acting on pure instinct. The specific path it was taking was the path of something being guided. Someone had their eyes on the Nine Tails. The Sharingan Jinjutsu required visual contact, which meant the controller was somewhere with a sight line to the beast. I filed that information and kept moving. The civilian evacuation corridors had a specific shape to them. The wide eastern roads were designed for this, broad enough for multiple families abreast, and the ANBU and Jonin working crowd management were doing their jobs efficiently enough that the flow was moving despite the noise and the periodic shockwave impacts that made everyone flinch and stumble. I moved counter to the flow, which made me conspicuous, which was not ideal. I moved in the shadows along the building edges to reduce visibility. A voice said, "Crane." I stopped. A figure dropped from a rooftop above me. ANBU mask, the specific vest markings of a higher unit tier than mine. I did not recognize the mask pattern. The body's memory supplied a thin association. Someone from a parallel unit, crossed paths in briefings, no strong impression either way. "You're running the wrong direction," the figure said. "Intelligence pursuit," I said. Masked figure sighting from the eastern ridge. Possible escape vector north. Eagle called consolidation. Eagle doesn't have the visual data I have. I kept my voice neutral. ANBU operatives pushed back against orders when they had operational intelligence that changed the calculus. This was normal. The question was whether this person was senior enough to invoke command authority. "I'll consolidate after I verify the sighting." 30 minutes. The figure was quiet for 2 seconds, which felt like a long time. Then, "You have 20. We need a confirmed count at consolidation. If you miss the count, there are consequences." 20 is enough, I said. It wasn't, but it was more than 0. The figure went back up to the rooftops, and I continued west. The Namikaze residence district was not a district I had ever had reason to visit in the body's years of ANBU service. The Yellow Flash's family home was not on any patrol rotation, was not adjacent to any standard mission territory. But the body's general city knowledge was enough to route me in the right direction, and after 2 minutes of moving at ANBU pace through the increasingly damaged western streets, I had a rough orientation. The Nine Tails was moving northwest. The seal location would be wherever Kushina had been taken for the extraction attempt. and the extraction location was wherever the masked figure had brought her after the security breach. I did not know exactly where that was. I knew it was somewhere west. I knew the seal location was typically associated with the areas near the old Uzumaki compound, which had been reconstructed after the clan's diaspora, which put it in the southwestern residential district. I ran southwest. The damage worsened as I moved closer to the Ninetales transit path. Buildings that had been standing structures 3 hours ago were now architectural suggestions. Walls still standing, but everything between them demolished by the pressure waves of tail strikes that had passed close enough to remove the contents without touching the container. I saw a child's sandal in the middle of a road that had no other debris near it, displaced by a shockwave that had moved everything else but missed that one specific object by chance. Minato was out there somewhere, moving at speeds that made him a blur at the edge of perception if you were in the right place to see him. Trying to figure out the controller's position. Trying to buy Kushina time. He was going to succeed in sealing the Ninetales and die doing it. I kept running. The southwestern district had the quality of a place that had been recently and thoroughly destroyed. Not the Ninetales' work. The scale was wrong. This was finer damage, the kind you get from a specific targeted strike rather than a tail sweep. Something had happened here specifically. The seal location. Someone had torn this area up, getting Kushina out. I found the site when I smelled blood and ozone together, the particular combination of a major chakra release and physical injury in the same location. The ground was scored with the marks of multiple high-output techniques. Chains of light had burned their pattern into the earth where Kushina's chakra chains had been deployed and then failed. I was too late. The extraction had already happened. Kushina had already been separated from the seal. I stood in the wreckage of the seal site and forced myself to breathe slowly, because the alternative was to stand here processing grief for something I had known was coming, and I did not have time for grief tonight. The grief could come later. The grief could come when I had done everything the next 4 hours allowed me to do. What could still change? Minato, Kushina. They were somewhere together right now. The seal site was empty, but they had survived the initial extraction, and Minato had moved them somewhere safer. In the original timeline, they died when Minato invoked the Death God technique to seal the Ninetales. The sealing was necessary. The sealing was going to happen regardless of anything I did in the next hour. But there were things I could do in the space around the sealing. I turned north and ran toward the sound of the Ninetales. Chapter 3. The masked man. He was standing on a water tower. That was the first thing that struck me. Not the mask, not the chakra signature, not the controlled precision of a single Sharingan, I holding the Ninetales' attention through a genjutsu that required maintaining eye contact with a creature the size of a small mountain. The thing that struck me was the mundanity of the perch. A water tower. Metal. Rusting slightly at the base fittings. He was standing on top of it like someone who had looked around for a high position with a good sight line and found the most available option, which was a water tower in Konoha's industrial district. Obito Uchiha. I was 300 meters away, positioned on a rooftop with a sightline through a gap between two partially demolished buildings. The angle was specific. If I moved 10 meters in either direction, the view was blocked. But from this exact position, I could see him. The orange spiral mask, the single eye, the specific posture of someone exerting continuous control over a technique that required total concentration. He looked like a person. That was the second thing that struck me. He looked like a person who was tired, not exhausted. He was too powerful for this to exhaust him. But the particular tiredness of someone doing something they had committed to and were now following through on because stopping partway would be its own kind of defeat. The set of his shoulders. The specific stillness of someone who has decided. I knew who he was. I knew the whole story. The rock, Rin, the despair that had curdled into this. I knew that under the mask was someone who had once been Kakashi's best friend and had died, in a sense, in a cave in the land of Earth when he was 14 years old, and the world had given him the specific cruelty of surviving the unsurvivable and then taking everything else away. None of that changed what he was doing right now. He was directing a weapon of mass destruction at a civilian population center. He was going to kill Minato and Kushina. He was going to shape the next 20 years of Konoha's political development toward his ends. And I was one mid-tier ANBU 300 meters away with 3 kunai, and the specific knowledge that directly confronting him was the fastest available way to die. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. What can I actually do? Not confront. Not directly. He was on a different tier of combat than I was. And even if I had some element of surprise, a full-scale engagement against someone who could phase through matter and whose Sharingan was currently occupying the full sensory attention of a bijou, that was not a fight I would survive. Not worn. Not meaningfully. Not in time. The ANBU consolidation point was behind me. And even if I ran back and told the unit what I was seeing, The response time for a coordinated ANBU strike on a target of this tier was longer than the time available. What I had was information. The specific information that his control over the Nine Tails was Jinjutsu, was eye contact, was a technique that could be disrupted if the eye contact was broken or if anyone knew to look for it. That information was worth something. It was worth exactly the thing a single operative with limited resources was positioned to do. Move it to someone who could act on it. Someone was moving below me. I angled my view down. A Konoha Jonin, standard vest, headband, the specific running posture of someone moving on urgent orders, was crossing the plaza 2 stories below my position. Moving east. Away from the Nine Tails. Away from the water tower. The direction of the command position. I had a sealed scroll in my weapon pouch. I was already writing before I consciously decided to write. The words came quickly because I had thought about this moment. I had thought about it in the abstract, in my previous life, in the way you think about what you would do if you knew about a historical crisis before it happened. I had run the scenarios. I had identified the leverage points. The most important thing I knew was not the masked man's identity, that I could establish through evidence over days. The most important thing I knew was the mechanism. Sharingan Jinjutsu, eye contact required. If you interrupt the visual connection between the masked man and the Nine Tails, the control breaks. That was actionable right now. I sealed the scroll and dropped from the rooftop. Chapter 4. First intervention. I landed in front of the Jonin and held up a hand. She stopped. Reflexes were good. She hadn't drawn a weapon, which meant she'd read my ANBU vest as friendly in the half-second before she identified me. Mid-30s, if I was reading her correctly. Experienced. Moving on orders, which meant she was headed somewhere specific and had a purpose I was interrupting. ANBU operative, I said. I have critical intelligence on the Nine Tails controller. I need this delivered to the command position immediately. I held out the scroll. She looked at it. What's in it? The mechanism of the Nine Tails control. The masked figure is using Sharingan Jinjutsu, eye contact maintenance with the beast. Breaking visual contact breaks the control. If anyone at command has the capability to disrupt the sight line between the controller and the Nine Tails, the beast reverts to autonomous behavior and the controller retreats. I kept my voice level. This is not speculation. I had direct visual confirmation from the industrial district. She was looking at me with the specific expression of a field operative trying to determine whether to trust an unusual information source in a chaotic situation. I was in an ANBU mask and vest. I was giving her a specific, actionable, falsifiable claim. I was not asking her to do anything except carry a scroll. Who do I deliver this to? She said. Whoever is highest rank at the command position. If the Hokage's position is operational, the Hokage. If it's a Jonin commander, the Jonin commander. I paused. It needs to arrive in the next 10 minutes to be useful. She took the scroll. She looked at me once more. Your codename? Crane. I had already started moving back toward my position. Don't lose it. I heard her footsteps accelerating toward the command position as I cleared the plaza. The message would arrive or it would not. If it arrived and someone at command had the capability and the presence of mind to act on it, to find the masked man's position and interrupt the Sharingan, then the Nine Tails' behavior might shift in the next 30 minutes. Not resolved. Not sealed, but no longer directionally controlled. Kurama without the Jinjutsu was a disaster. Kurama without the Jinjutsu was also a disaster that Minato could address without simultaneously fighting a separate human-level threat. I didn't know if it would help. I knew it was the best thing available to me in this moment. I ran back toward the water tower. He was still there, still standing. The Nine Tails had moved farther into the city. I could chart its progress by the noise and the direction of the pressure waves, but the eye contact was maintained somehow. Either he'd adjusted his position or the Jinjutsu had a longer range than I'd initially estimated. The single visible eye behind the mask was tracking. I found a new position, farther back, better concealment, worse angle. The priority now was observation rather than direct intelligence work. If the message reached command, the next visible sign would be an attempt to disrupt his sight line. The MBU operatives moving to his position, a smoke technique deployed between him and the Nine Tails, any kind of interception. If nothing happened in the next 15 minutes, the message hadn't made it in time. The 15 minutes passed. Nothing happened in the direction of the water tower. The Nine Tails continued on its path northwest. I filed it. The message had either not arrived in time, or arrived and been discounted, or arrived and the command position had no available capability to act on it in the right window. Any of these were possible. None of them were within my control once I'd handed the scroll over. I moved to the next thing. Kushina. She was west of here, with Minato, somewhere they had gone after the extraction. The canonical sequence. Minato had moved them to safety, had identified the chain of events in motion, and was now working through the problem of how to seal the Nine Tails while keeping Naruto alive. The Death God technique was the answer he would arrive at. The cost of that technique was absolute. Could I reach them? Could I change what Minato decided? Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. What would I even say to Minato Namikaze? He was smarter than me. He was faster than me. He had the full situational awareness of a genius who had been the Hokage and then been stripped of the one tool, his family's safety, that he'd been trying to protect all night. He was going to arrive at the Death God technique because it was the only technique available that could seal a bijou while keeping its Jinchuriki alive. There was no alternative I knew of. There was no path where both Minato and Kushina survived this night, because the seal required a life, and the only person present who could perform the seal was Minato. Unless there was information that changed his decision-making. Not about the technique itself, but about what came after. Minato's choice to seal the Nine Tails into Naruto was also a choice about what Naruto would face afterward. He was making decisions about his son's future with limited information. He didn't know about Obito. He didn't know about the Akatsuki. He didn't know about the specific chain of events that the original timeline had produced. If he knew more, he might leave different instructions. I was already running west. Chapter 5. Too late and too early. The location was a small field at the edge of the residential district, shielded by a perimeter barrier that I felt at 30 meters out. A quick deploy chakra barrier, the kind that ANBU reconnaissance teams use for temporary field positions. Not a security barrier. A privacy barrier. Minato wanted to do what he was about to do without witnesses. I stopped at the barrier's edge. I could hear voices, not words. The barrier filtered sound along with visibility, but the tone of voices, and the tone was the specific register of people who have run out of time and know it. Not arguing. Past arguing. The texture of people who have looked at the situation from every angle and found one exit. I stood outside the barrier and ran the calculus. Go in, announce myself, interrupt whatever moment Minato and Kushina were sharing before the end, try to give them information that might change some downstream decision. Risk, they might not believe me, might not listen, might make different choices in ways that produced worse outcomes than the original. Don't go in. Minato and Kushina proceed on the information they have. The canonical outcome. Naruto becomes the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Both parents die. The night ends as it ended in the original timeline, with the village damaged and grieving, and a baby left to figure out what it means to carry the weight of what was done for him. I had a scroll in my hand. I had written it running west. The message was different from the one I'd given the Jonin. This one was not intelligence about the masked man's technique. This one was everything I knew about what came after. Not the whole story. The most important pieces, that Naruto would need people who knew his heritage, that the masked man would return, that the specific quality of the threat ahead required that Naruto not be isolated with his secret. Instructions for Hiruzen, who would read whatever Minato left behind. A request framed as a recommendation. Tell the third Hokage, and make sure the third Hokage acts on it rather than managing it. I sealed it with a Konoha formation that required Hokage clearance to open. The formation was one of the standard ANBU Black Ops seals. The body knew it, which meant I knew it. I pressed it onto the scroll until it locked. Then I walked to the edge of the area where baby Naruto would be found. The canonical sequence placed him here, the specific coordinates, close to the field where the sealing would happen, wrapped in the way Minato would wrap him. I set the scroll at the base of the largest tree in the area, in the specific gap between root and earth where ANBU field drops were traditionally made. The kind of gap that a Hokage clearance officer looking for something would check. I signed it with my ANBU codename, Crane. It would surface years later. I didn't know when. I knew it would surface because the canonical timeline had a way of bringing classified records into the light when the pressure was right, and the specific contents of this scroll were the kind of thing that changed the pressure. Hiruzen would read it. He might not believe it. He would file it, because Hiruzen filed everything, and it would sit in a classified annex waiting for the moment when the rest of the evidence made it legible. I stepped back to the tree line and watched the barrier. The voices had stopped. The silence lasted approximately 2 minutes. Then the quality of the chakra in the area shifted. I felt it even from the tree line, even through the barrier, the specific surge of a massive technique being invoked. The Death God Seal. A technique that required total sacrifice. A technique that a man who loved his son was invoking because there was no other way to give that son a future. I sat down on the ground at the tree line. The night was not over. The Nine Tails was still moving. The masked man was still out there. There were ENBU protocols I was violating, a consolidation count I had missed, a unit second in command who was going to note my absence and file a report. There were 17 different things I needed to be doing. I sat for a minute. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. What has actually changed tonight? Minato and Kushina were going to die anyway. I had known that before I started. The message about the Sharingan Jinjutsu had a chance of arriving in time to reduce the knight's total damage, but the core sequence, the sealing, the sacrifice, was not something I had the ability to interrupt. I had known that. What I had done was leave a record, a message in a sealed scroll that would reach Hiruzen eventually, that would tell him things about the coming years that would, if he believed it, if he acted on it, change the shape of what Naruto faced. And I had confirmed something I had wondered about since arriving in this body. I could function. I could navigate the chaos of a real disaster rather than a narrative one. I could make decisions under pressure with incomplete information. I was still me in here. The barrier dropped. A nurse from the village hospital was already moving toward the area from the south, called in by advance arrangement, the canonical sequence. Baby Naruto was in the field, breathing, alive, the nine-tails sealed within him by the sacrifice of the two people who had loved him enough to make that choice. The scroll was at the base of the tree. I rose to my feet and moved east, back toward the consolidation point, toward the cover story I had given the scanner, toward the rest of the night and everything that came after. Above me, the sky was beginning to lighten at its eastern edge. It was almost dawn. The first night was almost over. Chapter 6. Bear witness the summoning seal activated at 4:17 in the morning. I felt it rather than saw it. The specific chakra signature of a Hiratian marker discharging. A technique so refined it left almost no sensory trace except for the particular compression of space that happened at the site of the travel. The body's ANBU training had included familiarization with the yellow flash's seal signature for operational identification purposes, which meant I knew what the sensation was even if most Konoha ninja wouldn't have recognized it. Minato had moved. Fast travel. Something had triggered it. The sealed scroll technique I was thinking of was listed in the ANBU classified manual as a tracking adjunct, a method for following a Hiratian trail for approximately 4 to 5 seconds before the trail dissolved. The technique had been developed specifically because the yellow flash's sealing method created a brief window of accessible spatial information that a skilled practitioner could exploit. The original Hayashi Souta had trained in it. I had the training in the body's muscle memory, if not in my own intellectual knowledge. I ran the technique and followed. The world inverted for a moment that lasted approximately the time it takes to blink twice, and then I was at the edge of a clearing I had not been in before, residential district, secondary street. Not the field I had left behind, but a different location entirely, and I was behind a low wall with the specific sense of having arrived in a place with existing activity. Existing activity was an understatement. Minato was in the clearing. The masked figure was in the clearing. Naruto was in the clearing, in the arms of someone I recognized as Kushina, alive, barely, the seals breaking having cost her enormously, and the masked figure was reaching toward Naruto with the specific, deliberate focus of someone attempting a seal transfer technique. I could not intervene. Not practically. The gap between my position and the scene was small, but not small enough, and the masked figure was. This was not modesty. This was tactical assessment, operating at a tier that made direct engagement from my direction an irrelevant addition to the situation. What I could do was stay still and see. Minato saw the threat to Naruto in the same moment I did. The yellow flash moved. What happened next was fast enough that I could only track it in retrospect, rebuilding from the sensory data my mind had captured without fully processing in real time. Minato's technique took Naruto out of the masked figure's reach. The masked figure responded with a spatial displacement of his own, phasing, dematerializing at the wrist to escape a hold that would otherwise have trapped him. There was a moment of stillness where both figures assessed. Then, a technique I could see initiating a massive destructive output from the masked figure's direction, and Minato, protecting Kushina, protecting Naruto. Not able to be in two places, Minato took the hit. Not fully, not cleanly, but the damage was done. The masked figure left. I stayed behind the wall for a count of 10, making sure the departure was genuine rather than a feint, and then I rose to my feet and assessed the clearing from a distance. Minato was kneeling. The specific angle of how someone kneels when their body has been functionally compromised. Kushina was speaking. I could not hear words, only the tone, the register of someone saying something that matters. Naruto was between them. The chain of events that followed would produce the sealing. I knew that. The question was not whether the sealing would happen, but what specific form Minato's final decisions would take, and whether anything I had done tonight had influenced those decisions in ways I could see. I could not see from here. I was too far, and the technique's emotional weight was not mine to intrude on. What I could do was get back to the tree and verify the scroll was positioned correctly. I ran. Chapter 7. The sealing the scroll was where I had left it. I spent 3 minutes checking the formation seal, verifying the lock was intact, that the positioning would make it findable by anyone searching systematically in this area, that the address on the outer cover was legible. It said, asterisk for the third Hokage. Classified. Regarding the events of October 10th, year 44. Asterisk the formation seal required Hokage clearance chakra to open. It would not open for anyone else. If Danzo found it first, and Danzo's people would sweep this area thoroughly after the night's events, he would not be able to read the contents. Only know that something had been left here by an ANBU operative. That was a risk. I had weighed it. The alternative was not leaving anything at all, and the alternative cost more than the risk. I went back to the edge of the field. The barrier was up again. A different barrier than before, not a privacy screen, but a proper seal formation, the kind that would hold space for a major technique. Through it I could feel the specific quality of enormous chakra being assembled and directed, a technique that required a practitioner to be operating at their absolute ceiling, pouring everything into a single act of will. The Death God Seal. I had read about it. I had thought about what it would feel like to witness it. The reality was that it felt like nothing and everything simultaneously, like watching something that was simultaneously too small and too large to process. A man in a clearing, kneeling, holding his infant son, invoking a power that would take his life in exchange for the Nine-Tails' captivity. The ground did not shake. The sky did not change color. There was no visible sign from where I stood that anything more significant than a normal technique was occurring, except for the specific quality of the chakra, which was unlike anything else I had felt in this body's experience, and which dimmed and then stopped completely in the space of 4 minutes. For minutes. Minato Namikaze had been alive 4 minutes ago. I sat down. I had known they were going to die. I had known it the way you know about history. Accurately, intellectually, with full understanding of the factual sequence and its causes and its implications. I had also known, somewhere underneath that intellectual knowledge, that there was a difference between knowing a thing and watching it happen. But I had not known how large that difference was until I was sitting in the grass at the edge of a field where two of the most consequential people in Konoha's history had just spent their last minutes on Earth. And the feeling was not grief exactly. It was the specific sensation of scale, of standing at the edge of something that was too large to hold in the part of you that processed emotion, and having to absorb it piece by piece anyway. A minute passed. Another. The nurse from the village medical corps arrived from the south, moving carefully through the dark with a lantern. She found the infant in the field. She completed her purpose. She did not find the scroll at the base of the tree on her first pass. A second search sweep would find it. Someone would find it. I rose to my feet and moved east. There were things to do. There were always more things to do. Souta was good at things to do. The sky was turning gray at its eastern margin, which meant dawn in approximately 90 minutes, which meant the night's ANBU after-action protocols would begin shortly, which meant I needed to be at the consolidation point with a coherent account of where I had been and what I had done. I had the account. I had been constructing it in the background of my mind while I sat at the field's edge, the way you construct a story from the pieces of what actually happened, identifying which pieces were usable and which needed to be restructured. The usable pieces. I had pursued the masked figure's approach vector. I had gathered intelligence on the Sharingan Jinjutsu control mechanism. I had routed that intelligence to the command position. I had been unable to return to consolidation in time because the intelligence pursuit took me farther west than expected. The restructured pieces, everything else. It would hold. It would hold because it was mostly true, and because ANBU operatives in a crisis night exercised significant discretion about tactical decisions, and because the specific outcome of my intelligence, whether or not it had reached command in time, whether or not it had been acted on, would take days to establish, and in the meantime my account would be the only account available. I ran east. The first night of the rest of my life was ending. Chapter 8. Danzo the consolidation point was organized chaos. Organized because ANBU operatives did not stop being trained professionals because the village was damaged and their Hokage was dead. The after-action protocols were running exactly as they were supposed to run. Injury triage and casualty count, and sector-by-sector status report. The senior operative at the point managing the flow with the specific calm of someone who processes catastrophe as a technical problem. Chaos. Because the scale of the night's events had outpaced every contingency protocol ever written. The senior operative was Makoto. Unit leader, my unit leader, the person whose cover story acceptance I needed most urgently. I found him at the eastern edge of the consolidation point, managing 3 incoming reports simultaneously. He looked at me when I arrived. The specific look of someone taking inventory. Crane, you missed the consolidation count. Intelligence pursuit ran long, I said. I had visual on the masked figure's approach vector from the eastern ridge. Followed him west to verify whether he had an extraction route. Did he? He left north. Fast travel technique, Sharingan variant. The trail dissolved before I could follow it. All of this was true. Some of it was in a different order than it actually occurred. Makoto made a notation. You're uninjured. He didn't know I was there. Also true. That's unusual for a contact of that type. He said it without accusation, just as an observation. The way an experienced ANBU unit leader noted things that didn't quite fit and filed them for later consideration. I maintained concealment the whole time, I said. I wasn't trying to engage. I was trying to gather intelligence. He looked at me for another moment, then returned to his reports. Write it up when we debrief. I took my position at the perimeter of the consolidation point and watched the rest of the ANBU forces arrive. The casualties were real and present. There were names on the list that had not come back, and there were injuries ranging from minor to severe on almost everyone who had been in the western sectors. The Ninetales attack was not a clean event. Nobody had gotten through it without cost. I was uninjured because I had spent most of the night not fighting the Ninetales. That was going to surface again. Not immediately. In the chaos of the first days, a single ANBU operative's anomalous injury status was a low-priority data point. But it was in Makoto's notation. It would appear in his report, and his report would eventually flow to the people who read ANBU reports at the senior level. One of those people would be Danzo Shimura. I saw him at dawn. The command tent had been established at a temporary position near the village center, a large chakra-reinforced space that the senior leadership used for post-incident coordination. Souta's ANBU clearance gave him access to the outer perimeter of the tent, not the interior, which meant I was watching through one of the ventilation gaps when Danzo arrived. He was in his 60s. The original Hayashi Souta's visual memory gave me a standard institutional recognition. Roots director, significant political influence, typically worked through intermediaries. What the body's memory didn't supply was the specific quality of Danzo's attention as he moved through the command tent. He was counting. I recognized it because I did the same thing. He was taking inventory of the landscape, assessing the post-battle resource distribution, cataloging which capabilities had been lost and which had survived and which had been revealed for the first time under the pressure of the night. He was watching the ANBU casualty tally not with the attention of someone mourning colleagues, but with the attention of someone calculating what the changed roster meant for Root's operational options. He was building a picture. At some point in the next few days, my anomalous injury status and my unusual intelligence claim about the Sharingan Jinjutsu control mechanism would appear in a report that crossed Danzo's desk. He would look at the name Crane and begin building a picture of me. I needed to be in front of that picture before he finished painting it. The question was how. Chapter 9. The 3 days the Hokage appointment process began 2 days after the attack. Konoha's institutional machinery was more resilient than the Ninetales' damage had made it appear. The Civilian Council convened within hours of dawn. The Jonin Council met separately. The ANBU command structure submitted its incident report through the standard channel. Hiruzen Sarutobi was recalled from retirement. The decision was made before the sun was fully up, because there was no alternative and everyone knew it. And the form of the decision was mostly administrative acknowledgement of the only available path. Danzo was passed over. I knew he would be. The knowing did not make watching it less interesting. The specific expression on Danzo's face in the outer corridor of the council hall, observed from a position that my ANBU badge provided access to. Not anger, exactly. Danzo's response to political loss was not visible anger. It was a particular quality of stillness, the kind that preceded a period of institutional recalibration, of identifying new leverage points and adjusting strategy. I was in his category of problems to solve. The intelligence request I had filed, citing critical intelligence on the masked figure's identity and capabilities, requesting a direct meeting with the incoming Hokage, had gone through standard ANBU protocols. Standard ANBU protocols, in the current institutional configuration, routed requests of that type through a preliminary screening function that was technically the administrative secretariat but practically operated by Root's liaison officers. Danzo's people had my request. They would hold it for the maximum administrative period before acting on it, which was 3 days under standard operating doctrine. The 3 days were not passive. They were an active holding pattern during which Danzo would be gathering information about me and deciding what the request meant and what to do about it. 3 days was enough time to do something useful. I started writing on the evening of the second day after the attack. The document I was writing was not the intelligence report I had filed. That was already in the system, was already presumably being read or held. What I was writing was the comprehensive analytical framework, everything I knew about the masked figure, structured in a way that derived from observable events rather than from direct foreknowledge. The masked figure had used Kimui-type space-time jutsu. This was observable, the dimensional travel, the phasing, the Hiratian trail-adjacent technique signature. Kimui was a Manjikyu Sharingan technique. This was established jutsu taxonomy that any sufficiently trained ANBU analyst could derive from the evidence. The figure had used a Sharingan for the Nine-Tails Jinjutsu. This was observable from my direct visual contact. From these observables, a trained analyst could derive. The figure is an Uchiha, or an Uchiha-derived technique user. The figure has Manjikyu Sharingan capability. The figure is using a reported dead status as cover, which suggests someone who was known to Konoha and then removed from active records. From there, Obito Uchiha. The Canopy Bridge mission. The lack of a recovered body. The directional quality of the cave collapse. I wrote 20 pages. I wrote it carefully, methodically, in the analytical style of an ANBU intelligence specialist rather than the style of someone who knew the answer and was working backward to justify it. The difference mattered. A document that read like prophecy was a liability. A document that read like very good analysis was a resource. I finished at 2 a.m. on the third day. I read it back. It held. The analytical chain was solid enough that anyone reading it would follow the reasoning even if they questioned the source. I made 4 copies using the duplicating technique that the body's ANBU training included for classified document management. I hid the original in a dead drop location that I established specifically for this purpose. A gap between a roof beam and a wall panel in the ANBU barracks archive room. The kind of space that existing storage protocols missed during standard sweeps. The 4 copies went into 4 separate concealments. 3 of them would go to institutional channels. 1 would go somewhere outside the institutional channel entirely. The question was who? Chapter 10. Kakashi. The hospital occupied 3 city blocks on Konoha's eastern edge. The Nine-Tails attack had struck the western and central districts hardest, which meant the hospital itself was structurally intact. The damage was to the patient population rather than the building. Every bed was occupied. The intake triage was running 24 hours. The medical corps had been at full operational capacity since the night of the attack and would be for weeks. Kakashi Hitaki was in Recovery Ward 3. This was not information I had from any institutional source. The institutional records of ANBU personnel treatment were classified, which meant the public record didn't show his name or location. What I had was the body's general ANBU knowledge. The specific ward that was used for operational injuries sustained during intelligence work, the one that required a clearance badge to access, and an analytical inference. Kakashi had been in the Nine-Tails battle zone, had been operating at ANBU capacity for the entire night, and had been fighting at an intensity that made injury essentially certain. He was 19 years old. The body's memory of Kakashi Hitaki was thin, parallel unit, different assignment rotation, no significant direct contact in the year since Souta had joined ANBU. The description, exceptionally capable, recently promoted to captain, the specific weight of someone carrying grief that he had not processed and was not going to process in any conventional way. Silver hair, always masked face even among fellow ANBU, the copy ninja reputation, and Obito's Sharingan. That was the element that made Kakashi uniquely positioned. He had personally known Obito Uchiha. He had been there at Canopy Bridge. He had the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye, obtained from Obito himself, at the moment of what everyone believed was Obito's death. He was the one person in Konoha who had the knowledge, the motivation, and the specific technical understanding to read my 20-page document and know whether it was right. I needed him to read it before Danzo got to him first. The ward access required my ANBU badge and a stated treatment-related purpose. I had neither injury nor treatment record here. I gave the admissions desk the cover story I had prepared. Operational debrief with Captain Hitaki regarding intelligence gathered during the Nine-Tails engagement. Cleared through ANBU command. It was the kind of statement that was either true or would generate a verification inquiry, and the verification inquiry would take at least an hour in the current administrative chaos, by which time I would either have completed the conversation or realized I needed a different approach. It worked. The desk logged me through without the verification inquiry. The chaos of the first days was, in some ways, useful. Recovery Ward 3 was quieter than the rest of the hospital. Fewer patients, better sound dampening. The specific quality of a space designed for people who needed rest rather than continuous intervention. Kakashi was in the 4th bed from the entrance, propped up at an angle that let him see the door, because Kakashi was the kind of person who positioned himself to see the door even when he was in a hospital bed recovering from a combat injury. He watched me walk across the room and stop at the foot of his bed. His visible eye was gray and assessed me with the specific efficiency of a trained intelligence operative doing a rapid read. "Crane," he said. He had read my mask marking. "Captain Hitaki." I pulled a chair from the adjacent empty bed and sat down, which put me at roughly eye level rather than standing over him. The posture of a conversation between equals rather than a subordinate delivering a report. I have a document I want you to read. It's analytical work I compiled regarding the masked figure from last night. I'm bringing it to you outside the standard channel because the standard channel is going to take 3 days minimum, and I believe the contents are time-sensitive. He was quiet for a moment. His expression was difficult to read through the mask. All I had was the visible eye and the angle of his head. Why outside the standard channel? Because the standard channel for ANBU intelligence requests runs through a screening function that is managed by Root's liaison officers, and this document contains claims about an individual who is connected to Root's operational interests. I don't want the document held or modified before it reaches the Hokage. Another pause. Longer. You're claiming Root would interfere with an intelligence filing. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Is the question whether Root would interfere, or whether I have evidence that they currently are? I set the copy of the document on the edge of his bed. I'm not asking you to act on anything tonight. I'm asking you to read 20 pages. He looked at the document. He looked at me. He reached out and picked it up. He started reading. The room was quiet enough that I could hear the sound of the pages turning, which was more information than it sounds like. The pace of the turns, whether they slowed or accelerated at specific points, what the rhythm of someone's reading told you about how they were receiving the content. He was reading at the pace of someone who was not skimming. He was reading each page completely before moving to the next. He slowed on page 8, which was the page that identified the Kamui technique by name and described its specific mechanism. He stopped. He looked up at me. How do you know about Kamui? Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. I thought, and felt the specific satisfaction of a moment that had been building for 4 days finally arriving. Is the question whether I know, or whether the information is accurate? Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, I said out loud. Is the question whether I know, or whether the information is accurate? He held the document and looked at me for a long time. Then he turned to page 9. Fellow readers, if this mission is worth following, subscribe and ring the bell. New chapters arrive every week. A single like tells me you're still here. Now, let us continue. Chapter 11. What Kakashi knows. He finished the document in approximately 40 minutes. I waited in the chair at the foot of his bed and watched the light change in the recovery ward's narrow windows. The specific amber of late afternoon shifting toward early evening. The hospital's sound environment cycling through its patterns. The medical corps' rounds. A nurse's footsteps in the corridor. Somewhere in the building, a patient calling for attention. The mundane machinery of crisis management proceeding around us. Kakashi read. He did not ask questions while he read. He was the kind of reader who processed completely before responding, which was a useful quality and which I had anticipated from what I knew of him. When he finished the last page, he set the document on the blanket beside him and looked at the ceiling for about 30 seconds. Then he looked at me. The technical detail on the Kamui mechanism, he said. The specific description of the dimensional displacement vector, the range limitation, the visual maintenance requirement for sustained genjutsu. This is not something you could fabricate from observation alone. No, I agreed. The description of Obito's technique capability at Canopy Bridge, that's a classified mission report. The details you have about the cave collapse and the specific absence of a recovered body are in a document that only 3 people have read. He was quiet for a moment. I am one of them. I know. Where did you get this information? I had thought about how to answer this question. The accurate answer. I come from another timeline where I spent years studying the events of your life as fiction, and I am now inside a body in Konoha reconstructing everything I know into a form that won't get me confined as a lunatic, was true and completely unusable. The institutional answer, I have sources I cannot disclose, was deflection, and Kakashi was too perceptive to accept deflection from someone who had just asked him to trust a document with significant implications. What I had was the document itself. And what the document demonstrated was not the source of the information, but the accuracy of it. The accuracy was testable. The source was secondary. The source I can't tell you yet, I said. What I can tell you is that everything in that document is derivable from evidence that exists in Konoha's classified record, if you know which evidence to look at and how to connect it. I'm asking you to treat it as an analytical framework, not as testimony. Test the framework against what you know. If the framework holds, the source matters less. Kakashi looked at the document. If this is right, the Uchiha clan leadership should be briefed. That's the second place this should go. The first is Hiruzen-sama. I waited a beat. The intelligence request I filed through standard channels is sitting in a route screening function and won't reach the Hokage for at least 3 days. I need a faster route. He looked at me for a long time with that one visible eye. ANBU doesn't produce analysts at your level. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Is that a compliment or a question? The visible eye did something that might have been amusement. Both. He picked up the document and looked at it again, then folded it and put it inside his blanket. A very ANBU move, protecting sensitive materials even in a hospital bed. The request through the normal channel is going to take a week, not 3 days. Root has been known to extend the review window when the contents are sensitive enough to warrant additional scrutiny. I know. I have a route that takes 2 hours, he said. It goes through the Hokage's personal guard access protocol. I'm on the authorized list. When I'm well enough to walk without a medical orderly, that's tomorrow morning, the attending medic confirmed it. I can take you in directly. He paused. I'm going to want to be present for the conversation. That's acceptable, I said. I expected it. Why? Because the document is one thing. Hiruzen-sama is going to want to assess me personally, and the question of whether I'm a credible source is separate from the question of whether the document's contents are accurate. Having you present gives the meeting a credibility anchor. You're someone he trusts. I'm someone he's never met. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. You've planned this conversation. I've planned a lot of conversations, I said. This one is fairly early in the sequence. He looked at me for another moment, then closed his eye and settled against the bed's adjusted back. The conversation was over. The agreement was made. Tomorrow morning. 2 hours. Hiruzen's office. I rose from the chair, returned it to its original position, and walked out of the recovery ward. Chapter 12. The Hokage's office. The route Kakashi used involved 3 checkpoints that did not appear on any standard Konoha facility map. The first was a gatekeeper stationed in what appeared to be a maintenance alcove off the hospital's service corridor, an ANBU operative in full mask whose purpose was to verify the personal guard authorization before the party progressed. Kakashi presented his clearance. The operative checked a list that was physically sealed to a surface with a confirmation formation and nodded. We proceeded. The second was a transition point in a building I had understood to be a council records archive, a room whose door required both a physical key and a chakra signature match, the kind of dual-factor lock that was resistant to most intrusion approaches. Kakashi's chakra signature matched. The door opened. The third was a direct descent through a staircase that had been cut into the Hokage Tower's internal structure at some point after the original construction. Not on the public plans, positioned between the official floors, the kind of access route that was built for exactly the scenario of needing to reach the Hokage quickly and quietly. The total travel time was approximately 90 minutes, not 2 hours. Kakashi had given himself a margin. Hiruzen Sarutobi's office smelled like pipe smoke and old paper. He was 73 years old, and he had the specific posture of a man who had been carrying institutional weight for decades and had learned to distribute it correctly, so the visible effect was composure rather than strain. He was behind his desk when we entered, and he looked at Kakashi first, the natural response to an expected visitor, and then at me, which was the expected surprise. Kakashi, he said. The medical report said tomorrow. The attending medic said I was well enough to walk, Kakashi said. I preferred not to wait. He indicated me. ANBU operative Crane. He has intelligence regarding the masked figure. Hiruzen looked at me. His expression was the specific neutral assessment of someone who had spent decades reading people and was applying that skill professionally. Sit, he said. I sat. Kakashi stood, which was a choice that I noted. He was positioning himself as a witness rather than a participant. Hiruzen received the document. He read it with the same complete before responding approach that Kakashi had used, which was not surprising. Disciplined readers developed that habit for the same reasons. He took longer than Kakashi, because he was cross-referencing it against an internal catalog of his own institutional knowledge that was significantly larger than Kakashi's. When he finished, he placed the document on his desk. 3 questions, he said. Where were you positioned during the night's events? I told him. Eastern perimeter, followed intelligence to the western sectors. Observed the masked figure from the industrial district. What did you observe directly versus derive analytically? I told him what was direct observation and what was inference. The distinction was clean because I had structured the document with those layers explicit. Why did the masked figure allow a witness to survive? I said, let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Did he know I was there? Hiruzen considered this. Continue. The concealment was successful. I maintained operational cover throughout. He was focused on the Nine Tails Jinjutsu management and the subsequent confrontation with the 4th Hokage. I was not in his awareness. I paused. He doesn't allow witnesses. He's operating as a dead man. Witnesses are an unacceptable operational risk. The reason I survived is that I was never in his threat model. Hiruzen nodded once, slowly. The claim that this figure is an Uchiha, specifically a Bito Uchiha, Kakashi's deceased teammate, is extraordinary. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Was a body recovered after Canopy Bridge? The office was very quiet for a long moment. Chapter 13. No body. The silence lasted for seconds. That was long for Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was a man who processed quickly and responded with the kind of precision that came from decades of practice managing difficult conversations. For seconds of silence from him meant the question had landed exactly where I intended it to land. No, he said. A body was not recovered. And the mission report attributed this to the cave collapse. The mission report attributed it to the cave collapse, he confirmed. The reporting Jonin assessed that the body was buried under debris that would have required significant excavation to recover, and given the operational conditions at Canopy Bridge, hostile territory, extraction timeline, the priority of the mission's strategic objective, the assessment was that confirmation was not feasible. The reporting Jonin was Kakashi-san, I said, who was 13 years old and had just lost his teammate. I'm not questioning the report's accuracy given the conditions. I'm noting that the absence of a confirmed body was accepted on reasonable field judgment grounds rather than verified through independent means. Hiruzen looked at me, then at Kakashi. Kakashi's expression was unreadable. He had not spoken since we entered the office. He was a witness. He was processing. If Obito Uchiha is alive, Hiruzen said carefully, then the Uchiha clan leadership was either complicit or also deceived. I believe deceived, Hokage-sama, I said. This masked figure would have significant motivation to keep his identity hidden from everyone, including the Uchiha leadership. His goal appears to be destabilization, not Uchiha victory. The Ninetales attack was not designed to produce a Konoha defeat. It was designed to produce specific casualties and a specific configuration of political crisis. I paused. A figure whose goal was Uchiha advancement would have used the attack differently. The masked man's goal is something else, and it uses the Uchiha clan's political situation as a tool. Hiruzen was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had the specific quality of a decision being made rather than a position being stated. I'm ordering a classified investigation. The subject is the masked figure's identity and capability, with the Canopy Bridge mission as a primary evidence thread. He looked at Kakashi. You'll lead it. Kakashi nodded. Once. The movement of someone who had been given an assignment that was also a form of permission. Hiruzen looked at me. You'll remain available. The investigation team will have questions. You'll answer them through Kakashi's direct channel. He paused. Not through the standard administrative route. Understood, Hokage-sama. One more question. His eyes were steady on mine. Your analytical capacity is unusual for an operative at your rank. The document you've provided contains reasoning that suggests intelligence training substantially beyond what the ANBU standard curriculum would produce. He was not accusing. He was cataloging. I will look into that. That's appropriate, I said. He dismissed us. Walking down the hidden staircase, Kakashi said nothing until the third checkpoint. Then, he's going to look into your training history. I know. What will he find? An ANBU operative who had a standard training history and has been producing non-standard analytical results, I said. The training history is clean. The discrepancy between the history and the outputs is real. He'll note it and file it. And that's acceptable to you? It's what it is, I said. The investigation is the priority. The investigation needs to happen. Everything else is secondary. Kakashi walked beside me without speaking for another 30 seconds. Then, when the investigation produces the evidence, when we have the confirmation, what do you want to do with it? I thought about this. I want to show Fugaku Uchiha that the masked man was not working in his clan's interests. I want the Uchiha clan's formal exoneration on record before the political pressure in the district becomes something that can't be managed. I paused. And I want Danzo not to be in a position to interfere with either of those things. Kakashi looked straight ahead. That's 3 objectives. Apparently they're connected. Chapter 14. What Hiruzen knew. The investigation produced its first significant finding in 9 days. The Canopy Bridge mission record, the official report, the supporting intelligence summary, and the supplementary documentation from the operational period had been filed in the classified archives at a security level that required Hokage authorization to access. Kakashi accessed it, and I was given a summary rather than the full document, because Kakashi's operational judgment was that some of the supporting material was not relevant to the current investigation's immediate scope. What was relevant? The cave collapse report, as I had described it. No body confirmation. The field judgment rationale. The specific wording of the damage assessment. And something else, which Kakashi had not mentioned until now. We were in a secondary ANBU briefing room, a small space that Kakashi had requisitioned for the investigation team's working sessions. He set a document on the table between us. There was a supplementary observation in the mission report, he said. I wrote it. I filed it at the time. I had forgotten it. I waited. I noted that the collapse pattern was unusual, he said. Directional. Not consistent with random structural failure under pressure. His voice had the particular evenness of someone reading from memory a document they would prefer not to be reading. I noted it as an anomaly and moved on. The annotation was never followed up. The directional collapse. My second piece of evidence. Kakashi had already observed it, had already recorded it, had already let it sit in a classified archive for 8 years because nobody had given him a reason to look at it again. It's in the record, I said. Yes. Which means the analytical chain in the document I gave you doesn't require my testimony as primary evidence. It requires an analyst to pull the existing record and read it correctly. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. Hiruzen-sama reviewed the original mission file this morning. When I asked him about it, he said, the annotation was filed at the time. I reviewed the report at the time. I accepted the field judgment in good faith. I do not know whether a more thorough follow-up would have been appropriate. He paused. He is not a man who admits uncertainty easily. That told me something. Hiruzen was taking the investigation seriously enough to sit with the discomfort of having missed something. That was useful. It meant his institutional response to the finding would be genuine engagement rather than defensive management. What's his current position on the Uchiha connection? I asked. He believes it's possible. He doesn't yet believe it's the most likely explanation. He thinks the more conservative interpretation, an unknown Uchiha rogue with Manjikyu capability, rather than a specific individual presumed dead, deserves equal weight. Kakashi paused. But he's ordered the comparison of the technique's signatures in the mission record against the masked figure's observed capabilities. If they match, the unknown Uchiha interpretation becomes harder to sustain. That would take time. The technique signature comparison was painstaking work. But it was work that would produce the result I needed, because the signature would match, because there was only one explanation that fit all the evidence. How long? I asked. 2 weeks. Maybe 3. I nodded. 2 to 3 weeks was inside my risk window. The danger was not that the investigation would fail. The danger was what Danzo would do in the gap between the investigation's progress and its institutional conclusions. Danzo has my intelligence request, I said. He's had it for 10 days. He's been building a picture of me. I know. Kakashi's expression said he had already thought about this. He's going to reach a conclusion about your source in the next week or 2. Whatever conclusion he reaches will determine his next move. I've been working on what conclusion I want him to reach, I said. It's not the right conclusion, but it's a useful one. Kakashi looked at me. How do you mean? Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. If Danzo believes I have a civilian intelligence source within the Uchiha clan, does he treat me as a threat or an asset? A pause. An asset. He'd want access to the source. Exactly. I stood up. I have 3 days before his people move to establish contact. I need to give them something to confirm the theory. I paused at the door. The meeting with Fugaku Uchiha is scheduled for tomorrow. I assume I'm on the security detail. I put you on it this morning, Kakashi said. I thought you might want to be. Chapter 15. Fugaku. The meeting between Fugaku Uchiha and the third Hokage lasted 47 minutes. I was positioned outside the conference room as part of Kakashi's security detail. 3 ANBU operatives, standard diamond formation around the building's exterior, with one posted at the interior corridor in a passive observation role. I was at the interior corridor position. I could not hear the meeting itself. I could observe anyone who entered or left the building, and I could observe Fugaku Uchiha's arrival and departure. He arrived with 2 advisors, both Uchiha clan members, senior enough to be present in a political meeting, not positioned as security. The arrival was formal, stated appointment, checked through the administrative protocol, escorted with appropriate institutional ceremony. He was in civilian clothes rather than clan regalia, which was a choice. It suggested he had calibrated the meeting as a political consultation rather than a formal clan representation. He was in his early 40s. The physical reality of Fugaku Uchiha was not something the manga had captured precisely. The specific way someone carries authority that is both personal and inherited. The posture of a man who had been leading a major clan for over a decade and had learned to make his own position unambiguous through purely physical signals. He was not warm. He was not cold. He was precise. He did not look at me when he entered. I watched him walk past. 47 minutes later, he came out. The conversation during those 47 minutes was happening in my imagination. The careful Hiruzen managing the political situation, acknowledging the clan's position without confirming or denying the classified intelligence, making no promises while maintaining relationship. Standard Hiruzen. He was very good at this. He would be exactly as careful as required and not a degree more open. What I could observe was Fugaku's body language on exit, which was different from his body language on arrival. The advisors walked ahead. He was 3 paces behind them, and in those 3 paces he was doing something that most people do not recognize as a tell. He was recalibrating. Not upset. Not in the way that produces visible agitation. The specific recalibration of a man who had gone into a meeting with a set of questions and had received answers that were neither the confirmation nor the denial he had expected. He knew something he was not saying. He had come hoping to get ahead of a narrative before it became public. I watched him leave the building and move toward the street, and then I went to find Kakashi. How did it read? Kakashi said. We were in the secondary hallway, away from the active checkpoint positions. He knew going in that the masked man might be an Uchiha, I said. He came to find out whether we know. He didn't learn whether we know. Hiruzen managed the information correctly, but he came out recalibrating rather than resolved. His posture changed between arrival and departure. Not the posture of someone who got a clean answer in either direction. Kakashi looked at me. You got all that from watching him walk. And the timing of the request. And the specific framing of his stated position during the approach. I wasn't in the room, but the administrative documentation of the meeting request specified his opening claim. That the clan bears no responsibility for the Ninetales attack, framed as a request for formal clearing. Not a request for justice against the actual attacker. A request for exoneration of a specific named party. I paused. You asked to clear your name when you're worried about the accusation. You ask for justice when you're angry about the crime. He's managing a narrative, not seeking an outcome. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. ANBU doesn't produce analysts at your level, he said. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Is that a compliment or a question? The same response as the hospital, because the answer was the same and I wanted him to notice that I hadn't changed it. He noticed. He looked at me steadily. Both, he said. The same answer as before. Yes. You're going to explain that eventually. Eventually, I agreed. When the timing is right and the trust is established enough that the explanation lands correctly. For now, Fugaka knows something we haven't surfaced yet. The masked man has been in contact with someone in the Uchiha clan's information network, or the clan has intelligence sources that have produced a partial picture of who the masked man is. Either way, there's information inside the clan that's relevant to the investigation. Kakashi nodded slowly. And Shursui Uchiha has been asking to be assigned to the masked man investigation. That was earlier than I expected him to surface that information. I filed the fact that Kakashi had been paying attention to the ANBU assignment requests while hospitalized. Then apparently, I said, we should say yes. Chapter 16. The Danzo interview. The summons came on the 14th day after the attack. It was formatted as a standard administrative procedure, an ANBU post-incident interview, conducted as part of the routine after-action documentation process for operatives who had reported unusual activity during the Ninetales engagement. My name was one of 17 on the interview schedule. The scheduling format made it indistinguishable from any other operatives on the list. It was not indistinguishable. Danzo had selected those 17 names specifically. The interview room was in a section of the ANBU administrative complex that I had not visited before, a clean space, functionally appointed, with a single table and 2 chairs and the specific absence of any decoration or distraction that characterized spaces designed for focused interrogation. Danzo was seated when I arrived. He was alone. No administrative staff, no recording officer. The documentation of this conversation would exist only in his own notes. I sat. I put my mask on the table between us, because removing the mask in an interview setting was standard form for an operative without an active cover identity. He looked at my face for a moment. He had the specific quality of attention that an experienced intelligence professional develops after decades of reading people, the kind of attention that felt less like being looked at and more like being processed. He was adding me to a model. Operative Crane, he said. Your after-action report cited an intelligence pursuit of the masked figure's escape vector. You were separated from your unit for approximately 4 hours. Yes. The intelligence report you subsequently filed claimed direct visual confirmation of Sharingan use and a specific characterization of the control mechanism, a Jinjutsu technique requiring eye contact maintenance. Yes. Your analytical framework is detailed enough to suggest familiarity with the classified taxonomy of dojutsu techniques at a level typically associated with intelligence specialists several ranks above your current assignment. He was still looking at me with the same steady attention. Where did you develop this familiarity? Here was the decision point. I had planned this answer with some care, because Danzo was going to arrive at a conclusion about my source regardless of what I said, and the variable I could influence was which conclusion he arrived at. I read widely within my clearance level. I said, I have also supplemented with some extracurricular study. I paused. I've cultivated relationships with people who have domain knowledge that isn't in the official ANBU curriculum. What kind of relationships? Informational ones, I said. People who have experience I don't have and are willing to discuss it in general terms in exchange for access I can provide. He was quiet for a moment. I could see the model updating behind his eyes. Civilian contacts. Some of them, I said. The Uchiha district has several retired operatives who would have relevant domain knowledge, he said. It was not a question. Some of my contacts have knowledge of clan traditions, I said. I let the ambiguity sit. The specific thing Danzo was building, the hypothesis I needed him to build, was taking shape. An ANBU line operative who had cultivated civilian intelligence contacts within the Uchiha community. Someone who had developed unusual analytical capability through unsanctioned information networks. This model explained my unusual knowledge without requiring him to consider other explanations. He asked 5 more questions. I answered all of them accurately, giving away nothing about my foreknowledge, neither confirming nor denying the Uchiha source hypothesis. I let the evidence lead where it would lead. When the interview ended, Danzo dismissed me with the flat courtesy of a man filing a resource rather than thanking a colleague. I was 3 steps into the corridor when I identified my new route handler. The handler was good, better than I had expected for a passive surveillance assignment on a mid-tier ANBU operative. They were in a position that was entirely justifiable by their apparent purpose, which was reviewing a file at a table near the water station at the end of the corridor. But the angle was wrong. Nobody reading a file positions themselves at that specific angle unless they want sight lines in 2 directions simultaneously. I did not change my pace. I walked to the exit at the speed I would have walked if I had not noticed anything. Outside, same pace, slight adjustment of route that was not suspicious but was observationally revealing. I now knew 2 things, the handler's cover identity and the position pattern they defaulted to. That was enough. Chapter 17. The false impression. The 3 locations took 6 hours. First, a tea house in the western residential district that was 3 streets from the center of the Uchiha compound. I sat for 45 minutes, ordered nothing unusual, and made a point of greeting a retired jonin named Sasaki, who I had identified from the ANBU operational records as someone who had worked alongside Uchiha operatives during the Second Shinobi War and maintained social contacts with several clan families. I had met him once, briefly, in a mission briefing 6 months ago. He recognized the ANBU mask and nodded. I sat near him for 20 minutes. I said nothing of substance. The handler was in the tea house. Good. Second, a small bookshop specializing in historical jutsu records and clan lineage documentation, 2 blocks from the tea house. I spent 30 minutes browsing the restricted section, my ANBU clearance allowed access, and specifically examined 3 volumes related to Uchiha clan historical technique documentation. I did not remove anything from the shelf. I made a note in a personal seal scroll that appeared to be taking down bibliographic references. The handler was outside the shop. Good. Third, a specific restaurant in Konoha's commercial district that routes operational profile listed as used by independent intelligence brokers. I knew it was on that list because Danzo's institutional dossiers on independent information traders mentioned the location. I ate dinner. I made eye contact with nobody. I did not have a meeting. I left after an hour. The handler was inside, 2 tables away. Very good. By the time I returned to the ANBU barracks, I had given the handler 3 confirmed data points that supported 1 reading. I was running a civilian intelligence network in the Uchiha district. The tea house contact. The historical technique research. The intelligence broker location. The reading was false. Sasaki was simply someone I had acknowledged. The bookshop research was visible preparation for a different analytical task entirely. The restaurant was a visible presence at a known broker location with nothing attached. Danzo's model would consolidate around the civilian source hypothesis. He would spend the next 2 to 3 weeks attempting to identify which specific Uchiha civilian was my contact. He would not find one, because there wasn't one. The search itself would occupy Root's surveillance capacity and attention. Meanwhile, the actual intelligence delivery happened that evening. The dead drop was a specific gap in the architecture of a storage room adjacent to ANBU barracks that I had identified during the original ANBU operative's last week of active duty. A gap between a stone wall and a support beam, approximately 60 centimeters deep and accessible from a route that involved a maintenance ladder the cleaning staff left in place on the 3rd week of every month. I had placed a sealed scroll there the previous afternoon. Kakashi retrieved it 2 hours after I returned to the barracks. The contents, the technique's signature comparison analysis I had compiled from the mission report's directional collapse data and the masked figures observed Kimui deployment, formatted as a clean analytical brief, supported the investigation's current evidentiary thread without requiring me to be the source in any documentable way. The investigation continued. Root watched a civilian tea house. These were the first 2 weeks. Chapter 18. The structural wall. 6 weeks after the attack, the investigation had everything except the central thing. What it had, The directional collapse evidence from Kakashi's own mission report. Orochimaru's technique taxonomy. I had not yet engineered his involvement, but Kakashi had accessed the classified research library's records on Kimui-class spacetime jutsu and confirmed the Manjikyu Sharingan requirement. A pattern analysis showing that the masked figure's movement and technique signature were consistent with an individual presumed dead in year 36 during the Third Shinobi War. What it lacked? A formal identification. Without a confirmed identity, the Uchiha connection was circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence about an Uchiha, any Uchiha, in a political environment that was already pressured by the Nine-Tails attack's aftermath was a significant institutional risk. Hiruzen was too careful to formalize findings that named an Uchiha without a stronger evidentiary foundation. The structural wall, as Kakashi put it, was this. They could prove the masked man was a Konoha-connected operative with Uchiha bloodline and Manjikyu capability who had used false death status as cover. They could not prove the false death status was specifically a Beto Uchiha rather than some other candidate. I sat in the investigation team's working room and listened to Kakashi explain this and did not explain that the way through the wall was not more evidence of the same type, but a different kind of evidence entirely. We need someone who knew a Beto before Canopy Bridge, I said. Who can assess the technique's signature comparison against their personal knowledge of his capability? Kakashi was very still for a moment. You, I said. You trained with him. You sparred with him. You know the specific quality of his chakra signature from memory, the way you know the chakra signature of anyone you've trained alongside for years. The technique's signature in the classified comparison isn't just a document. It's something you can assess subjectively. I paused. If you read the comparison report and say, this matches what I remember of a Beto's chakra signature, that's testimony. That's an identification from a direct acquaintance. He looked at the report on the table between us. I've been avoiding that, he said. I know. Another pause. If I'm wrong, if I say this is a Beto and it isn't, I've implicated a dead 13-year-old in something he didn't do. I've added to the conspiracy narrative around the Uchiha clan with my specific testimony. Yes, I said. That's the risk. And if you're right, if this is a Beto, then the person I watched die in that cave has spent 8 years trying to destroy Konoha, has spent 8 years directing that specific destruction at the village that he blamed for Rin's death. He put the report down. That's also a cost. I did not have anything useful to say to that. It was a real cost. It was the cost of knowing. Read the comparison, I said. If it doesn't match, you say it doesn't match and we pursue other evidence threads. If it does, he said, then we have an identification. He picked up the report. He looked at it for a long moment. Then, give me 2 days. Take the time you need. Chapter 19. What 2 months changed the identification came on day 48. Kakashi presented it to Hiruzen in a private session that I was not invited to. The formal record of the session was, ANBU Captain Hitaki provided subjective identification testimony linking the masked figure's technique signature to a known Konoha operative, a Beto Uchiha. Year, 23 birth cohort, Uchiha clan. The identification was assessed at high confidence based on direct personal training experience. The evidentiary record had been upgraded from circumstantial to probable. Hiruzen ordered the investigation to formal status. A classified inquiry, with Kakashi leading, reporting directly to the third Hokage. Not through Danzo's administrative layer. Not through standard ANBU chains. Directly. This was the institutional consequence I had been working toward. A formal investigation into the masked man that sat outside Root's information control envelope. Root was not happy. Danzo expressed his displeasure through a procedural objection that Hiruzen declined to sustain, which was a measured institutional loss. Not dramatic, not visible to anyone outside the governance structure, but real. A lever Danzo had used to control information flow for years had been moved to one side. 2 months after the Nine-Tails attack, the landscape looked like this. Hiruzen had a classified file on a Beto Uchiha as a live threat. The investigation was formally active with Kakashi leading it. Danzo believed I had a civilian intelligence source in the Uchiha district and was treating me as a useful asset, which meant he was monitoring rather than moving against me directly. The Uchiha clan's formal exoneration had been prepared in the investigation's classified annex, waiting for Hiruzen's authorization to move it to the accessible record. Naruto Uzumaki was 2 months old. In Hiruzen's guardianship, his heritage classified at the appropriate level. What had not changed? The Uchiha clan's internal political tension. Fugaku's meeting with Hiruzen had produced no resolution. The pressure inside the clan, the long grievance about Konoha's institutional treatment, the surveillance, the assignment ceiling, the post-attack suspicion, continued at the same temperature. I could not address that from the outside. What I could do, Wait for the inside contact to materialize. I was in the ANBU administrative complex, reading an assignment rotation schedule, when Kakashi appeared at my position. Sure, Uchiha, he said. He's made the request again. Formal application to be assigned to the masked man investigation. He cited his clan knowledge as relevant to the identification problem. He paused. The identification problem is formally resolved. I could accept or decline the application on procedural grounds. Accept it, I said. Kakashi looked at me. He's 17 years old. He's been thinking about this problem for longer than he's been eligible for ANBU assignment, I said. He understands the clan politics from the inside in ways that we cannot replicate from outside. And he is, I paused, because the honest completion of the sentence was one of the most important people in the next 20 years of this village's history, and I could not say that. He is someone who wants to do this and is capable of doing it well. The investigation should say yes. Kakashi filed the acceptance that afternoon. Chapter 20. The end of the beginning. It was a specific kind of evening. The kind that comes at the end of a period of sustained focus, when the immediate crisis has been navigated and what remains is not resolution but transition. The shift from one set of problems to the next set, with a brief window of visible progress in between. I recognized the quality of it because I had been moving through it all day, doing the ordinary administrative work of the ANBU assignment rotation and the investigations documentation update, and feeling underneath it the specific awareness that the first phase of what I had come here to do was technically over. The night had not gone the way I had planned, but then I had not really planned a specific night. I had arrived in the middle of a disaster with a body full of ANBU training and a mind full of 17 years of reading about these events, and I had made decisions in real time under pressure and gotten some of them right and some of them wrong, and learned more than I could have anticipated about the difference between knowing a timeline and living in it. What had gone right? The investigation existed. Kakashi was inside it, personally motivated. The sealed scroll was in a classified archive somewhere, either already in Hiruzen's hands or in a records vault awaiting retrieval. Danzo believed the wrong explanation for my unusual knowledge. Shursui Uchiha was now formally part of the investigation team. What had gone wrong? Minato and Kushina were dead, which I had known was likely and which I had not been able to prevent. The message to the Jonin on the night of the attack, the Sharingan Jinjutsu explanation, had either not arrived in time or had not been usable. I did not know which. I had not been able to reach Kushina. I filed those as data points rather than failures. A failure was something I had done wrong. Not reaching Kushina in time was a limit of the available resources and timeline, not a decision error. I would re-examine it once the immediate tasks were processed. The door of the ANBU briefing room opened. Kakashi came in and sat down at the table without preamble. He had a specific expression, the particular version of his neutral that indicated he had something to say that he had been turning over for a while before saying it. Shursui submitted his assignment acceptance this afternoon, he said. He also submitted a request, through the formal channel, that the Uchiha clan's exoneration be formally announced before he begins work on the investigation. He cited the conflict of interest concern. If he's working on an investigation that might implicate an Uchiha by name, he wants the clan's general exoneration on public record first. That's a reasonable request, I said. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. It's also an interesting move for a 17-year-old to make in his first formal ANBU application. He's thinking about institutional leverage points. He's thinking like you. I did not respond to that. Kakashi set a single document on the table. The investigation's formal finding on the Uchiha clan's institutional role in the Ninetales attack. Completed and prepared for authorization 6 weeks ago. Sitting in the classified annex. He looked at me. Hiruzen is going to authorize the announcement. I believe that with appropriate support, he authorizes it this week rather than in another 3 months. What kind of support? Someone he trusts explaining to him why delay has costs that formal caution doesn't account for. He paused. That person is not me. I have a conflict of interest on Uchiha matters that he's aware of. I looked at the document. You're asking me to make the case to Hiruzen. I'm telling you that the case exists, that you can make it, and that the window is this week. He stood up. The exoneration announcement changes the political temperature in the Uchiha district. It changes Fugaka's calculus. It changes what Shursui has to work with when he tries to hold the clan together from the inside. Everything that comes after starts from a better position if it happens now rather than in spring. He left. I sat alone with the document and thought about the next 3 months and the next 3 years and the next decade, which I knew more about than any one person should know about the future, and which was in the process of becoming something new that I could not entirely predict. That was the right state of affairs. A future that was partly predictable and partly new. A future that was mine to navigate rather than merely to remember. I picked up the document and went to find the third Hokage. Chapter 21. The Intelligence Division 3 months after the attack. The promotion came through the formal channel, which meant it was bureaucratically clean. Recommendation from ANBU Captain Kakashi Hitaki, reviewed and approved by the Hokage's office, entered into the personnel record as a standard meritocratic advancement. The basis on record was exceptional intelligence work during the Ninetales engagement, specifically the early identification of the masked figure's control mechanism. The reality was more complicated, as realities usually were. The promotion moved me from the line operative rotation into the ANBU Intelligence Division, which meant I now had access to the classified investigation file and could shape the direction of inquiry in ways that weren't possible from a perimeter position. It also meant Danzo's surveillance of my activities had to become more sophisticated, because Intelligence Division operatives had legitimate access to the kinds of information movements that his root handlers would otherwise flag as anomalous. The net effect: I was harder to monitor and easier to explain. I settled into the new role with the specific care of someone establishing a working pattern that would be consistent and readable over time. The Intelligence Division's physical space was a set of rooms adjacent to the ANBU command wing. Good light, document storage that smelled of the preservation seals they used on sensitive files, the ambient sound of operatives doing research work. Quieter than the field assignment areas. More contained. My desk was the third one from the eastern window. I arrived early on the first day and reviewed the investigation file's current state. What we had: Kakashi's identification testimony, formally documented. The directional collapse evidence from the Canopy Bridge report. A technique signature comparison showing Kimui-type space-time characteristics. The preliminary Uchiha exoneration finding, sitting in the classified annex. What we needed: the exoneration announcement. The political timing. And progress on the next phase of the investigation, which was not about identifying the masked man. That was done. But about understanding the network he was building and what it was for. I had knowledge about what it was for. The question was how to surface that knowledge in a form that was usable by the institutional apparatus without revealing its source. The Orochimaru file was on my desk by afternoon. It had been routed to the Intelligence Division as background material for an ongoing security review. Someone had finally connected enough dots to flag it for formal attention, though the review had not yet produced a recommendation. The file described 3 separate informant reports, each from independent sources, each describing experiments on Konoha personnel that involved transplanted dojutsu techniques. I read it. I made no external notation. I set it at the bottom of my review pile and moved to the next document. The knowledge I had: Orochimaru's defection from Konoha would happen within approximately 2 years. The experimentation was accelerating as the pressure on his position increased. The thing I could not do was accelerate the investigation to the point where Orochimaru defected on a different timeline than the original. Specifically, I could not push him out before I had established enough of the alternative architecture to absorb what changed when he left. 2 years to build the architecture. I had 2 years to work with. I put the Orochimaru file at the bottom of the pile and got back to work. Chapter 22. Kakashi at work. The investigation had a structural problem that I had not anticipated and which took me several weeks to understand correctly. The problem was Kakashi, not his commitment to the investigation. He was deeply committed, working hours that the medical corps had specifically told him not to work following his injuries. Not his capability. His analytical work on the technique comparison had been excellent, and his ability to move through Konoha's intelligence channels without triggering Danzo's notice was better than mine because he had more institutional standing. The problem was the way he was holding the central finding. He had provided the identification testimony. He had said, formally, on the record, "This technique's signature matches Obito Uchiha." That statement was now in a classified document in Hiruzen's direct archive. He had done the necessary thing. And then he had returned to the day-to-day investigation work and had not mentioned Obito's name again, directly, in any of our working sessions. I noticed this on the 3rd week. It had been there from the beginning. I raised it in the investigation room, one afternoon when we were the only 2 people present. "There's a next phase to the investigation," I said. "Understanding the network the masked man is building. The ideological framework. The organizational structure." I paused. "That work requires treating him as a living person with a history and a motivation, not as a technique signature in a classified document." Kakashi was reading a file. He did not look up. "The motivation section of your identification testimony was thin," I said. "The standard format doesn't require it, and you didn't volunteer it. But the motivation is the part that tells us where he's going and what he's building." I waited. "You knew him?" "I knew the person he was before Canopy Bridge," Kakashi said, still not looking up. "I don't know what he is now." What he was before informs what he became. People don't transform without a shape. They transform within one. I leaned forward slightly. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. You're treating the identification as a completed task and the person as closed subject matter. But the investigation needs the person to still be open. He put the file down. He looked at me. His expression had the specific quality of someone who had been waiting for a conversation they did not want to have and had just run out of waiting room. What do you want to know? He said. Who was he? I said. Not the official record version. Who was he when you were both children being trained together and he was annoying and talented and hadn't yet been put in a position that broke him? The question was not clinical. I knew it wasn't clinical. I was asking him to open a space that had been closed for 8 years and see what was inside it. He was quiet for a long time. Then he started talking. What emerged, over the next hour, was not the kind of intelligence briefing I had framed it as. It was something more like testimony or documentation or the specific act of putting words to a person in order to stop carrying them as a weight and start carrying them as an account. Obito's specific humor, which was the humor of someone who felt the gap between who they were and who they wanted to be and made jokes out of it. His talent, which was real but late developing, in the way of people who don't hit their stride until the conditions are right. His specific relationship to Kakashi, the friction that was also, clearly, a form of care. The quality of his attention toward Rin. I took notes, not investigative notes. The kind you take when someone is giving you something that needs to be held carefully. When he stopped, the room was different than when he'd started. Not better or worse. Just different. That's what we're working with, I said. A person who cared about specific things and was broken by losing them. A person who is intelligent and capable and has decided that the world deserved what happened to them at Canopy Bridge. I paused. That's a motivation that has a shape. We can work with a motivation that has a shape. Kakashi looked at the table for a moment. You asked me once whether I knew about Kamui, and then asked whether the question was how I knew or whether the information was accurate. You deflected. Yes. I've been thinking about that deflection for 3 months, he said. The information was accurate. Impossibly accurate. And you never told me the source. He looked up. I'm going to ask you directly, once, and then I'm going to accept whatever answer you give. Where did you get it? I met his eyes. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, I said slowly. If I told you that I came from a situation where I had access to information about events in this village's future, not prophecy, not a technique, just access to specific knowledge that nobody in the present should have, would you believe me? He was very still. I would consider it, he said. Consider it, I said. That's all I'm asking for now. Chapter 23. The Orochimaru note. The second time the Orochimaru file crossed my desk, it had grown by 12 pages. This was standard in intelligence work. A file that had been flagged for active review attracted additions as operatives throughout the system identified relevant connections and forwarded them through the proper channels. The 12 new pages included a second informant's technical description of experimental subjects, a cross-reference to unusual chakra signature readings at 3 locations in Konoha's underground infrastructure, and a notation from a medic Nin in the hospital's research division who had seen documentation she did not recognize. The documentation the medic Nin had seen. Experimental records on Sharingan transplantation into non-Uchiha hosts. This was the thread that led to Danzo. I knew that. In the original timeline, it led to Danzo first and Orochimaru's eventual defection second. The question was whether I could use the thread without it leading where it led originally. I made a specific notation in my review of the file. Asterisk, the Sharingan transplantation research is particularly significant from an operational security standpoint. If this research is being conducted with access to active use Sharingan, specifically from living Uchiha operatives, the Uchiha intelligence personnel are a security risk from 2 directions simultaneously: external acquisition and internal unauthorized access. Recommend the investigation of transplantation-related activity be treated as separate from the general Sharingan research review and escalated to Hokage-level oversight. Asterisk, I signed it with my name and routed it through the Intelligence Division's standard escalation process. The note had 2 purposes. The first was to put Hokage-level oversight on the transplantation track before Danzo could redirect that specific thread through roots filtering. The second was to establish a formal record that I had identified and flagged the risk, which would be relevant later when the timeline's inevitable events produced the need for documentation of what had been known and when. I sent the note. I filed the Orochimaru file. I moved to the next task. Kakashi found me that afternoon, near the division's document archive. He had a specific expression, the particular version of his interested but not displaying it face that I had learned to read as something occupying most of his available attention. The note you filed on the transplantation research, he said. Yes. Hiruzen is pulling it for direct review. He's also looking at the underground 3 locations in the medical research notation. Good. He's also been in contact with the Civilian Council's oversight function regarding Root's access to classified medical research. Kakashi paused. Danzo is going to notice that the transplantation thread has been routed around his normal access point. He'll notice in a few days, I said. By which time the file will have moved to Hokage-level handling and the oversight question will be formally on record. I looked at the document in my hands. The Orochimaru situation is going to resolve on its own timeline regardless of what we do. What I'm trying to do is make sure that when it resolves, the resolution leaves specific things outside Danzo's reach. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. You keep saying on its own timeline, and regardless of what we do. It's a specific phrasing. It's accurate to the nature of what I'm working with, I said. The future knowledge thing. Yes. He looked at me for a long moment. You said you came from a situation where you had access to specific knowledge about events in this village's future. I said I'd consider it. He paused. I've been considering it for 2 weeks. The consistent accuracy of your predictions, framed as analysis, presented as derivation from existing evidence, but consistently too specific to be purely analytical, is a pattern that only makes sense one way. He paused again. You know what's coming. Some of it, I said. Enough to work with. The masked man, the exoneration, the Orochimaru situation. Danzo. He listed them. What else? Enough to keep us busy for the next 20 years, I said. If we do the work correctly. Chapter 24. Engineering the meeting. Shursui Uchiha had been on the investigation team for 2 months before I managed to put us in the same physical space. This required more deliberate engineering than I had expected. Shursui's assignments within the investigation were focused on the Uchiha clan's internal political situation, specifically, building an internal picture of how the masked man's influence had penetrated the clan's information channels. This was genuinely important work, and it kept him in a different operational track than my own intelligence division analysis responsibilities. Our paths crossed at the team's formal briefings, twice per week, where he presented his clan-side findings and I presented the external analysis. He was careful and thorough in the briefings. He did not overshare. He was exactly as professional as you would expect from someone who was doing intelligence work on his own family. The engineering. A case file on a merchant who had been identified as feeding information to an outside party. The outside party was not the masked man's network. It was a minor rogue trader operation that had nothing to do with the main investigation. But the case was within the investigation team's jurisdiction because the merchant's information included some material from the Uchiha district's commercial quarter. I requested joint case handling. Kakashi approved it. The assignment meant Shursui and I were working in parallel on a single case, which required actual hours of shared operational space. The first day was mostly professional. We established the surveillance parameters, divided the observation responsibilities, confirmed the communication protocols. Shursui was a good field operative. His ANBU training had been accelerated to match his early advancement, and the speed of his development was visible in the way he moved and the decisions he made under observation conditions. 17 years old, already functioning at a level that most operatives didn't reach until their mid-20s. I noted this and said nothing. The surveillance settled into a rhythm. The merchant's movements were predictable. The contact who was receiving the information appeared on schedule. The case itself was straightforward, the kind of intelligence work that required patience more than ingenuity. Shursui talked. Not constantly, not carelessly. He had too much training for careless speech in a field position. But the hours of patience requiring surveillance were exactly the condition that made conversation both natural and necessary. And Shursui had the particular quality of someone who processed by articulating. He was working something through. The case was not what he was working through. The clan was what he was working through. I listened. He described the internal political temperature. The way the exoneration announcement had lowered the immediate pressure but had not resolved the underlying resentment. The way Fugaku was navigating between clan members who wanted confrontation and clan members who believed in the Konoha relationship. The specific difficulty of being one of the few people inside the clan who saw both sides clearly and was young enough to be ignored by the elder faction when it was convenient to ignore him. He talked for about 40 minutes. I listened. Then he stopped, which was the stop of someone who had noticed they'd been talking for a while and was re-evaluating whether the audience was the right one. You're easy to talk to, he said. It was a half compliment and a half question. I listen well, I said. He looked at me from behind his mask. He had the Uchiha eyes, standard black, not yet the Sharingan. Though I knew the Sharingan was present and dormant, 17 was approximately the age of first activation for most Uchiha. You're the operative who produced the original analysis on the masked man, before the investigation was formally established. Yes. You filed it through Captain Hitaki outside the standard administrative channel, bypassing the root screening function. Yes. Because you expected root to hold the intelligence. He was quiet for a moment. You were mapping the institutional structure and the lines of interference before you filed. Another pause. That's not standard ANBU analytical work. That's the kind of mapping someone does when they know the system in detail. He looked forward again, back to the surveillance position. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. You've been thinking about Konoha's governance structure for a long time. Not as an insider who grew up in it. As someone who assessed it from the outside. He had used my phrase. Deliberately or not, I wasn't sure. That's an interesting observation, I said. It's not an accusation, he said quickly. I'm not saying you're not loyal to Konoha. I'm saying your perspective on the system is external, analytical. You see it as a structure with specific failure modes. He paused. So do I. The surveillance point was quiet. The target had not moved. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, I said. You're trying to hold both sides of a political fracture from inside the smaller one. He turned to look at me. Yes, he said. That's exactly what I'm doing. Chapter 25. The shape of the problem. Yes, he said. That's exactly what I'm doing. And then he was quiet for a moment, as if hearing the statement out loud rather than inside his own head had changed its quality. The merchant's courtyard below us was still. The contact would not arrive for another 3 hours. The fracture between the clan and Konoha isn't political in origin, Shursui said. He was thinking aloud now, the way someone thinks when the audience has proven itself capable of receiving what they actually mean. It's political in expression. The origin is something older, a category problem. The clan is a power structure within a larger power structure. Both structures have legitimate claims on the loyalty of clan members, and the two structures make decisions with different interests, and there's no formal mechanism for resolving the conflict when the interests diverge. There's never been a mechanism, I said. The pattern is historical. Clans were absorbed into village structures in ways that worked during wars and broke down during peace. Because during wars, the interests are aligned. Both structures want to win. He was still looking at the courtyard. During peace, the village wants stability. The clan wants recognition and resource access and the same promotion ceiling as non-clan shinobi. Those are not incompatible interests. But there's no institutional table where they get resolved, so they accumulate instead. And Danzo has been exploiting the accumulated grievance. Danzo has been exploiting the accumulated grievance, he confirmed. Feeding Fugaku information that implies the hostility is greater than it is. Creating conditions where a moderate response from the village looks like betrayal because the intelligence picture inside the clan is calibrated to make moderation look insufficient. He paused. If the masked man is doing the same thing from the outside, which your analysis suggests, then there's a coordinated campaign to push the clan toward a confrontation that neither side would choose freely. Yes, I said. That's the model. A problem that gets worse before it gets better, he said. He was quoting me from nowhere I had said it yet, which meant it was the thing he had been thinking, independently. I've been telling myself that the situation is manageable if I can hold the clan's internal politics stable long enough for the external political environment to improve. But the external political environment is being actively made worse. That's not a holding problem. That's a race. Yes. I'm likely to lose a race where the other side is root and an entity with space-time jutsu. Probably, I said. On your own. He looked at me. The institutional pressure on root has been building for 3 months, I said. The exoneration announcement changed the political temperature in the district, which you've observed. The masked man investigation has produced a classified file that separates the question of his identity from the question of the clan's institutional role. The architecture is incomplete, but it's further along than it was in October. I paused. You're not running this race on your own unless you decide to. He was quiet for a long time. Below us, a bird landed on the courtyard wall and left. I want to ask you something directly, he said. Go ahead. The reason Captain Hitaki trusts your analysis. The reason the third Hokage granted your intelligence request priority outside normal channels within 2 days of your first filing. He turned to look at me directly. The reason you knew about Root's administrative hold before it happened, and about the directional quality of the Canopy Bridge cave collapse, which is in a classified report that you had no legitimate access to. He paused. You know something you shouldn't be able to know. Not a source. Not a network. Something else. I looked at him. Apparently, I said. That's a problem that gets worse before it gets better. He looked at me for a long moment. Apparently, he said slowly. It also gets better before it gets resolved. Yes, I said. If we do the work. The contact appeared at the courtyard entrance below us. We both shifted into operational mode simultaneously, which was the kind of fluid transition that came from trained professionals recognizing the shift point at the same moment. The conversation paused. It did not end. It was the kind of conversation that would continue through all the subsequent work, accreting meaning and trust in increments, the way all the conversations that mattered did. The case ran its course. We wrote the report together. We filed it at end of day. Walking back to the ANBU complex in the early evening, Shui said, "My contact request is through the proper channel. If there's something that needs to be communicated outside the proper channel, I know a dead drop location." I said. "Of course you do," he said. And then he was gone, moving toward the Uchiha district with the particular speed of someone who had an evening of family politics ahead of them and was already preparing for it. I stood in the street for a moment. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. This was the beginning of something that would matter for the next 20 years. A relationship built in increments of surveillance hours and careful honesty. A young man who understood the shape of the problem and was looking for someone who also understood it. I understood it. I started walking back to the barracks. Chapter 26. The framework. Over the following month, Shui and I worked 3 more cases together. None of them were as consequential as the primary investigation. 2 were minor intelligence matters, information leakage assessments, the kind of work that produced documented findings and no dramatic outcomes. 1 was a surveillance operation on a foreign trader that required 3 days in close operational contact and produced a detailed picture of a small-scale information network that had nothing to do with anything I cared about. What they produced was time. Time in which the conversation that had begun at the merchant's courtyard could continue in increments between the actual work, in the way that the real content of a relationship builds in the margins of the official content. I did not push it. Shui was perceptive enough to know when he was being managed and resistant enough to resist it when he noticed. The relationship had to develop at the rate that trust developed, which was the rate of consistently accurate and honest information exchanged over repeated contact. I told him things he could verify. Not foreknowledge, not explicitly. The analytical frameworks, the specific observations about Konoha's governance structures, the patterns in Root's operational activity that his position within the investigation gave him partial access to. Each piece of information was the kind of thing a very good analyst could derive independently. Each piece was accurate. Each piece fit into a larger picture that was becoming visible to him as the pieces accumulated. The piece I had been waiting to share was the framework for the masked man's actual goals. I shared it on the 4th case, during a briefing room session that was officially about the investigation's progress report to the Hokage's oversight function. We were alone in the room, preparing materials. The masked man's involvement in the Ninetales attack was not about acquiring Kurama, I said. Bijou acquisition is the long-term project. The specific target of the attack was institutional. The death of the 4th Hokage, the damaged morale, the destabilization of Konoha's political cohesion during the transition to the 3rd Hokage's second tenure. Shui looked up from the materials. You're saying the attack was designed to produce specific political conditions. The masked man has an ideology, I said. He believes that the current arrangement of Konoha's institutions and the system of shinobi villages as a whole is fundamentally broken and will produce recurring catastrophes regardless of the specific people running it. He wants to accelerate that breakage. I paused. The best way to accelerate the breakage of a military village is to trigger internal conflict between its power structures. The Uchiha clan's political tension with Konoha's central government is the best available fault line in the current configuration. Shui set the documents down. He's not trying to help the clan, he said. He's using the clan's grievance as a mechanism. Yes. So anyone who pushes the clan toward confrontation, regardless of their stated motivation, is serving his interest. He was quiet for a moment. His expression had the quality of someone arriving at a conclusion they had been circling for a long time, even from within the clan. Especially from within the clan, I said. An external push for confrontation is visible. The clan's elder members would recognize it as foreign interference and resist it. But a push that comes from inside, from someone who appears to be acting out of legitimate clan interest, the clan accepts it as internal politics. He looked at the table. He did not say the name. His expression said it clearly enough. I did not say the name either. This was a connection he needed to arrive at through his own process, in his own time, in a way that would hold when it mattered rather than collapsing under pressure. Conclusions that come from being told are different from conclusions that come from thinking clearly. The investigation should know this, he said. The investigation has a framework document, I said. The framework has been in Hiruzen-sama's direct file since last month. The connection to the clan's internal political situation is noted as a theoretical line of inquiry rather than a confirmed finding. I paused. A confirmed finding requires internal evidence. He understood what I was saying. He didn't respond immediately. He picked the materials back up, and we finished preparing the briefing report. But something had shifted. I could see it in the specific quality of his silence for the rest of the session. The silence of someone who has reorganized their internal model and is checking the implications. The clan had a problem that was wearing the face of internal politics. Shui was now oriented to look for it. Chapter 27. The pattern spikes. The intelligence files that came across my desk in the intelligence division had a quality to them that changed as I developed context. Early on, each file was a discrete piece of information, a report, an assessment, a surveillance summary. As the months accumulated and I built a mental model of Konoha's intelligence environment, the files stopped being discrete and started being part of a continuous picture. The way the same patterns recurred across different file categories. The way specific clusters of activity correlated with external events in ways that suggested coordination. The Uchiha clan's political activity had this quality. I first noticed it in month 4. The intelligence division maintained a monitoring file on the Uchiha clan's internal political situation, standard practice for a major clan with a documented history of tension with central government. The file showed the clan's political temperature over time. Internal meeting frequencies, formal complaints to the civilian council, requests to the Hokage's office, public statements from clan leadership. The temperature varied, as political temperatures did, in response to actual events. The variation was not random. When I mapped the clan's political escalation events against a timeline of external intelligence incidents, specific Konoha security failures, specific assignments of Uchiha operatives to lower priority missions versus non-clan shinobi, specific public statements about the Ninetales attack investigation, the correlation was too strong. The timing was off by a consistent margin, 2 to 4 days. 2 to 4 days after an external event, the clan's political temperature spiked. Information transmission time. Someone was telling Fugaku about the external events in a way that was calibrated to produce maximum political impact, and the information was arriving 2 to 4 days after the events through a non-official channel. Someone was feeding him material. I did not tell Shui about this yet. The pattern was clear, but the specific source was not yet identifiable. I had observations that pointed toward Root's operational fingerprint, but the specific mechanism was still unclear, and an intelligence assessment that named Root without solid evidence was a document that Danzo could challenge on technical grounds. I filed my preliminary analysis and kept building the evidentiary case. The same week, I noted something in a different section of the monitoring files. Itachi Uchiha, age 8, had completed the standard Chunin exam circuit 1 year ahead of any previous participant in Konoha's records. He had done this by requesting special assessment authorization from the Hokage's office on the basis of demonstrated competency, which was technically permitted under existing protocols, but had never before been exercised by an 8-year-old. Hiruzen had granted the authorization. Itachi had passed the assessments. I read the assessment summary. It was not that he had passed them. It was how he had passed them. The specific quality of his reasoning in the field component, the way he approached tactical problems as ethical problems simultaneously, the assessor's note that read, *, this candidate demonstrates a quality of consideration usually associated with much older practitioners. He does not make decisions. He arrives at understandings. *, I made a notation in my private file. Itachi is on the timeline. Then I thought about what that meant. In the original timeline, Itachi had been turned into a weapon, had been given an impossible choice and been destroyed by it, had spent years carrying the weight of what had been done to him in a way that served nobody and cost everything. The mechanism that had destroyed him was the institutional isolation of his clan, the specific pressure that produced the massacre scenario, and Danzo's willingness to exploit that pressure. The investigation into Danzo's institutional power was 8 months old. The exoneration had been announced. The pressure was lower than it had been in October, but lower was not resolved. Itachi was 8 years old, which meant I had approximately 5 years before he would be in a position where the original timeline's pressure would apply. 5 years was enough time to build something different, if I did not waste it. Chapter 28. The second informant, the Orochimaru file, was growing at a rate that was starting to concern even the Intelligence Division's senior review officer. The second informant who came forward was not a Konoha civilian. She was a medical researcher who had been working on a legitimate pharmaceutical project in the institution's research division and had stumbled on documentation that did not belong in the archives she was accessing. The documentation was in a sealed subfolder that should not have been accessible at her clearance level. The seal had degraded, a sign that it had been placed in a hurry by someone who expected it to be there only briefly before being moved to a more secure location. The documentation described the experimental transfer of active Sharingan tissue from multiple donors into non-Uchiha subjects. The transfer protocols were detailed. The success rate was noted. The notation at the bottom of each record indicated the ultimate disposition of the experimental subjects. The notation said, "Eliminated following data collection." I read the informant's summary of what she had found. I made 2 copies of my assessment. One copy went through Kakashi's desk with a routing notation that put it in the classified Hokage access track. The second copy I held, because the formal routing copy was going to be redirected by Root's institutional screening, and I needed to verify that the direct-to-Hokage route worked. I filed the formal copy. I sat on the second copy and watched the routing. 48 hours later, the formal copy had been received by the Intelligence Division's distribution function. It had been logged. It had been assigned for review to an analyst in the mid-tier. It had not been escalated. Someone in the distribution function had caught the tag that identified it as potentially sensitive to Root's operational interests and had adjusted the escalation pathway. This was the mechanism, not a dramatic interception. A subtle routing adjustment that moved sensitive files to a review category where they could be held indefinitely without ever technically disappearing. I filed the second copy through Kakashi's personal channel that evening. He received it. He placed it in the direct Hiruzen file the following morning. The file reached Hiruzen that day. Danzo's routing adjustment had caught the formal copy. The second copy was already past him. I wrote a notation in my private log. Root's filtering mechanism is subtle, institutional, and almost impossible to challenge through official channels because each individual decision is technically defensible. The only countermeasure that works consistently is multi-path routing with at least one path outside Root's administrative envelope. This is the practice I should maintain as a default for all sensitive intelligence. Then I moved to the next item. Chapter 29. How to Find Patterns. Hiruzen called me in for the second time on a Tuesday afternoon in month 6. The meeting room was his personal working office rather than the formal reception space, a distinction that indicated the conversation was intended to be something other than an official briefing. The room was smaller and more cluttered, full of the visible evidence of a man who managed Konoha's governance by hand. Files, notations, the specific organizational system of someone who had been doing this work for decades and had arranged the tools around their actual working habits rather than institutional expectations. He was behind his desk when I entered. He indicated the chair opposite, and I sat. "The Orochimaru file," he said. "Yes." "The routing pathway for your assessment was adjusted by someone at the distribution function. The copy I received came through Captain Hitaki's channel." He looked at me steadily. "You anticipated the adjustment." "I had reason to expect it, Hokage-sama. You've been using multi-path routing on sensitive intelligence since you joined the Intelligence Division." He was not accusing. He was noting, "Your analytical capacity is unusual for an operative at your rank. The Root audit documentation that you produced last month was the work of someone who had studied the institutional architecture in significant detail before the audit assignment was given." He paused. "Where did you develop this familiarity?" "I find patterns," I said. "The patterns lead to the architecture." "That's a method description, not a history." His eyes were steady. "Where did you learn to find them?" I considered the question. This was the second time he had asked this in a pointed way. The first had been in the context of the original document, and I had deflected toward the reasoning method. Now he was asking the same question with more context and more patience. He had been watching me for 6 months and building a picture, and he was ready to hear an answer that would fit the picture. "Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly," I said. "Are you asking about my training history or my reasoning method?" He tilted his head slightly. "The first time you said that, I accepted reasoning method as the answer because I needed the investigation to proceed and I was willing to defer the question. I've been working with the reasoning method's outputs for 6 months. The training history is now the more interesting question." "The training history is not on any official record," I said. "It predates my arrival in Konoha." He was quiet for a moment. "You're not from Konoha originally." "Not in the sense you mean." "Where are you from?" I looked at him. Hiruzen Sarutobi had governed Konoha through 2 shinobi wars, had managed internal political crises that most Konoha civilians didn't know had existed, had watched the people he loved die, and continued the work. He was a man of extraordinary patience and extraordinary capacity to hold difficult truths without letting them break his governing function. I said, "I'm going to give you a partial answer, Hokage-sama. The full answer will become available as the trust that would make it legible develops. The partial answer is, I came to Konoha on the night of the Ninetales attack from a situation outside normal parameters, with specific knowledge about how events in this village were likely to proceed if nothing changed. I have been working to change specific things. The analytical capacity you've observed is a combination of that knowledge and the practical intelligence training the ANBU program provided. He was very still. Outside normal parameters, he said. Yes. That's a careful phrase. Yes. He was quiet for a long time. Long enough that I counted the seconds. 22 seconds of Hiruzen Sarutobi, sitting with information that he could not yet categorize and refusing to categorize it incorrectly because he was too disciplined to rush. You said, how events were likely to proceed if nothing changed, he said. You've been changing things. Yes. And the things you've been changing, the investigation, the exoneration, the routing practices, these were the things you assessed as most important to change. Yes. Another pause. What else needs to change? Quite a lot, I said. But we're ahead of where we would have been, and the next several items require the institutional infrastructure we've been building. I'll bring them to you when the timing is right. He looked at me for a long moment with the expression of a man deciding what kind of relationship this was going to be. You're going to be a problem for someone, he said. Apparently I already am, I said. He looked faintly amused. Yes. He folded his hands on the desk. I'm assigning you to a new team with expanded clearance. The team's first assignment will be a formal audit of Root's operational records, working with an oversight committee drawn from the Civilian Council's authorized functions. Root's records will not be fully cooperative, I said. I expect that, he said. That's why I want someone who knows the architecture. Chapter 30. The Root audit. The audit team had 4 members. I was the ANBU intelligence representative. There was a Civilian Council oversight officer, a woman named Erida who had spent 20 years in Konoha's administrative governance structure and had the specific quality of someone who had seen every form of institutional resistance and was not surprised by any of them. There was a senior records archivist from the Hokage's administrative division. And there was Kakashi, because Hiruzen had decided that having the masked man investigation's lead operative on the audit team would make it more difficult for Root to argue that the audit was outside authorized scope. Root's cooperation was technically complete and operationally resistant. What this looked like in practice. Every document we requested existed. Every document was technically accessible within our stated authorization level. The format of every document was precisely and minimally compliant with the record-keeping standards that gave us the right to review it. The content of every document described outcomes without describing methods. Operational necessity was cited. Authorization was implied rather than specified. The records were a perfect architectural model of a bureaucratic system that had been designed to be reviewed without revealing anything reviewable. I had expected this. I had built an analytical approach for it. The approach, forget the specific content of individual records. Map the structure. Look at the categories of information that were consistently absent, the things that should be in a properly maintained operational record but weren't. Build a picture of the shape of what was hidden from the outline of what was present. On day 3, I had a working model. On day 5, I had a documented analysis. The pattern, Root's operational records consistently described actions without describing targeting. Outcomes were noted. The decision process that selected outcomes was not. Authorization codes were present, but the authorization source was indirect, a chain of references that, when followed, terminated in a doctrine citation rather than a person. You could trace every action to a doctrine provision. You could not trace any action to a specific person who had ordered it. This was designed. It was not accidental. Kakashi sat beside me on day 6 and looked at the analysis I had built. Every action is authorized by doctrine rather than by a person, he said, which means every action can be defended as procedurally correct. There is no person who made the decision. There is only the doctrine that justified it. I turned the analysis to face him. This is the architecture of perfect institutional cover. You can audit the records and find full compliance. You cannot find accountability, because accountability was systematically removed from the record format before the records were created. Can we prove it was systematic rather than incidental? Yes, I said. The absence pattern is too consistent to be incidental. Every record is missing the same category of information in the same way. This is a format decision, not an individual omission. Someone made a deliberate choice to record this way. I paused. That someone is Root's operational doctrine. And Root's operational doctrine was written by Danzo. Kakashi looked at the analysis. We can't take this to a formal proceeding on methodology alone. No, I agreed. But we can use the methodology analysis to identify which records, when cross-referenced against external event documentation, allow us to reconstruct the targeting decisions that weren't recorded. The absence is provable. What the absence was hiding is reconstructible. I looked at the document stack. We have approximately 40 more days of audit access. I want to spend 20 of them building the reconstruction. He looked at me for a moment. You're going to build a shadow record. I'm going to build the record that the official records were designed not to produce, I said, which is a different thing. He considered this for a moment. Then he picked up the next document on the review stack. Tell me where to start, he said. Chapter 31. The Shadow Record. The reconstruction took 18 days. It worked through cross-referencing. The root operational records described outcomes. An individual had been removed from operational concern. A location had been sanitized. A security risk assessment had been resolved. Each entry cited a doctrine provision. Each entry had a date. External records, civilian council meeting minutes, hospital death records, police incident reports. Konoha's routine administrative documentation had no obligation to use the same euphemistic language. When you knew the date and the general category of a root operation, you could often find the specific event in the external record, where it had been documented as what it actually was. I mapped 57 root operations over 8 years against the external record. 34 of them matched identifiable real-world outcomes that the root record was designed to obscure. The outcomes were 8 confirmed civilian deaths, 11 disappearances that the civilian record described as voluntary departures from Konoha, but which the date and demographic correlation suggested were not voluntary, 6 incidents that had been attributed in public documentation to accidents or illness, and 9 cases where an individual had disappeared from public record and reappeared years later in a location where root had documented operational activity. The picture that emerged. Root had been operating a systematic targeting program using Danzo's personal assessment of political risk as the selection criterion. The targets were not enemy shinobi. They were Konoha civilians and low-level operatives whose connections, relationships, or knowledge put them in proximity to information Danzo wanted controlled. One of the names in the targeting records from 6 years ago appeared in a civilian registry entry I was cross-referencing for a different case. I almost passed it without registering it. Then the connection surfaced. The name was a man who had died in what the civilian record described as an accident, a fall from a construction site. He had been 31 years old. He had been dating a woman who was, at the time, not yet a person of particular significance. She later became significant. She later had a son. The son was currently 6 years old and living in the Academy District and had the particular red hair that was an Uzumaki clan marker, which meant he was connected to the Uzumaki blood, even though the connection was not in any official record because his official record was as sparse as the village could arrange for reasons Hiruzen had managed carefully. The man who died in the construction accident 6 years ago had been Naruto's mother's partner before she left Konoha for her eventual return. He had apparently known something that Danzo had assessed as a risk, and he had been removed from the picture with the specific efficiency of a root operation that had been designed to be untraceable. I sat with this for a while. I could not use this finding without explaining how I had connected the dead man to Naruto's family history, a connection that required knowledge of Naruto's heritage that was not in any accessible record, and revealing that knowledge required revealing things I was not prepared to reveal yet. I filed the finding in my private log. I moved the name to a separate category, not usable as formal documentation. Maintain awareness. The audit continued. The shadow record grew. On day 18, I had enough to present a partial case. Chapter 32. The oversight gap. The document I presented to Hiruzen was not the shadow record. The shadow record was specific, detailed, and required explanations I couldn't provide. What I presented was the methodology analysis. The structural observation that Root's record format had been deliberately designed to prevent accountability from being traceable to specific individuals. This was documentable from the records themselves without requiring me to explain how I had connected specific root operations to specific external events. The methodology analysis was also, I judged, the thing most likely to produce the institutional response I needed. Hiruzen read it in his working office in approximately 30 minutes. I waited. He set it down. The oversight gap concerns me, I said. If root is authorized to operate without standard reporting requirements, the authorization needs to be explicit in the Hokage's records. Currently, it isn't. The operational doctrine citations in the root records reference a classified security authorization, Hiruzen said carefully. Yes, I reviewed that authorization. I paused. It exists. It's dated from the Second Shinobi War and was classified at the highest level available at the time. It has never been formally renewed or reviewed. I waited. It also has a scope provision. The scope provision is narrower than Root's current operational practice suggests. He looked at me. You've read every classified Hokage authorization on record. I read fast, I said. He almost smiled. Almost. The scope gap between the original authorization and Root's current practice is the oversight gap, I said. If the authorization is being applied beyond its stated scope, That's a governance question that belongs in the Hokage's direct review rather than in Root's self-assessment category. He was quiet for a long moment. Then, I'll review the authorization directly. The review will be more informative if it's conducted alongside someone who has read both the authorization and the operational records, I said. I'm available as an analytical resource. I'm aware of that. He picked up the document and set it in the stack that I had come to recognize as the direct review category rather than the administrative routing pile. Danzo is going to want to respond to this. He'll request a meeting, I said. Probably tomorrow. Probably. He looked at me with the particular expression that had been developing over our conversations, something that was not quite trust and not quite uncertainty, but the state between them that was the honest position of a man who had sufficient evidence to lean toward trust and was being careful about how fast he leaned. You should know that I'm going to tell him you filed this. I'm not going to obscure the source. I expected that, I said. Danzo knowing I filed it and being unable to do anything about it is more useful than Danzo not knowing. Hiruzen looked at me for another moment. That's a very particular way to think about institutional conflict. Apparently, it's the way that works, I said. Chapter 33. The doctrine. The meeting the following morning lasted 4 hours. I was not in the room. Kakashi was, as Hiruzen's security, which gave me access to a summary of what had occurred from a source I trusted. What Danzo had argued. Root's operational authority derived from a classified security doctrine established during the Second Shinobi War that granted the organization operational latitude in situations where standard oversight would compromise deep cover assets or expose sensitive intelligence sources. The doctrine was real. The authorization was genuine. The Hokage's own predecessors had approved it. The fact that subsequent Hokages had not reviewed it was a reflection of its ongoing necessity, not an oversight. What Kakashi reported. He had the doctrine in front of him. He quoted chapter and verse. The authorization language is real, Souta. The classified security doctrine does exist. I know, I said. I told Hiruzen-sama it exists. I told him the scope provision is narrower than current practice. He raised that. Danzo's argument is that operational necessity has always required interpretation of doctrine provisions, and that Root's interpretation has been consistent with the intent of the original authorization even where the specific language creates ambiguity. Kakashi paused. He's not wrong about the doctrine's existence. He is wrong about its scope. Yes. Kakashi looked at the ceiling for a moment. Hiruzen didn't rule in Danzo's favor. He didn't rule against him either. He took the authorization document for direct review and told Danzo that the scope question would be resolved through a formal legal analysis. He paused. Danzo's expression when he left. I've known Danzo for a long time. He was managing something. He's bought time, I said. The formal legal analysis takes weeks, and Danzo controls some of the legal resources who would normally conduct it. I thought for a moment. How do you want to play this? Kakashi looked at me. You're asking me. You're the captain, I said. I have a contingency. But you're senior, and you know the institutional relationships better than I do. He was quiet for a moment. What's the contingency? The original doctrine authorization, I said. I've read it. The scope provision includes an explicit clause stating that the Oversight Council's Civilian Intelligence Committee must be briefed on Root's operational categories on a semi-annual basis. This briefing requirement is written into the original authorization as a safeguard against the doctrine being abused in exactly the way it's currently being abused. I paused. That briefing has not been conducted in 8 years. Kakashi was still. The Civilian Oversight Council's Intelligence Committee has a standing right to that briefing that they don't know they have, I said, because nobody told them. If they knew, they would have questions. And Danzo's argument that Root's operations are within doctrine scope would have to survive questions from people who have the legal standing to demand accurate answers. I waited. That's the contingency. Kakashi thought about this for a long time. You're not wrong about its scope, he said finally. No, I agreed. Build the briefing document, he said. I'll find the right time to move it. Chapter 34. Shirsue's offer. The dead drop message arrived on a Tuesday. The location was the gap in the archive room wall that I had used for my own communications during the first weeks after the attack, the space that I had identified as useful and had mentioned to Shirsue during the discussion about communication channels. He had apparently found it suitable. The message, *, you're trying to dismantle Root without fighting Root directly. I have something that might help. The merchant case location. Tomorrow morning, *, I went. He was there when I arrived, which meant he had arrived before me rather than after, which meant he had been watching the approach long enough to know I was alone. Good operational instinct. You're trying to dismantle Root without fighting Root directly, he said. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, I said. Is that an observation or a question? Both. He was standing with his back to the wall, facing the approach routes. I've been watching the audit from the clan's information network. Not the audit's contents, just the pattern of Danzo's response to it. He's more agitated than the official documentation suggests. He requested 3 internal root briefings in 2 weeks, which is unusual. He paused. Whatever you're doing is working. He's worried. Good, I said. The clan has intelligence en route that we've never formally handed over, Shursui said. Information about specific root operations that affected Uchiha civilians. Operations that Danzo authorized without the Hokage's explicit approval. He looked at me directly. The price for that intelligence is that it's usable. What makes it usable is a direct question for the receiving institution, I said. No. He shook his head. The price is that before we hand it over, the Uchiha clan receives its formal exoneration on the masked man investigation. Publicly. With Hiruzen-sama's direct authorization, not a classified annex. He paused. If we give you the intelligence, and then the investigation implicates the clan anyway, if the finding that's sitting in the annex turns out to be different from what you've told me it says, we've handed our documentation to the people who used it against us. This was a reasonable position. I had known he would arrive at it eventually. The investigation is going to clear the clan, I said. The masked man is using the clan's reputation as cover. The evidentiary record already supports exoneration. There is a classified finding to that effect in Hiruzen-sama's direct file. Shursui looked at me steadily. Then why hasn't it been announced? And there it was. The question I had been waiting for him to ask. Danzo, I said. He nodded once. Slowly. The formal exoneration announcement is being held by a procedural mechanism that Root controls. Yes. So the clan is formally cleared by the investigation, but the public announcement is being delayed to maintain the political pressure that Root has been exploiting. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. The morning light was coming through the space's narrow windows at a specific angle, and Shursui looked, for a moment, exactly like what he was. A 17-year-old who had been carrying an impossible weight for years and had just identified exactly who was responsible for most of it. What moves Danzo off the delay, he said. Something that costs him something he cannot absorb, I said. I have a mechanism. It requires the Council Oversight Committee to receive the briefing that Root's authorization doctrine legally requires them to receive. When they get that briefing, Danzo's procedural hold on the exoneration announcement becomes untenable. I paused. What I don't yet have is the evidence that makes the Root authorization doctrine violation so clear that the Council cannot dismiss it as a technical disagreement. I paused again. What do you have? He reached into his vest and removed a single sealed document. A Root operation from 3 years ago, he said. The operation targeted a Uchiha civilian who was under the Civilian Oversight Council's protection through a completely separate legal mechanism, a witness protection arrangement following testimony in a trade dispute. Root's authorization doctrine explicitly prohibits operations against individuals under council protection without direct council authorization. He held the document out. They didn't get authorization. The civilian was eliminated. We have documentation. I looked at the document for a long moment. If the clan had known about this for 3 years and had not handed it over, it was because they had assessed the cost of handing it over as too high. The cost had now changed. The exoneration announcement first, he said. Then the documentation. I'll move the announcement, I said. Give me 2 weeks. He pocketed the document. 2 weeks, he said. Chapter 35, 2 weeks. The mechanism was Kakashi, as it usually was. Kakashi had the standing to make a direct case to Hiruzen that others lacked, and he had the specific credibility on the Uchiha investigation that made his advocacy for the exoneration announcement legible in a way that mine wouldn't quite be. I briefed him on the situation, not on Shursui's offer directly, but on the structural argument. The exoneration finding was complete, the investigation was in formal status, and the delay in announcement had a cost that formal caution didn't account for. The cost is the Uchiha clan's continued political uncertainty, I said, which is being actively exploited by Root's information management to maintain the political pressure that contributed to the investigation's original necessity. Every day the announcement doesn't happen, the pressure inside the district accumulates. I paused. The investigation produced the right finding. The right finding should be announced. Danzo's supplementary review request is still technically in process, Kakashi said. The supplementary review request has been in process for 6 weeks and has produced no new evidence, because there is no new evidence to produce. It's a procedural hold. I looked at him steadily. I'm asking you to take that case to Hiruzen-sama, not to override the process, to tell him what the process is actually doing. Kakashi thought about this for a long time. You have a reason for wanting this to happen this week specifically. I have a reason for wanting it to happen, I said. The timing within that is less important than the principle. He looked at me with the specific expression that meant he was deciding how much to press the point. I'll talk to Hiruzen-sama, he said. He did. 3 days later, the exoneration announcement was authorized on a Thursday afternoon. The formal intelligence finding was moved from the classified annex to the accessible intelligence record. A summary was prepared for distribution to the relevant institutional parties. The Uchiha clan leadership received formal notification through the Hokage's direct diplomatic channel, not through standard administrative routing, which would have allowed it to be intercepted or delayed. Fugaku Uchiha received the notification on Thursday evening. I heard about his response through Shursui the following morning. Shursui sent a single message to the dead drop. Asterisk, he read it twice. Then he sat alone for a while. Then he said, someone in Konoha's governance structure is doing something right. Asterisk, I filed that report and thought about what it meant. Not the statement itself, but the fact that Fugaku Uchiha, who had spent 3 years in a posture of defensive political confrontation with Konoha's institutional apparatus, had sat alone and said something that could be read as something approaching the beginning of something else. That evening, the dead drop had a second message. Shursue's documentation of the root operation against the council-protected civilian was included in a sealed scroll. He had kept his end of the arrangement. Now I had to keep mine. Chapter 36. The price of documentation. I went to Shursui before I filed anything. This was not procedurally necessary, but it was operationally correct. He had provided the documentation with a specific understanding of what it would be used for and a specific understanding of the risks. Using it without telling him I was using it would be a break in the trust architecture that the past months had been building. We met at the dead drop location, which had become the default meeting point for anything that needed to happen outside the official channels. Shursui arrived first again. I was beginning to think this was a deliberate practice of his rather than coincidence. I'm going to present the documentation to Hiruzen-sama directly, I said, through a formal appeal to the Hokage's direct oversight authority. The specific clause is in the original authorization doctrine, the same doctrine Danzo cited as his authority. The clause requires the Hokage's personal review of any root operation that targeted an individual under council protection. Danzo will know immediately that the documentation came from the clan, Shursui said. Yes, there's no way to obscure the source. The council protection records identify the civilian. The timeline of the protection is specific, and Root would know that their own internal records showing the operation were never accessible to anyone outside Root. He paused. The only external source for documentation of this specific operation is someone who observed it from the outside. Someone in the Uchiha district who observed the operation against an Uchiha civilian, Shursui said. He was not surprised. He had worked this through before handing the document over. Root will assess that I was the source, or that I obtained it from clan members who were. Yes, there will be retaliation. There will be attempts at retaliation, I said. Whether those attempts succeed depends on what position you're in when they arrive. I looked at him. I want to tell you what the retaliation looks like before it gets there. Not everything. The most important piece. He looked at me with the expression I had come to recognize as I understand what you're offering, and I'm deciding whether to take it face. The I. He said it without preamble. It landed like a confirmation rather than a revelation. The I confirmed. Kodo Amitsukami, he said quietly. He looked at his hands for a moment. Danzo has been building toward that for how long? I don't know the precise timeline. Long enough that the reconnaissance against your medical records and your training schedule has been ongoing for months. I paused. The documentation you've given me changes Danzo's operational freedom significantly. Using it correctly should reduce the threat window. But if the reduction isn't fast enough, then he moves before the documentation produces its institutional effect. He was quiet for a moment. Tell me the when and the where. I told him what I knew. The approach would come disguised as a medical evaluation request. The timing would be calibrated to coincide with a period when Root believed Shursue's available support network was occupied with other demands. The specific method would involve one of Root's senior operatives with medical expertise. I could not give him the exact date. I could give him the approach pattern. If you see those conditions converging, I said, you don't wait for the evaluation. You remove yourself from the approach scenario before it closes. And then we work the institutional problem faster, I said. The documentation against Danzo needs to produce its effect before the threat window closes. I'm going to move it this week. He looked at me. You're saying that filing the documentation and protecting my eye are the same operation? Yes, I said. They're both about reducing Danzo's operational freedom before he acts. The faster the first happens, the less space he has for the second. I paused. File it this week or faster. Then file it today, Shursui said. I did. Chapter 37. The formal appeal, took 4 pages. Not because the substance required 4 pages, but because the institutional mechanism required specificity. The exact clause in the original authorization doctrine, the council protection status of the civilian involved, the date range of the documented root operation, the specific reason why this fell under the Hokage's mandatory personal review authority rather than Root's self-assessment framework. I wrote it in 2 hours in the Intelligence Division's document room. I did not use my own seal. I used the formal ANBU Intelligence Division stamp, which made it an institutional document rather than a personal filing. This was deliberate. I wanted Danzo to be unable to target the document as a personal grievance rather than an institutional process. I routed it through Kakashi's direct channel to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen received it that afternoon. He reviewed it by early evening. He called Danzo in for the following morning. The meeting lasted 4 hours and 7 minutes by my count. I was positioned at the outer perimeter of the Hokage Tower in my official ANBU capacity, which gave me visual on the entrance and exit. Danzo arrived with 2 administrative aides, which was more support than a standard meeting would warrant. He was preparing for a substantive challenge rather than a diplomatic discussion. He came out alone. He dismissed his aides at some point during the meeting, which I read as the meeting having reached a point where he needed to manage the conversation personally rather than through institutional representatives. When he came out, his face was the specific blankness of someone who had just had a significant leverage point removed and was still processing what the removal meant for the positions downstream. I noted the expression and filed it. Kakashi found me that evening. Hiruzen was very precise, he said. He did not accuse Danzo of anything. He presented the documentation as requiring mandatory Hokage review under the doctrine's own terms, and stated that the review had found that the operation was conducted outside the doctrine's authorization scope. He told Danzo that any root operation against a council-protected civilian required prospective council authorization rather than retrospective justification. He paused. He also told him that the supplementary review delay on the exoneration announcement had now reached the point where the investigative record no longer supported a continued hold. The announcement would proceed without further review. The exoneration announcement was already authorized last week, I said. Yes. Kakashi looked at me steadily. I think Hiruzen wanted to tell Danzo directly that the delay was over. Not just announce it, but tell him. In the room, with the documentation on the table. I thought about this. He gave Danzo an accounting. As much as Hiruzen gives anyone an accounting. He was quiet for a moment. Danzo's monitoring of your activities is going to intensify. Whatever he decides about you next is going to be more direct than the false intelligence report strategy. I know, I said. I've been expecting that. What do you want to do about it? Nothing differently, I said. The documentation is filed. The exoneration is announced. The council oversight briefing mechanism is now on record as being legally required. The next move is his, and whatever move he makes is going to be something I can respond to. I paused. The architecture is further along than it was last month. That's what matters. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. You're not worried. I'm appropriately concerned, I said. I'm not panicking. There's a difference. He looked at me for a long moment. Yes, he said. There is. Chapter 38. The temperature drop Shursui reported through the dead drop channel 7 days after the meeting. His message, *, the political temperature in the district has changed. Fugaku-san held a clan council last night. The tone was different from the previous 3. He did not propose any response to the investigation's findings. He specifically asked for an assessment of Konoha's governance trajectory, not as adversarial intelligence, but as genuine inquiry. I don't know what changed in his thinking. Something did. *, I read the message twice and thought about it carefully. The thing that was changing in Fugaku's thinking was not the exoneration announcement itself, which provided formal clearing but did not resolve the underlying institutional tension. What was changing was evidence. Evidence that the institutional apparatus could, in fact, produce outcomes that served the clan's interests when the right pressure was applied in the right places. The investigation had produced the right finding. The announcement had been made. The mechanism that had been blocking it, Danzo's procedural hold, had been moved. These were small things, but they were demonstrable things. In the original timeline, Fugaku had spent years watching Konoha's institutional apparatus fail to produce any outcome that respected the clan's position, and had eventually concluded that the apparatus was irredeemably hostile. That conclusion was not wrong as a description of the apparatus as it existed. The apparatus as managed by Danzo's influence was, in fact, using the clan's political isolation as a tool. But the apparatus was not entirely Danzo. There were parts of it that could respond to the right input. Showing Fugaku evidence of that responsiveness was the work. It couldn't be rushed. Fugaku was not a man who changed his assessments on the basis of single data points. He changed assessments on the basis of pattern changes, which required time and consistent evidence. The pattern was beginning to change. Root's monitoring of my activities, meanwhile, had intensified exactly as Kakashi had predicted. I identified 3 new surveillance positions in my regular movement patterns over the course of the next 2 weeks. Root operatives who had been assigned to watch me and who were slightly better at their work than the original handler, but not enough better to avoid my recognition once I was looking for them. I did not lose them. I used them. The pattern of movements I established under observation was consistent with someone who was doing legitimate institutional work and was aware they were being watched and had decided the watching was not a significant problem. This pattern was not entirely false. It was mostly true. The movements that needed to be invisible were made through routes that I had established over the previous 8 months as my standard operational practice for sensitive communication, and which Root had been monitoring long enough to have categorized as routine. Routine was invisible. I maintained routine. The council oversight briefing continued to develop on a slow institutional timeline. Kakashi held the briefing document. The right moment had not yet arrived. We were patient. Chapter 39. Year 1 On the 1-year anniversary of the Nine-Tails attack, I went to the Memorial Stone. This was not unusual behavior for a Konoha operative. The Memorial Stone served as the village's primary site of collective grief, and the anniversary of the attack brought a significant portion of the population past it. I was one ANBU among several dozen individuals who visited in the course of the morning. I stood there for approximately 10 minutes. What I was thinking about was not primarily the dead, though I thought about Minato and Kushina and the specific quality of grief that comes from watching something you could not prevent. I was thinking about what the year had produced and what it had cost, and whether the accounting was accurate. What the year had produced: a formal investigation into Obito Uchiha as a live threat. A classified file that sat in Hiruzen's direct archive rather than in Root's administrative framework. Kakashi's personal involvement in the investigation and his developing awareness of my situation. Shirsue's involvement. The relationship with the clan's internal intelligence capacity. The first demonstrable responsiveness of Konoha's governance to the Uchiha clan's legitimate interests. The documentation on Root's unauthorized operations, filed, on record, producing institutional consequences even if those consequences were measured in constraints rather than outcomes. The exoneration announcement. Fugaka's changed tone. What it had cost: Minato and Kushina, who had died on the same night regardless of anything I had done. 8 months of ANBU operatives' wages, which was not a cost in any real sense. 3 Root surveillance handlers who had been assigned to watch me and had learned nothing useful about me. The accounting was positive, but I was also standing at the Memorial Stone thinking about what I had not done, which was a different accounting. I had not been able to prevent the sealing. I had not been able to get the message to command in time to disrupt the Nine-Tails direction. I had not found a way to change the outcome for Minato and Kushina. These were limits, not failures. But limits had costs attached to them, and the costs were visible in things like a 6-year-old boy in the Academy District who was going to have a harder childhood than he needed to because the 2 people who would have loved him most were not there. I stayed at the memorial for 10 minutes, and then went back to work. That afternoon, Shirsue met me at the dead drop location with a message that was not in the usual format. It was an in-person message, which meant urgency. The Root surveillance on my medical records has produced a follow-up activity, he said. A Root operative made contact with a medical researcher at the hospital's specialized diagnostics unit. The conversation was framed as a consultation inquiry about evaluation protocols for Sharingan-related conditions. He looked at me. They're moving the timeline forward. How soon? My best assessment: 3 to 5 weeks. He was calm. The kind of calm that comes from having been told something was coming and being professionally prepared for it. You said to remove myself from the approach scenario. Yes, I said. I have a specific recommendation for where you go and who you tell. Chapter 40. The end of Arc 2, the year's accounting, completed at its close. The investigation was formally active and protected from Root's administrative interference by direct Hokage oversight. Kakashi was its lead operative. Shirsue Uchiha was a member of the investigation team with specific knowledge of the clan's internal political situation. Itachi Uchiha, age 9, had been noted and cataloged and would become relevant at a specific point in the next several years. The exoneration announcement had been made. The political temperature in the Uchiha district had shifted from imminent crisis to active tension, which was a meaningful difference. Active tension could be managed. Imminent crisis tended to resolve in specific ways that nobody controlled. Danzo had had a significant leverage point removed. Root's operational freedom had been constrained by the documentation filing and the council oversight mechanism now on formal record. The Kodo Amitsukami threat to Shirsue's I had been identified and the approach scenario disrupted. Shursui had removed himself from the specific exposure window, and Root's timeline had been broken without a direct confrontation. The Orochimaru situation was developing on schedule. The file was in Hiruzen's active review. The timeline for the defection was unchanged, but the institutional preparation for it was better than it had been in the original. When it happened, there was now a formal record of what had been known and when, which was not nothing. The masked man investigation had a solid evidentiary foundation and was oriented toward understanding his organizational activity rather than just his identity. These were the end-of-year outcomes. What remained? A decade of work. The timeline I knew proceeded through specific crises at specific intervals, and the work of the next several years was the work of building enough institutional infrastructure to absorb those crises when they arrived without producing the cascade failures that the original timeline had produced. Itachi was 9. Naruto was 1. The Akatsuki were forming somewhere in the world outside Konoha's borders, gathering strength on a trajectory that would eventually bring them to Konoha's doorstep. Obito was somewhere, continuing whatever the next phase of his strategy was. I sat in the intelligence division at the end of the year's last working day and reviewed the case files on my desk and thought about what needed to happen next. The door opened. Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha has submitted a request for his first mission outside Konoha, he said. A courier assignment to a minor allied village. The protective detail assignment is open. I looked up. I'll take it. I thought you would. He set a document on my desk, the assignment authorization form, already prepared. I listed your name as first preference. Why? Because you'll pay attention to him in the right way, he said. And because he's going to pay attention to you. I picked up the authorization form. There was a lot of work still to do. There was always a lot of work still to do. The arc of it was long, and the specific weight of knowing how things could go if nothing changed was something I had learned to carry without letting it become a paralysis. I signed the form. Itachi Uchiha was 9 years old, and he was on the timeline, and the next phase of this work began tomorrow. Chapter 41. The first mission. The village of Ashigata was 8 days northeast of Konoha by standard travel pace, 11 by civilian convoy, 6 by ANBU. The mission parameters were straightforward. A courier assignment, classified documents from Konoha's administrative office to Ashigata's village council, requiring delivery confirmation and a return receipt in the proper format. The mission category was C rank. The protective detail was standard for a prodigy's first outside assignment. 1 experienced ANBU, operational oversight only, the designated young operative doing the primary mission work while the detail handled environmental monitoring. Itachi Uchiha was 9 years old. He had been designated primary mission operative. I had requested the detail assignment, which Kakashi had approved with the straightforward efficiency of someone who understood why I wanted it and had no reason to object. The administrative record showed ANBU operative Crane, assigned to protective detail for mission 47C, Ashigata Courier Run. The journey was mostly quiet. Itachi traveled at a pace that was somewhat slower than an ANBU would travel independently, but considerably faster than a standard genin. He had made choices about his movement efficiency that were not choices most 9-year-olds made, conserving chakra in a way that suggested he was thinking about the return trip before the outward trip was complete. I traveled at his pace and watched. He knew I was watching. He was not bothered by it. The specific quality of his composure was not the composure of someone performing calm. It was the composure of someone who had thought through the available emotional states and chosen the most useful one. He was, in the way that extraordinary people sometimes are, already operating in a register several years ahead of his actual age. Ashigata was a small trading post village, well-maintained, with the particular layout of a community that had grown from a single established road rather than from a central settlement outward. The main street was long and straight. The residential areas branched off it in an irregular pattern that told the history of its growth. It had a village council building that doubled as an administrative center. It had a small marketplace. It had a public notice board and a well and the usual infrastructure of a minor village that was connected to Konoha's trade network without being formally affiliated. The mission delivery was scheduled for the morning after arrival. We found accommodation at the village's traveler hostel, 2 rooms, standard procedures, the administrative record of an ANBU protective detail on a routine courier mission. That evening, while I was running the standard environmental assessment of the village's security posture that the detail assignment required, I found the route informant. Not through a deliberate search, through the particular pattern of movement that didn't fit. The hostel keeper's assistant was young, mid-20s, and had the specific quality of attention when Itachi and I arrived that was slightly too focused to be casual hospitality interest. The way he positioned himself during the check-in process. The route he took when he left the reception area. The specific angle at which he moved when he crossed the main street shortly afterward. I recognized Root's passive surveillance posture. I had been watching it on my own tail for a year. I spent 3 hours doing the background work. The assistant's name in the village register, his arrival in Ashigata 7 years ago, his connection to the village council's administrative staff, not as a council member, but as a support role that gave him access to the visitor records and the administrative traffic that passed through the council building. A root operative embedded in a minor village's administrative apparatus, with access to visitor records. The mission category that justified monitoring visitor records in Ashigata was not related to Itachi's career run. It was related to something in this specific village's history that Root wanted to track. The something, a civilian family named Matsuo, 7 years in Ashigata, listed in the village register as relocated from the northern border region. The relocated from address in the village register was incomplete, a region designation rather than a specific location, which was unusual. People who relocated from complete addresses listed complete addresses. People who were hiding from someone listed region designations. I mapped it. A former operative who had broken with Root 7 years ago, gone into hiding with their family, and was now being tracked through their administrative footprint. The Root operative in Ashigata's administrative staff was the monitoring mechanism, generating reports on the family whenever they appeared in the village's records. None of this was relevant to Itachi's mission. All of it was relevant to my ongoing interest in Root's operational patterns. The question was whether to act on it or leave it. Chapter 42. The security incident. I decided to act on it before I fully articulated the reasons to myself. This was a pattern I had noticed in my own decision-making over the past year. I sometimes moved before the analytical process was complete, and the moves generally turned out to be right. I had been trying to understand whether this was genuine intuition, whether the foreknowledge I had was producing reliable below-conscious pattern recognition, or whether I was just getting lucky. I had not resolved the question. The security incident I created was specific and targeted. Root operatives embedded in civilian contexts were not high-level practitioners. The work of passive surveillance in a remote village was not the work that attracted Konoha's most capable personnel. The asset in Ashigata's administrative staff had been there for 7 years, which meant they had been there long enough to become comfortable. And comfort was a particular kind of vulnerability. I created a situation that made the asset's position untenable through legitimate means. The village council's administrative records were reviewed as a standard part of the protective details security clearance process for the location, a routine procedure that the Konoha Intelligence Division could conduct before any official mission delivery. During this review, I identified 2 discrepancies in the visitor records that appeared to indicate the assistant had been making unauthorized changes to official documents. The discrepancies were real. I had not fabricated them. I had noticed them while reviewing the records and realized their significance. The assistant had been altering specific entries to avoid documenting the Matsuo family's appearances in the official log, which was a forgery of official records. When I reported the discrepancies to the village council head as a routine security finding from the mission's pre-delivery assessment, the council head reviewed them personally and had the assistant removed from administrative access pending an investigation. The removal was legitimate. The timing was deliberate. With the root asset removed from position, the Matsuo family's appearances in the administrative record would proceed without monitoring for the duration of the investigation. The former operative, whoever they were, had a window. What they did with the window was not my concern at that moment. What was my concern, as I was completing the pre-delivery assessment documentation, was that Itachi Uchiha had been sitting at the hostel's common room table for the past 2 hours, studying his mission materials, and had been watching me with the specific quality of attention that I recognized from our first meeting's briefing about Root's parallel operation. He had been watching me do the assessment. He had seen the sequence. He was 9 years old, and he had already assembled the significant elements of what I had done. Chapter 43. What Itachi sees after the mission delivery, which went smoothly, as courier deliveries to minor allied villages generally did. Itachi requested a private conversation. The request was formal. He used the correct ANBU protocol phrase for requesting a secure discussion with a superior operative. He was 9 years old, and he used the protocol phrase correctly, which I noted and filed as a data point about his development. We found a location outside the hostel, a sitting area at the edge of the village's public garden, open enough to be unmonitored, quiet enough for conversation. The security incident that removed the administrative assistant from his position at the village council, Itachi said. That was not an accident. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Are you asking whether it was deliberate or why it was necessary? Both, he said. He had his hands in his lap and was looking at me with the Uchiha eyes, still standard black, the Sharingan dormant. But the eyes had their own quality even without activation, a depth of attention that the body didn't quite match because the body was still 9 years old. The assistant was removed because he was conducting unauthorized surveillance. You identified the surveillance during your pre-delivery environmental assessment. You reported the discrepancies in his record alterations to the village council rather than addressing the surveillance directly. Yes, the surveillance was not directed at our mission. It was directed at a civilian family in the village. He was working through it in real time, not presenting a finished analysis. The family's records in the village register have an incomplete address of origin, which is unusual. The assistant had been altering the records to prevent the family's appearances from being documented. He looked at me. He was protecting them from something, or hiding them from something. The second one, I said. From Root. I did not answer immediately. 9 years old. The assistant was not acting in the family's interest, I said carefully. He was monitoring the family on behalf of a party that wanted to know their whereabouts. Your assessment of that party is your own to make. Root monitors civilians with connections to former operatives, he said. The incomplete address suggests the family relocated to avoid being found. The monitoring mechanism suggests they were found anyway, at least by the party that placed the asset in Ashigata's administrative structure. He looked at the garden. The family is in danger. The family is in less danger this week than they were last week, I said. The monitoring mechanism has been interrupted. What they do with that interruption is their choice. Why didn't you tell me before you acted? This was the most interesting question he had asked. Not, how did you know? Not, was this authorized? Why didn't you tell me? Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, I said. Would you have acted differently if I had told you? He thought about this seriously. I don't know. I would have had more information about what I was observing. He paused. I would have been able to participate in the decision rather than observing its outcome. That's a significant distinction, I said. You're right that I should have told you. I had not told him because my working assumption had been that telling a 9-year-old about a covert root operation was not appropriate operational practice. The assumption was incorrect, not because of his age, but because of what he was. I made an assessment about what information to share based on an assumption about your capacity. The assumption was wrong. He looked at me. He was quiet for a moment. Not upset, processing. The specific processing of someone who had received an honest answer that was not the defensive answer they had half expected. What was the assumption, he said? That you were too young to need to know. And the correction? That you are exactly as old as you are, I said. Which is old enough to ask the right questions. A brief pause. Something in his posture shifted, not dramatically. A small adjustment, the kind that indicated an internal recalibration. Will you tell me about Root? He said. Chapter 44. What the system actually is, I told him. Not everything. Not the foreknowledge. Not the timeline. Not the specific futures I was trying to prevent. I told him the institutional reality. What Root was, how it had been operating, what the authorization doctrine said versus what Root's operations actually were, what the audit had found, and what the documentation was now establishing. I told him in the same way I would tell an adult colleague who needed the information to do their work correctly. He listened without interruption. He asked 3 clarifying questions during the account, each of which indicated that he was not just processing the content, but was building a structural model of the system in real time. When I finished, he was quiet for a while. Root operates within Konoha, he said, under a doctrine that was established to protect Konoha during wartime. But the operations you've described, the targeting of civilians, the monitoring of former operatives and their families, these are not operations that serve Konoha's security. They serve Root's institutional position. Yes, and they have been conducted with the justification that the doctrine authorizes them, even though the doctrine's scope provision doesn't cover them. Yes, and the formal process for addressing this, the audit, the oversight mechanism, the council briefing requirement, has produced progress but not resolution. Yes. He was quiet again. Why hasn't this been addressed more completely, he said. Not rhetorically, a genuine inquiry. He had heard the explanation of what had been done and was asking about what hadn't. The formal process can only reach as far as the evidence that can be formally presented, I said. The most significant operations are the ones that were most carefully hidden. The doctrine architecture was designed to make them undiscoverable through the formal process. I paused. There are also institutional dynamics that I've been managing carefully. If the challenge to Root's authority is too aggressive or too public, the institutional response is unpredictable. I've been working to reduce Root's operational freedom incrementally, through constraints that survive the legal challenge rather than through confrontations that might not. Incremental constraints, he said. Over time. Yes. What would remove the limitation on how far the formal process can reach, he said. I looked at him. 9 years old. He had listened to a complete institutional account of one of Konoha's most significant internal governance failures and had immediately identified the constraint on the resolution mechanism and asked the right question about it. The right evidence in front of the right people at the right time, I said. He considered this. What counts as the right evidence? Documentation of specific unauthorized operations that can be formally attributed to a specific decision-maker through a chain of evidence that can't be procedurally challenged. I paused. What I have now is strong enough to constrain. It isn't yet strong enough to resolve. And the right people? The Civilian Oversight Council's Intelligence Committee. Hiruzen-sama's direct authority. Anyone who has both the legal standing to act on the evidence and the motivation to do so. And the right time? When the evidence is strong enough that the procedural defenses don't hold. He thought about all of this. Outside the garden, the village was moving through its afternoon rhythms. Somewhere behind us, the mission's return timeline was clicking forward. I want to understand this system, he said finally. It was not a request for more information. It was a statement of intent. Not just root. The whole institutional structure, where the oversight failures are, where the authorization boundaries are, what the formal mechanisms can do and what they can't. He looked at me directly. I want to understand it the way you understand it. I was quiet for a moment. That's going to take years, I said. I know, he said. Chapter 45. The Alliance. The return journey to Konoha took 5 days at a pace that accommodated conversation. We talked for most of it. Itachi asked questions that were not the questions 9-year-olds usually asked. He asked about the relationship between the Civilian Oversight Council and the Jonin command structure, and how the legal authorities for each were delimited, and what happened when they came into conflict. He asked about the history of the authorization doctrine and how it had evolved from its original wartime scope into its current application. He asked about the difference between what Root's records said and what Root's operations did, and whether the gap was visible to the people who were adjacent to Root's activities. I answered each question with the same care I would give to a colleague. What I was doing, I understood as I did it, was the thing I had done with Sure Sway, but in a different register, showing someone who was capable of understanding the real system what the real system looked like. The gap between the institutional ideal and the institutional practice. The way that legitimate authority structures could be captured by specific actors who used them as personal tools. The way that fixing that kind of capture required working within the formal mechanisms rather than against them, because working against the mechanisms destroyed the mechanisms, and the mechanisms themselves were not the problem. Itachi processed everything I said and returned to me with follow-up questions that indicated he was not just memorizing, but was actively testing the model for internal consistency. He found 3 cases during the 5-day journey where my account of the system didn't quite fit the outcomes I had described, and he raised each one correctly. They were all places where I had simplified to make the explanation accessible. He was not willing to accept the simplification once he had identified it. I unsimplified the explanation each time. By the 4th day, we were having a conversation between 2 people who both understood the system, which was a different kind of conversation. He was 9 years old, and I was however old. I had become across 2 lives, and neither of those facts was quite as relevant as the fact that we were both looking at the same architecture and seeing the same failure modes. On the 5th day, he said, I want to be assigned to your investigative detail whenever our missions overlap. It was not phrased as a request. It was phrased as a statement of preference, offered for my assessment. I'll put the request through the formal channel, I said. The formal channel will take a week. Yes, I said. That's appropriate for a formal request. It creates a legitimate record. I paused. The informal channel takes about 10 minutes, but informal records can be challenged in ways that formal records can't. I want this to have the kind of standing that doesn't require explanation when someone reviews it later. He thought about this for a moment. You're thinking about who reviews the record in 10 years. I'm thinking about who reviews the record in 20 years, I said. He was quiet. Then, how do you think about that timeline? How do you hold that much ahead of where you are? It was the most personal question he had asked. I don't hold all of it, I said. I hold the specific decisions that are in front of me right now, and I try to make sure the decisions are ones I can explain to someone reviewing them from 20 years ahead. The way you'd write an action report knowing that a court would read it eventually. You don't lie. You don't obscure. You state what you did and why, because the record's integrity is the thing that gives it value. He walked in silence for a while. My father makes decisions and doesn't explain them, he said. It was not a complaint. It was an observation. He believes that the decision-maker's authority is self-justifying. If the decision was made by the right person, it was the right decision. That's an institutional philosophy with a specific vulnerability, I said. If the decision-maker's authority is ever challenged, all the decisions become challengeable at once. There's no independent record of the reasoning. Yes, he said. I have been thinking about that. He paused. Can I ask you something directly? Yes. Do you know how the Uchiha clan situation ends? The question was quiet and precise and had the quality of something he had been turning over for some time before asking it. I was quiet for longer than I usually was. I know how it could end, I said. I know what circumstances produce specific outcomes. I don't know what the outcomes will be, because the circumstances have already changed significantly. I paused. What I know is that the most dangerous scenario requires a specific set of conditions, and some of those conditions no longer obtain. You're saying the worst case is less likely than it was. Yes. Because of the work you've been doing. Because of the work we've been doing, I said. And because of your cousin Shursui. And because Hiruzen-sama has moved in the directions he's moved. And because you are the person you are, and you're asking the questions you're asking. He was quiet for the rest of the journey. When we reached Konoha's gates, he said, the formal channel request. I'll put it in today. He paused. You said the record needs to be one you can explain to someone reviewing it from 20 years ahead. Yes. Then the record should show that I made this request because I believe the investigative work is important and that working alongside you is how I learned to do it correctly. He looked at me. That's accurate. That's accurate. I confirmed. He submitted the formal request that afternoon. Hiruzen approved it by end of day, which was faster than a week and faster than 10 minutes. The approval note read, asterisk approved. The investigative context warrants prodigy development access. Asterisk the partnership was on record. The next phase of the work had a new element. Chapter 46. The Orochimaru Consultation Year 5 after the attack. Itachi was 10. Naruto was 5. Enrolled in the Academy's pre-track program for children who showed early chakra sensitivity. Orochimaru was still in Konoha, conducting research that was accelerating toward the point where his position would become untenable. I had been monitoring the Orochimaru situation through the intelligence file that had been growing on my desk for 4 years. The second informant. The third. The specific documentation of experimental subjects in the underground laboratory that Konoha's medical corps had eventually located and been told to avoid, because the research had been classified before the medical corps' jurisdiction extended to that facility. The slow accumulation of evidence that was building toward a crisis point. The timeline as I knew it. Orochimaru would defect within the next 12 to 18 months. The pressures that drove the defection were already in place. The specific trigger would be something in the institutional environment. A formal investigation, a threat to his experimental program, something that made the calculation of continued Konoha affiliation unfavorable relative to operating independently. The question was whether to accelerate the trigger. I had been thinking about this for 2 years. The case for acceleration. The longer Orochimaru stayed in Konoha, the more resources he had access to, the more experimental data he accumulated, the more damage his departure would produce. An early defection was a smaller crisis than a late one. The case against acceleration. A change trigger produced a change departure scenario, and the departure scenario I knew had a specific shape that I understood. An accelerated departure might produce something less predictable. What I decided to do was neither accelerate nor delay, but to use the remaining window. Orochimaru's expertise in the space-time jutsu taxonomy was genuine and significant. His understanding of Kamui's specific variant, the dimensional displacement, the phasing capability, the range limitations, was unmatched in Konoha and probably unmatched in any standard intelligence resource. I had the investigation's formal identification of the masked man as a Manjikyu Sharingan user. I had Kakashi's subjective identification of the technique as consistent with Ibido, but what I did not have was a technical assessment from someone with the specific depth of knowledge to characterize the technique's full capability and identify potential countermeasures. I submitted a formal request to involve Orochimaru in the investigation's technical review. Danzo objected within 48 hours. The objection was procedurally framed. Orochimaru's current security status, given the ongoing review of his research activities, made his involvement in a classified investigation inadvisable. The objection was legally thin but institutionally real. If Orochimaru became formally involved in the investigation, Root's exclusive access to his research outputs would be reduced. Hiruzen reviewed the objection and overruled it. The consultation was scheduled. Chapter 47. Kamui. The meeting room was in the classified wing of the ANBU Intelligence Division, which meant it required clearance to access, but was a normal, functional space rather than an interrogation environment. Orochimaru arrived exactly on time, which was information in itself. He had treated the meeting as professionally significant rather than as an imposition. He was in his late 30s. The physical reality of Orochimaru was not what I had expected from the manga's characterization, which tended toward the unsettling in a broad-stroke way. The reality was more precise. a man who was very intelligent and whose intelligence was oriented primarily toward acquisition. The specific hunger of someone who had decided that the things worth having were the things that other people couldn't access. It was visible in how he looked at the investigation's material when we spread it on the table. Not professional assessment, but appetite. He found the problem genuinely interesting. "Let me be clear about what you're asking," he said, after reviewing the technical summary. "You want a complete capability analysis of the technique the masked figure used to control the nine tails, the dimensional displacement, the intangibility function, and the Bijou Jinjutsu application, as well as an assessment of the technique's limitations and whether those limitations can be exploited." "Yes," I said. He considered the summary for a long moment. "The technique is Kimui. You have that identification already." "We have the identification," Kakashi said. "What we want is the full technical picture." "The full technical picture." Orochimaru set the summary down. Kimui is a dimensional transportation and manipulation technique of the Manjikyu Sharingan. The specific variant appears to create a pocket dimension accessible through the technique's activation. The user can send objects or portions of themselves into this dimension, creating the intangibility effect, and can transport themselves or other objects between the pocket dimension and the standard spatial domain. He was speaking in the precise, unhurried manner of someone who had thought about these concepts for a long time. The Jinjutsu application to a Bijou is a secondary function. The Sharingan's base capability in visual contact Jinjutsu, scaled for a larger target through the Manjikyu's power amplification. "What are the limitations?" I asked. "The pocket dimension has capacity constraints," he said. "You cannot send arbitrarily large objects through without proportional chakra cost. The Jinjutsu application to a Bijou-scale target requires sustained visual contact with the target. If the contact is broken, the technique must be re-established. And there is, apparently, a physical cost to the user." He paused. "The Manjikyu Sharingan techniques produce progressive visual damage in the user. Extended use of Kamui accelerates this damage. If the user knew this," I said, "they would minimize unnecessary technique use." "Yes, a technically sophisticated user would use Kamui only when no alternative exists." He looked at me with an expression that I recognized as genuine intellectual interest. "You want to know whether the Jinjutsu control can be broken without direct confrontation. Can it? The visual contact requirement is the obvious vulnerability," he said. "Any technique that interrupts the sight line between the user and the target breaks the Jinjutsu. Smoke, barrier techniques, physical relocation of either the user or the target. The difficulty is implementation. Interrupting sight lines with a Bijou-scale target requires substantial output, and doing so while the target is under Jinjutsu control creates an unpredictable transition as the beast reverts to autonomous behavior." Kakashi said, "If someone had known this on the night of the attack, they could have deployed a large-scale barrier technique between the masked figure's position and the nine tails," Orochimaru said. "Yes, the technique would have broken. The beast would have ceased to be directed." He paused. "The challenge is that whoever deployed the barrier would have immediately had the undirected attention of the nine tails as a consequence. It is a favorable trade compared to the directed attack, but it is not a safe trade." I thought about the message I had sent to the Jonin on the night of the attack. The message had not been acted on in time, or had not been acted on at all. But the information was correct, and Orochimaru had now confirmed it from a completely independent technical analysis, which meant it was now in the investigation's formal record as verified doctrine rather than one operative's field observation. That had value. "One more question," I said. "The technique's recovery time after the dimensional pocket is used. Is there a window after heavy technique use where the user's capability is reduced?" Orochimaru looked at me with an expression that shifted very slightly in the direction of something I might have called respect, if I were being generous. "Yes," he said. "Extended Kimui use produces a recovery window of several minutes where the dimensional access is substantially impaired. The user can still use standard Sharingan techniques during this period, but the dimensional functions are unavailable." He paused. "How do you know to ask that question?" "Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly," I said. "Do you want the answer to be the one where I explain my reasoning, or the one where you file it as evidence of unusual analytical capability and move on?" A pause. Something in his face shifted, the appetite quality becoming more focused. "The second one," he said. "For now." "Then that's the answer," I said. Chapter 48. The technical record. The Orochimaru consultation produced a 9-page technical analysis. The analysis confirmed and extended the investigation's existing technical findings. It was now formally on record, attributed to Orochimaru's expertise, that the masked figure's technique was Kimui, that Kamui was uniquely associated with the Manjikyu Sharingan, that the Genjutsu control application to Bijou-scale targets required sustained visual contact, and that the technique had specific recovery limitations after heavy use. It also contained, as an appendix, Orochimaru's list of individuals in Konoha's known historical record who had possessed or could plausibly have developed Manjikyu-capable Sharingan. The list was short. In living memory, Kakashi Hatake, by transfer from a donor who had Manjikyu capability. The masked figure himself, by necessity. 2 older generation Uchiha whose dates of death were confirmed by multiple independent sources and were therefore not candidates. Of the 2 historical candidates whose deaths were not confirmed by multiple independent sources, one was a clan member from 40 years ago whose records were too old to provide useful information. The other was a Bido Uchiha, whose death at Canopy Bridge had been documented in a report that Kakashi himself had written under traumatic conditions, without body confirmation, in hostile territory. The intelligence case was now tri-corroborated. Kakashi's subjective identification, the directional collapse analysis, and Orochimaru's independent technical list, all 3 pointing at the same name. Hiruzen received the full file. The formal consequence: the masked man investigation was redesignated as a Priority 1 classified inquiry. The redesignation moved it fully out of Root's administrative purview and into Hiruzen's direct authority. Danzo filed a procedural objection. Hiruzen did not respond to the objection through the normal procedural channel. He responded through the Hokage's direct administrative authority, which superseded Root's filing rights. Root lost administrative access to the investigation entirely. Danzo had lost 2 significant leverage points in the space of a year: the procedural hold on the exoneration announcement and the administrative access to the investigation. Each loss had been through legitimate channels. Each loss was documented. The pattern of losses was visible to anyone who reviewed the institutional record. Shursui brought me a message through the dead drop the week after the redesignation. Asterisk, the temperature in the compound has dropped again. Fugaku is talking about the Hokage's governance as a system worth engaging rather than resisting. Still cautious. But the direction has changed. Asterisk, I filed that and thought about the year's cumulative arc. The masked man case, stronger than it had ever been. The Uchiha political situation, lower temperature, more stable, with Fugaku showing genuine engagement. Root's operational freedom, significantly constrained compared to year 1. Itachi, developing along the right trajectory, now formally involved in the investigative work. What remained? The Orochimaru timeline was still running. Somewhere outside Konoha's borders, Obito was still building whatever he was building. Nagato was still an Amigakure with an ideology that would eventually produce the Akatsuki in full operational form. These were not this year's problems. They were the problems that the architecture being built now would eventually need to address. Chapter 49. The false report Root's first direct move against me came on a Tuesday morning in the 6th year after the attack. I was reviewing files in the intelligence division when the administrative notice arrived. A formal request for an appearance before the ANBU Conduct Review Board, citing an allegation of unauthorized intelligence operations. The allegation that I had been running unsanctioned contacts within the Uchiha clan, collecting intelligence that had not been reported through proper channels, and potentially sharing classified investigation materials with unauthorized parties. The allegation was false. I had been running contacts within the Uchiha clan, specifically Shursui, who was a formal member of the investigation team, and whose communications with me were entirely sanctioned. The characterization of those communications as unauthorized was the fabrication. The specific wording of the allegation was designed to imply that the investigation team's authorized contact had been used to run something illegitimate on the side. I had anticipated this. Not this specific form of it. I had expected Root to move against me eventually and had prepared contingencies, but the specific framing of the allegation was Danzo's work and was more carefully constructed than I had given him credit for. The allegation did not claim I had done something obviously illegal. It claimed I had operated in a gray zone that would require investigation to resolve, and the investigation process would suspend my active duty access while it ran. The suspension went into effect at noon. I was temporarily cut off from the Intelligence Division's active files, from the investigation's ongoing documentation, from my standard ANBU operational access. Not from everything. I retained basic personal clearance, the ability to move within Konoha, the access to the dead drop channels I had maintained outside the official system. But the active duty suspension was real and was designed to constrain me at a specific moment when the investigation's next phase was approaching a decision point. I went home. I spent 3 days working. On the afternoon of day 1, I reviewed every Root surveillance operation that had been conducted against my activities over the past year. I had been tracking the surveillance patterns as a matter of practice. The specific movements of route handlers, the timing of their observation windows, the documentation patterns I had inferred from the operational architecture. I had records, not official records. These were in my private notation system, reconstructed from observation rather than from institutional documentation. I identified the critical problem immediately. The route surveillance on my alleged unauthorized Uchiha contact operations had begun before the dates that the allegation claimed the operations occurred. The surveillance predated the alleged conduct. Someone had documented surveillance on operations that had not yet happened at the time the surveillance was recorded. This was not a minor inconsistency. This was documentation of route fabricating an official conduct record, entering surveillance observations for a time period when no surveillance had actually occurred and no conduct had actually occurred. On day 2, I built the evidentiary case from the pattern data. The specific route handlers whose movement patterns I had documented, the dates of their documented observation windows, the dates in the allegation that claimed operations had occurred on those same dates, but slightly later. The logical structure. If route surveillance of my activities produced records dated before the activities occurred, someone in route's administrative function had created those records after the fact. On day 3, I presented the analysis to the Conduct Review Board. The board reviewed the documentation. The logical impossibility was clear. You cannot surveil activities before they occur. The allegation was withdrawn. I was cleared and reinstated. Danzo's move had cost him 3 days of my active duty access and had produced a formal record of route fabricating official documentation. As institutional losses went, it was a significant one. Chapter 50. 3 days. The 3 days of the suspension had not been wasted. I had mentioned this to Kakashi on the day of my reinstatement, and he had looked at me with the particular expression that indicated he was calibrating whether I had been doing what he thought I had been doing. You wrote something, he said. Several things, I said. The most significant, a comprehensive strategic assessment. Not a case file, not an investigation report. A document structured as a long-term risk analysis, covering the next decade of the timeline I knew, formatted as the kind of work a senior intelligence analyst would produce when asked to characterize the threat environment over an extended horizon. I had written it without citing specific future events. I had written it by taking the known elements of the current threat environment and projecting forward from them with the analytical rigor that had become my institutional signature over the past 6 years. Where I knew specific things, I constructed the analytical chain that would derive those things from available evidence. The document read as exceptional analytical work rather than prophecy. I made 3 copies of the decryption method. I gave one to Kakashi. I gave one to Shursui. I gave one to Hiruzen through a formal channel request that cited the 3-day suspension as evidence of Route's active interference with ongoing Konoha security work. The 3 recipients would not understand the full document unless they compared notes. I had distributed pieces of the interpretive key. This was not an accident. If any one copy was intercepted or the recipient was compromised, the others retained enough integrity to remain useful. If all 3 compared notes at the right moment, when the long arc predictions were already proving accurate, the full picture would be available to the people who needed it most. You're building a legacy record, Kakashi said when I explained the structure. A document that will be more legible in 10 years than it is now. Yes, because you know what happens in 10 years. Some of it, I said. Enough to frame the risk analysis accurately. I paused. The point isn't to tell anyone the future. The point is to have an institutional record that helps the right people respond correctly when specific things happen. So that when the first Akatsuki contact occurs, someone in Konoha's command structure has a framework for understanding what they're dealing with rather than being forced to construct one from scratch under pressure. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. The Akatsuki. Yes. You mentioned them once before. The Amigakure connection to the masked man. He was looking at the document in his hands. This assessment covers them. In analytical terms derived from available intelligence, I said. Yes. He looked at me. You're not afraid of any of this. I thought about that. I'm appropriately concerned, I said. I'm not frozen. The difference is that I know where the endpoints are on several of the threat vectors, which means I know where the work is most useful. I paused. Fear is calibration data. I use it when it's pointing at something real, and when it's not. Apparently, I said, you file it and get back to work. He looked at the document for another moment. Then, Route's fabrication of official records is going to be usable in a formal proceeding now. You have the timeline analysis, you have the Conduct Review Board's finding, and you have the pattern of Route's false reporting established across multiple incidents. He put the document inside his vest. The council oversight briefing mechanism we've been holding, the timing might be right. Yes, I said. I think it might be. He left without another word. which was the specific kind of leaving that indicated he had already decided and was moving to execute. I went back to the intelligence division and got back to work. Chapter 51. The fabrication file. The fabrication evidence went through the oversight mechanism on the morning of my reinstatement. The mechanism was the Civilian Oversight Council's Intelligence Committee, the same committee that the original authorization doctrine legally required to be briefed on Root's operations. Kakashi had been holding the council briefing document for months, waiting for the moment when the foundation was solid enough. The Conduct Review Board's finding provided that foundation, a formal institutional determination that Root had fabricated official records. The briefing document now had two elements it had not had before: the Root audit's methodology analysis, and the Conduct Review Board's formal finding that documented surveillance records had been created after the fact. The combined package went to the three council committee members Kakashi had identified as both legally entitled to the briefing and not dependent on Root's goodwill for any aspect of their institutional position. These were the members who had been systematically blocked from Root briefings they were legally entitled to under the doctrine's own language. They received the briefing on a Wednesday afternoon, in a private council session with Hiruzen present. I was not present. I received a summary through Kakashi that evening. They read the full package, he said. They asked 11 questions. Hiruzen answered 10 of them directly and deferred one, the question of what the remedy process looked like, pending legal review. He paused. The committee chair said, after reading the fabrication evidence, this organization has been operating as if there were no accountability structure. The accountability structure exists. We appear to have not been using it. That's accurate, I said. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. The committee has voted to initiate a formal accountability review of Root's operations under the doctrine's oversight provisions. It's not a dissolution. It's a formal audit with the council's legal standing behind it, which is different from the ANBU Intelligence Division's audit authority. He paused. Danzo can't route the council's formal review through Root's own administrative structure. The legal standing goes above him. The accountability review did not kill Root immediately. Danzo had too much institutional depth for a single review to produce a dissolution outcome. But it placed Root under genuine external oversight for the first time in its operational history, and external oversight with real legal standing was a different animal from the ANBU audit that had been running through channels Danzo controlled. This was progress, not resolution. Progress. I filed the Conduct Review Board's finding in my personal archive alongside the other documentation of Root's operational conduct over 6 years. The archive was growing. When the moment came for a full accounting, the archive would be ready. Year 5 closed with the accountability review formally initiated and Orochimaru still in Konoha, running experiments that would not survive the review's eventual scrutiny. Year 6 would produce different problems. Chapter 52. The departure. Orochimaru left on a morning in early spring. There was no confrontation, no investigation trail of combat in a Konoha corridor, no dramatic final act. His laboratory in the underground facility was found empty. Not destroyed, not cleaned, but emptied in the specific way of someone who had conducted an organized departure rather than a flight. Equipment had been removed from the stations where it had been mounted. Storage had been cleared. Documents were gone. The experimental subjects, such as had been alive at the time, were also gone. The facility had the quality of a room after a long-time occupant has moved out. The shape of the previous life still visible in the dust and the marks on the walls, but the life itself no longer present. Hiruzen was informed before noon. Kakashi's team was tasked with the investigation. I was brought in as the Intelligence Division's representative for the first assessment. The facility told us several things. The departure had been planned for at least a month, possibly longer. The organized nature of the removal indicated someone who had known the departure was coming and had prepared systematically. The timing, a weekend, when the facility's monitoring rotation changed, suggested knowledge of Konoha's security schedule. Orochimaru had not been acting on impulse. He had made a calculation. He left because he had what he needed, and staying was becoming untenable, I said. We were standing in the facility's main laboratory space, looking at the empty equipment stations. The Council Accountability Review would have reached his research eventually. The Medical Corps had formal notification of the facility. The experimental data that Root had been protecting for him was no longer protected once Root's operational authority was formally reviewed. I paused. He made the optimal exit decision at the optimal time. Without a confrontation, Kakashi said. He didn't need to fight his way out. He had what he needed. Conflict would have been a cost he didn't have to pay. Kakashi looked at the empty room. The experimental data. Yes. He took it with him. Yes. We stood in the empty space for a moment. The experimental data on Sharingan transplantation into non-Uchiha hosts was now outside Konoha's jurisdiction and in the hands of someone who had no institutional constraints on what he did with it. This was not the outcome I would have preferred, but it was the outcome that the original timeline had also produced, in a different form, and the question was not whether it had happened, but what happened next. What happened next was that Danzo no longer had exclusive access to Orochimaru's research pipeline. The transplantation data was out there, but it was not in Danzo's hands specifically. And what Danzo needed from that data, specific techniques for acquiring Sharingan from living Uchiha operatives, was no longer available through the institutional channel he had been using. He would look for another channel. Shirsue's message arrived through the dead drop that afternoon. 2 months ago, a root operative made contact with someone on the Uchiha medical staff. Framed as a consultation inquiry. It was not a consultation. I have the contact record. Chapter 53. Pre-targeting reconnaissance. I met Shirsue the following morning. The dead drop location had been the meeting point for 6 years. We had used it often enough that our meeting patterns were themselves routine, invisible in the same way that any sufficiently consistent behavior became invisible. 2 intelligence operatives meeting at a location they both had legitimate reasons to access. Nothing anomalous. He had the contact record. A single document, recovered from the Uchiha clan's own security monitoring. The clan maintained watching positions on anyone who made contact with clan members in unusual contexts, and the root operative's approach to the medical staff member had triggered the monitoring. The operative had framed the inquiry as a professional medical consultation about Sharingan-related chakra conditions. The questions they had asked were not about conditions. They were about Shirsue specifically. His documented chakra signature from past medical evaluations, his normal training schedule and location, the status of his Manjikyu capability, and its development stage. Pre-targeting reconnaissance. Someone gathering the specific operational information needed to plan an acquisition attempt. They're building the operational picture for taking my eye, Shirsue said. He was not upset. He had the calm of someone who had been told something like this was coming and was now receiving confirmation. The Orochimaru data is gone. Danzo needs another source for the transplantation research. My eye is the most significant target available. Yes, I said. The approach through the medical staff is reconnaissance, not the operation itself. They're still in the planning phase. Yes, based on the pattern of the contact, the specific questions, the information categories, I estimate 3 to 6 weeks before the operational plan moves to execution stage. He nodded slowly. In the analytical framework you've used when discussing possible versions of events, he paused. You've referenced a scenario where something happened to my eye. You've never told me the specific details. I've told you enough to protect against the immediate threat, I said. The specific details of a scenario that isn't going to happen have limited operational value. Unless I ask for them directly. He looked at me, which I am now doing. I had known this moment was coming. I had been thinking about how to handle it since the first time I had given him partial information about the Konoha Tsukumi threat, 3 years ago. The calculus had not changed. Telling him the full scenario was a risk. The scenario was different now in several respects, and matching what I knew to what was actually happening would require him to trust that my description of a different timeline was relevant to his current situation. But the alternative, asking him to act on partial information against a specific physical threat, was also a risk. In the version of events that would have proceeded if nothing had changed, I said carefully, your eye was taken through a staged ambush using the medical staff contact as a preparation mechanism. The operation was conducted by root personnel authorized by Danzo personally. The justification was that your Konoha Tsukumi, the specific technique in your Manjikyu Sharingan, could be used to influence the decision-making of targeted individuals without their awareness. He was very still. Danzo believed that technique could be used on Fugaku, I said, to prevent the Uchiha coup, to plant a specific decision inside your father's mind without his knowledge or consent. Silence. And my eye was taken, Shirsue said, rather than my cooperation being requested. Yes. Because my cooperation would have been refused. Yes. He was quiet for a long time. Long enough that I gave him the time rather than filling it. In this version of events, he said finally, things have changed enough that the ambush scenario is no longer on the same timeline. Yes. Significantly. The Council Oversight Review has constrained Root's operational freedom. The fabrication evidence has produced formal scrutiny. Danzo's available resources for an operation of this type are reduced compared to where they were. I paused. But the threat is not gone. The reconnaissance is real. The timeline is compressed. 3 to 6 weeks is not comfortable. No, he agreed. It isn't. Chapter 54. Working the threat. We worked the threat together, as we had worked most things over the past 6 years. The specific operational question, Root was building toward an acquisition attempt. The window was 3 to 6 weeks. Within that window, we needed to either eliminate the threat, remove xianxia from the approach scenario's parameters, or produce sufficient institutional deterrence that the operation was abandoned. Elimination was possible, but costly. Actively moving against Root operatives in the field would produce a direct confrontation that both of us had been avoiding for 6 years. The institutional architecture we had built was more valuable than any single threat it could neutralize, and burning it on an open confrontation would be a poor trade even if the confrontation succeeded. Removal from the approach scenario. xianxia could alter his movement patterns, his training schedule, his medical access in ways that denied Root the ability to close the operational window. This was sustainable for a short period. It was not a long-term solution. Institutional deterrence. If Root knew that an operation against xianxia would produce immediate documented consequences for Danzo's already constrained position, the calculation of whether to proceed would change. The deterrence required the threat to be visible to Root's decision-making structure without being so explicit that it read as a challenge. The approach through the medical staff created a documented contact, I said. The documentation exists in the clan's security monitoring records. If that documentation enters the investigation file, formally, through the proper channel, it creates a record that Root's planning activities were known before any operation occurred. If the operation then proceeds, xianxia said, the documentation proves the premeditation. And premeditated unauthorized operations against a formal investigation team member. You're formally on the investigation team. Using reconnaissance that was conducted during a period of active council oversight review would be an institutional catastrophe for Root's already compromised position. I paused. The question is whether Danzo knows the documentation exists. If he knows, xianxia said, does he proceed anyway? This was the question I had been sitting with. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, I said slowly. Danzo has consistently operated on the assumption that his institutional position was strong enough to survive specific documented violations. 6 years ago, that assumption was probably correct. Today it is less correct. I paused. But the specific value of your eye to his strategic position, the Konoha ANBU application, is high enough that he might accept a significant institutional cost to acquire it. So we can't rely on deterrence alone. No, I said. We can't. We need the documentation visible, and we need you out of the approach window, and we need something that changes the cost calculation at the fundamental level. I thought for a moment. The fundamental cost calculation changes if the council oversight review produces a formal finding before the operation can be executed. The review has been running for 6 months, xianxia said. How fast can it move? Faster than 3 to 6 weeks, I said. If the right evidence enters the review process in the right format. He looked at me. What evidence? I looked at the contact record in my hand. This, I said. Chapter 55, the direct question, how do you know? xianxia asked it in the middle of a routine intelligence briefing session 3 days after our working the threat conversation. The session was in the investigations working room. We were alone. He had been reviewing a surveillance summary, and then he had set it down and asked the question as if it had been sitting just behind his previous sentence for some time. I put down the document I was reading. I've been avoiding asking directly for 3 years, he said. Because every time I've considered asking, the work has been more immediately important than the answer. But the work is currently in a position where I need to understand what I'm working with. He met my eyes. You know more than you're showing. Not analysis. The analysis is real. I've watched you build evidentiary chains. I've seen how the reasoning works. But the reasoning is working from information that isn't available in the institutional record and has been consistently accurate in ways that analysis alone doesn't explain. He paused. Foreknowledge. I was quiet for a moment. 6 years ago, I had given Hiruzen a partial answer because the timing and the trust were not yet right. I had given Kakashi a partial answer because the investigation needed to proceed and the full answer would have been too destabilizing. I had given neither of them the complete picture. xianxia was different from both of them. He had been working alongside me for 5 years. He had seen the full operational arc of what I had been doing. He had been willing to take significant personal risks based on my assessments. He deserved the truth at the level the relationship had established. Yes, I said. Foreknowledge. He was quiet. Not unlimited, I said. Not fully reliable. What I have is specific knowledge about how a version of events could proceed if nothing changed. I have been working to change things, which means the specific foreknowledge becomes less reliable as the changes accumulate. Some things I know with high confidence because the mechanism behind them is deep and hard to redirect. Some things I knew have already changed because the work we've been doing has redirected them. I paused. Koto Amitsukami. Your eye was one of the things I knew with high confidence in the original scenario, because the mechanism behind Danzo's acquisition attempt was Root's institutional power and Danzo's strategic calculation. Both of those are still present. The specific operational form of the attempt has changed because his institutional power is reduced. And you've been working to reduce it, Shursui said. Since the first day? Yes. Everything you've done, the investigation, the exoneration, the audit, the oversight review, it was all designed to reduce Root's institutional power so that specific operations became more costly and less viable. Yes. He was very still for a moment. How do you know? He said again. It was not the same question. The first version was about the mechanism. This version was about the origin. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, I said. Are you asking what the source of the foreknowledge is, or whether the foreknowledge is reliable? Both. I thought about how to answer this. The full answer required explaining something that would sound, to anyone who had not already built a working model of the evidence, like exactly the kind of claim that should disqualify someone from being trusted. But Shursui had built that working model over 5 years of working alongside me. He had already done the evidentiary work. I was not born in Konoha, I said. I am not the original person who inhabited this body. On the night of the Ninetales attack, someone came into this body with specific knowledge about the events of the next 20 years of this village's history. That someone was me. I paused. The knowledge came from a context where the events of this world had been studied, documented, where they were accessible as recorded history. I waited. I can show you the evidence. The analytical record. 6 years of predictions that have been accurate. You've seen most of it. I'm asking you to take the final step of believing the account that explains the accuracy. He sat with this for a long time. You're not Konoha-born, he said finally. You arrived in a Konoha body on the worst night in Konoha's recent history with knowledge of what would happen if nothing changed. And you have spent 6 years changing things. He paused. That's an extraordinary claim. Yes, I said. I know. He was quiet for a long moment. The accuracy is real, he said. I've seen it. The root operational planning, the Orochimaru timeline, the pattern of Danzo's moves. Every assessment you've made has been accurate in the specific way that only comes from direct knowledge rather than inference. He looked at me steadily. I believe you. Something in the room shifted. Not dramatically, but the relationship had just completed a transition that had been building for 5 years. What comes next, he said. The Council Oversight Review receives the contact record documentation, I said. 3 to 6 weeks becomes the review timeline rather than the acquisition attempt timeline. And we prepare for whatever Danzo decides to do when he realizes the operation is compromised. What does he decide? Apparently, I said, that's still in flux. Which is the honest answer. He almost smiled. It was a small thing, barely visible. Apparently, he said. Chapter 56. The operational plan apparently, Shursui said, with the particular emphasis of someone trying a new word and finding it fits. The working room was quiet. Outside, Konoha's institutional machinery was proceeding on its normal schedule. Shift changes, mission briefings, the daily rhythm of a village that had survived its worst night and was still working. We had been in this room long enough that the light had shifted from morning to midday. I'm going to tell you what I know about the root operational plan, I said. The specific approach pattern, the timing window, the method. I paused. Knowing this changes what you need to do. The approach uses a specific pretext, another medical evaluation request, framed as a standard Manjikyu monitoring check. The request will come through a legitimate medical channel, so the paperwork is clean. The timing will be calibrated to when Root's assessment suggests your available support network is occupied. When is that? The next 2 weeks contain 3 days when both Kakashi and I are scheduled for external assignments simultaneously. Root's surveillance of the team's schedule is thorough enough that they'll know this. I paused. On one of those 3 days, you'll receive the medical evaluation request. And if I don't attend, then the approach fails on its initial attempt and they adjust. The adjustment is more aggressive and less clean. I met his eyes. The immediate solution is to not be in the scenario when it closes. The longer-term solution requires more. The longer-term solution, he said. Apparently that requires a conversation with your cousin. He was quiet for a moment. Itachi. Itachi is 11 years old, is formally on the investigation team, and has been building a structural model of Konoha's institutional governance for the past 2 years. He has arrived at the same analytical conclusion independently, that the only path to permanent resolution requires removing Root's operational authority rather than constraining it. I paused. He's waiting for the mechanism. You have the mechanism. I have part of it. He has another part, which he doesn't know he has yet. And you have the third part, through your relationship with Fugaku. I let this land. The three parts together are a military tribunal complaint. If three independent complainants of Jonin rank or above file simultaneously, the tribunal process is mandatory and public. It cannot be routed through Root's administrative screening. It cannot be buried. Shursui looked at me steadily. Who are the three? Kakashi, I said. Myself. And the third needs to be someone whose word Hiruzen will accept without institutional doubt. He was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, Fugaku. If the complaint documentation includes root operations that targeted Uchiha civilians, documentation that you and the clan have been holding for years, waiting for a price that was acceptable, your father becomes the third complainant. He has the standing. He has the motivation. And his involvement signals something important about the clan's relationship to Konoha that the exoneration announcement alone didn't communicate. Shursui thought about this for a long time. That requires telling my father the full picture, he said. Not just the documentation. The full picture of what's been happening. Yes. He's going to have questions about you. Yes. Specifically about how you know what you know. Yes. He looked at the table. What do I tell him? The truth, I said. In whatever form you think he can receive it. A pause. He's not going to like it. He doesn't have to like it, I said. He has to decide whether it's accurate, which he can test against 6 years of verifiable outcomes. I paused. The deciding question for Fugaku-san will not be where the information comes from. It will be whether the course of action it supports makes sense on its own terms. Shursui looked up. You've thought about what he'll ask. I think about the questions people will ask before I have the conversations, I said. Apparently it's a habit. He stood. I'll talk to Itachi first. Then we go to Fugaku together. Chapter 57. The three of them Itachi came into the room and looked at Shursui and then at me with the specific quality of attention he brought to situations where he had been told something significant was going to happen and was now assessing whether the reality matched the framing. He was 11 years old. He had been working alongside the investigation team for 2 years. He had read more classified governance documents than most operatives twice his age. He had the specific posture of someone who had been carrying a significant analysis load quietly for a long time and had not yet been given the right opportunity to set it down. The operational threat to Shursui-I's eye, he said. It was not a question. Shursui had briefed him on the way here. Yes, I said. And the longer-term solution to it. I laid out the full picture for the first time in a single conversation. The root operational authority structure, the documentation we had assembled over 6 years, the specific violations that had been documented and the ones that had not yet entered the formal record, the council oversight review's current progress, and the gap between where the review could reach and where the tribunal mechanism could reach. Itachi listened without interruption. He had learned this from somewhere. The specific discipline of holding questions until the account was complete rather than inserting them as they arose. Shursui had the same quality. I had always assumed they had developed it independently as exceptional practitioners. Watching them both do it simultaneously, I reconsidered. They had probably taught it to each other. When I finished, Itachi said, the tribunal complaint is the correct mechanism. The three complainants need standing above the root administrative screening threshold. You have two. Shursui and I cannot be the third because our clan affiliation gives Root's procedural defenses a line of argument about conflict of interest. Yes. Fugaku-san doesn't have the same conflict of interest problem, he said. If he files as the third complainant on the basis of Root's unauthorized operations against Uchiha civilians, the clan affiliation is the basis for standing rather than the conflict of interest. He was quiet for a moment. The documentation of Root targeting Uchiha civilians. We have it. You have it, I said. Shursui provided some of it years ago. There's more. There's significantly more, Shursui said. The clan's security records have been tracking Root contact with Uchiha civilians for 15 years. Not all of it is documented at the level that produces clean, evidentiary claims. Some of it is. Itachi looked at his cousin, then at me. The only way to remove the threat permanently is to remove Root's operational authority. Yes, I said. How? Apparently, I said, we've been working on that for 6 years. The tribunal is the mechanism we've been building toward. I paused. What we need now is the third complainant. Fugaku-san, Itachi said. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. That requires telling my father the full picture. Yes. He looked at the table. He was working through it. The specific difficulty of the conversation he would need to have, the way Fugaku would receive the information, the relationship between the documented evidence, and the explanation of how the evidence had been assembled over 6 years by an ANBU operative whose specific knowledge of events went beyond what standard intelligence work could produce. I know, he said. Give me a day. Take the time you need. He stood. He looked at me one more time with that specific quality of attention. You've been building toward this conversation for how long? Approximately 6 years, I said. Give or take. He almost smiled. It was the same barely visible smile his cousin had used. I was beginning to think it was a clan characteristic rather than a coincidence. Tomorrow evening, he said, and left. Chapter 58. The third complainant Fugaku Uchiha received us in his study. Shursui and Itachi. Not me. The conversation had been structured as a clan internal briefing, which was the correct framing for how the information needed to land. I was present as a documentation source rather than a principal, which meant I was standing in the hallway outside the study while the three of them sat. I heard voices, but not words. The conversation lasted 3 hours and 20 minutes. This was longer than I had estimated. I had expected 2 hours based on my assessment of Fugaku's decision-making speed and the specific content of what needed to be covered. The additional time suggested either more questions than I had anticipated or a longer internal processing period before arriving at the decision. When the study door opened, it was Itachi who came out first. He looked at me with the specific expression that communicated, it went as well as it could have gone. Fugaku came out second. He was in the same civilian clothes he had been wearing when we arrived. His expression was the particular settled quality of someone who had just made a decision and had finished deciding whether to regret it. He looked at me for a long moment without speaking. You have been building this case since the night of the Ninetales attack, he said. Yes. You arrived in this village on that night with information you should not have had, and you have been using that information to construct a governance intervention that addresses the specific failure modes you could identify. He paused. My son tells me the information came from outside normal parameters. Yes. He looked at me steadily. My son also tells me that the evidentiary record of the past 6 years is consistent with accurate foreknowledge rather than with exceptional analysis, and that the consistent accuracy is not something that can be explained by standard analytical capability. He paused. I have reviewed the record Shursui assembled. It is consistent. Yes. If I sign the third complaint, he said, this goes to tribunal, and everything changes. Yes, I said. Apparently it does. Another pause. He was not looking for confirmation. He had made his decision. He was measuring the person he was entrusting it to. The children trust you, he said. Both of them. Itachi does not trust people easily. Shursui trusts people whose record has earned it. He paused. Your record has earned it. He went back into the study. He came out 15 minutes later with the formal complaint document signed. Chapter 59. The formal military tribunal complaint was filed on a Tuesday morning. 3 independent complainants. Kakashi Hitaki, ANBU captain, Jonin rank, documenting Root's unauthorized operations against Konoha civilians, the fabrication of official records in a formal conduct review, and Root's systematic circumvention of oversight mechanisms. Hayashi Souta, ANBU intelligence officer, Jonin rank, documenting Root's unauthorized operations, the methodology analysis establishing deliberate accountability removal from official records, and the Council Oversight Committee's blocked access to legally mandated briefings. Fugaku Uchiha clan head, Jonin rank, documenting Root's unauthorized operations against Uchiha civilians under council protection, conducted without authorization and without the Hokage's knowledge. 3 complainants. 3 independent documentary records. A combined evidentiary package that had been assembled over 6 years. The filing was public within Konoha's military governance structure within 2 hours of submission. Root could not bury it. The military tribunal mechanism bypassed Root's administrative screening entirely. The filing went directly to the governance registry, which was maintained by the Civilian Council's administrative function, which had been operating under heightened oversight since the accountability review had begun. The 3 complainants were on the formal record. I watched the institutional response from the intelligence division. Danzo's initial reaction was visible through the specific quality of Root's administrative communications in the hours after the filing. The traffic patterns that I had learned to read over 6 years indicated urgent internal coordination, the kind of activity that happened when an organization was rapidly assessing how to respond to something it had not fully anticipated. He had known it was coming. He had not known the exact form it would take or the exact moment. Hiruzen convened a formal governance session by afternoon. The session was 3 hours. The outcome, Root's operational license was frozen pending the tribunal's outcome. Danzo was temporarily removed from active oversight of ANBU operations pending the proceeding. The tribunal process was formally initiated, with a civilian governance committee as the presiding body. None of this killed Root immediately. Danzo had institutional resources that would survive the initial hearing. The process would take months. There would be appeals and counterfilings, and the specific slow machinery of formal governance proceedings that were difficult to accelerate. But Root was under mandatory public scrutiny for the first time in its operational history. Sure, I was safe. Danzo's available resources for an unauthorized operation were reduced to the point where the risk calculation no longer favored proceeding. Chapter 60. The end of Arc 3. The Root Tribunal ran for 7 months. The outcome was not dissolution. Danzo's institutional defenses held on the most serious charges, which were reduced to formal findings of operational overreach rather than criminal conduct. But the structural consequences were real. Root was formally disbanded as an independent unit and reintegrated into ANBU under standard oversight protocols. Danzo was removed from the directorship and placed under a restricted activity designation that ended his ability to authorize operational activity. The architecture I had been building for 6 years had produced its most significant structural result. In the Uchiha district, the political temperature had dropped to a level that I had not been able to predict precisely from the original timeline's parameters. Fugaku's decision to sign the third complaint had been visible to the clan, not the specifics, but the fact of a clan head filing alongside Konoha's ANBU operatives, using the village's governance mechanisms to address a governance failure. The signal was legible. Something had changed in how the clan understood its relationship to Konoha's institutional apparatus. The massacre scenario had been destabilized, not eliminated. Fugaku's resentments were long-standing and deeply rooted, and the coup planning had never fully coalesced into something operational, but the conditions that would have driven it toward operational status had been systematically reduced. The original timeline's trajectory required a specific combination of political isolation, institutional hostility, and Danzo's direct manipulation. One of those elements was now formally addressed. Another had been reduced. The third was still Fugaku's internal landscape, which I could not change directly. But Itachi was 11 and was building the kind of understanding of the institutional structure that would, eventually, mean that when his father made difficult decisions, there was someone in the room who knew how to present alternatives. That was the work. Not dramatic. Cumulative. On the morning that the tribunal published its final ruling, I received a message at my intelligence division desk. It was not through the dead drop. It was not through any channel I had established or monitored. It was a single document, sealed with a formation I did not recognize, placed in my incoming correspondence tray. The formation was not Roots. It was not any Konoha institutional format I knew. It was, as I studied it, something that I recognized from a different context entirely. Not intelligence work. Not governance architecture. I opened the document. For words, "You are doing well," and below that, a confirmed sighting report, recent, from an intelligence asset in an unspecified distant country, of a masked figure with distinctive space-time techniques, in an area consistent with contact with Amagekyure's political environment. Obito was in contact with Nagato. The arc of years was continuing. The next phase of the work was coming into view. Chapter 61. Year 7. Naruto Uzumaki was 7 years old. I had been aware of him the entire time. It was difficult not to be aware of him when his welfare was one of the significant concerns that had shaped the past 7 years of work. But awareness and proximity were different things. The protection detail upgrade I was going to recommend would bring me into the operational territory of his daily life in a more direct way than the background monitoring of the past years. What I had observed from a distance. The trajectory of his childhood was different from the original timeline in specific ways that were not uniformly good. The stigma was lower. The institutional neglect was less total. Hiruzen, whose awareness of Naruto's heritage had been reinforced and maintained through the intelligence work of the investigation, had been more attentive in his guardianship than the original timeline's Hiruzen had been. Not significantly more attentive. The third Hokage was a man with a village to govern, but measurably. Naruto had a civilian caretaker arrangement that was not ideal, but was not abusive. He had been enrolled in the academy's pre-track program when it opened, which gave him structured contact with peers. He was still lonely. He still had a reputation that preceded him through the civilian community. The Jinchuriki's reputation was difficult to manage even with improved institutional handling, because the civilians who knew what had happened on October 10th also knew what lived inside him. That knowledge did not make them kind. But the specific isolation of the original timeline, the complete social abandonment, the complete absence of institutional awareness, was not present. The modification was small. It was real. I noted this without attributing it to myself, because the correct attribution was to Hiruzen and to the investigation's work and to the changed political climate in the Uchiha district and to the 100 small decisions made by a dozen different people over 7 years. I had seeded some of those decisions. Many had grown on their own. The active threat was what required my attention now. The message I had received the morning after the tribunal's final ruling, the confirmed sighting of the masked figure in territory consistent with Amagekyure contact. was the beginning of the next phase. I had known this phase was coming. I had been building toward being able to address it. The question was whether the architecture I had built was sufficient. The answer, in year 7, was not yet, but closer than it had been. I requested a meeting with Kakashi and Shursui and Hiruzen for the following morning. Chapter 62. The Amage-cure Intelligence. The meeting was in Hiruzen's working office, which was now the standard venue for the Inner Circle's operational briefings. The Inner Circle had expanded since year 1. Kakashi, Shursui, Itachi, and myself, plus Hiruzen. A small working group with direct access to the classified investigation file and the authority to initiate institutional responses when the evidence warranted. I presented the Amage-cure Intelligence. Not all of what I knew. The full version of what I knew was not usable in an intelligence briefing. It required explaining foreknowledge, and the foreknowledge was already known to Shursui, and partially known to Kakashi, and partially known to Hiruzen. But the specific contents of a future timeline were not the kind of evidence that an institutional briefing could rest on. What I presented was the derivable version. The masked figure's confirmed sighting in Amage-cure adjacent territory was consistent with contact with the political entities operating in that region. Amage-cure had been in a specific political configuration for over a decade. A civil war destabilized country with a surviving rogue faction of significant power, led by practitioners whose ideology structured the shinobi world's violence as a problem to be solved through escalation rather than management. The faction I'm describing, I said, uses bijou extraction as an operational activity. The technology and the ideology are both in place. The scale of chakra reserves required suggests multiple practitioners operating in coordinated fashion over an extended timeline. I paused. If the masked man is building a working relationship with this faction, the Akatsuki becomes more than a regional rogue organization. Hiruzen recognized the name. I had filed preliminary intelligence on the Akatsuki formation 2 years earlier, structured as an analytical projection rather than a confirmed report. He had been treating it as a medium-term concern rather than an immediate one. If they're coordinating, Kakashi said, the bijou acquisition program becomes organized rather than opportunistic. Coordinated bijou acquisition against Konoha's Jinchuriki requires us to treat Naruto's security as a strategic asset protection problem rather than a personal welfare concern. That's the recommendation I have, I said. Hiruzen looked at me steadily. A formal upgrade to the protection detail. A formal upgrade with specific operational parameters, I said. The current arrangement is passive monitoring. The upgraded arrangement would be active protective coverage with specific response protocols for the threat profile I've described. I paused. It also requires acknowledging, at least within the operational planning level, that Naruto's Jinchuriki status is known to external parties who may be attempting to build capability to exploit it. The acknowledgement creates a documentation trail, Hiruzen said. Yes, that trail eventually becomes relevant. I left that where it was. The protection upgrade is the immediate priority. Hiruzen authorized it that afternoon. Chapter 63. The protection detail upgrade produced a paper trail. This was by design. The institutional record of Naruto Uzumaki's security designation, the formal documentation of his status as a protected asset with active coverage protocols, created a category for him that had not previously existed in a useful formal sense. He had always been under informal Hokage guardianship. The informal designation was vulnerable to the specific kind of institutional drift that came from a busy Hokage managing too many concerns simultaneously. The formal designation was different. It required active reporting, regular status reviews, and a documented accountability structure. The operational consequence. I was formally assigned as a secondary protective detail operative, which gave me access to the security briefings about his daily schedule and movements, which gave me a legitimate operational reason to be in his general vicinity on a regular basis, which, over the following months, meant that Naruto Uzumaki became aware that a specific ANBU operative watched over him. He did not know who I was. He could not see my face. The mask was always present in operational context. He knew I was there, because children who have grown up aware of surveillance eventually develop the ability to sense its presence even when it's subtle, and Naruto had grown up in that specific way. He had decided, in the specific logic of a 7-year-old who was acutely aware of who noticed him and who didn't, that the ANBU who watched him was a friend. I watched him navigate the academy hallways with the particular energy of someone who had decided the world was probably going to work out if he refused to let it defeat him. And I thought about the original timeline's Naruto and the specific cost that the original timeline's isolation had imposed on that refusal. The refusal had survived those costs. The question was what the refusal looked like when the costs were lower. I filed that as a data point and continued the operational work. The Amage Cure Intelligence Report went into Hiruzen's direct file with the formal classification level I had assigned. I began building the next analytical layer, the Akatsuki's likely organizational trajectory over the next 5 years, the specific targets that their Bijou acquisition program would prioritize, the countermeasures that were available at the current institutional capability level. The countermeasures were insufficient. I knew that. Building them towards sufficiency was the next several years of work. Chapter 64. The message. 2 days after the tribunal's final ruling, a message arrived in my intelligence division correspondence tray. I had been expecting something from Danzo. Not specifically this. Not a written communication, which was more direct than his typical operational style. But I had been expecting some form of response to the tribunal outcome from a man whose primary power base had just been formally dismantled. The message was a single scroll, sealed with a formation I did not recognize as any standard Konoha institutional format. The formation was his personal seal, not Root's official seal, not the ANBU administrative seal. Something that identified the sender without routing through any institutional channel. Inside, one line. Asterisk, you've been reading my moves correctly for 8 years. I'm curious what you think happens next. No signature. Asterisk, I sat with the message for a long time. Danzo was in his late 60s. His primary institutional vehicle had been formally disbanded. His personal operational authority had been restricted. The tribunal's finding had not produced criminal consequences. There was enough institutional shelter in the doctrine arguments that the most serious charges had been reduced to findings of overreach rather than conduct violations. But the restriction on his active operations was real and formal and would be reviewed before it could be lifted. What was left was a man who was intelligent, who had spent 6 decades in Konoha's intelligence and security apparatus, who had genuine concern for Konoha's survival, even if his methods for protecting it had been the methods I had spent 8 years systematically constraining. A man who now wanted to know what came next. There were several ways to respond to this. Silence. The institutional message would be received, which would produce a specific kind of operational response from Danzo, assessment, conclusion, likely a unilateral decision about how to treat me going forward. Deflection, a non-answer that maintained the institutional distance. Also a message, read as evasion, likely producing the same result as silence. Truth, the most destabilizing and potentially the most useful. Danzo had the specific kind of intelligence professional's mind that found accurate information more valuable than comfortable information. If I told him accurately what I thought happened next, the accuracy itself was the credibility. I wrote my response the following morning. Dead drop delivery, not an institutional channel, but the kind of secure private communication that operated below the institutional record's visibility. The message, asterisk, I think you're going to spend the next year identifying who I am and how I know what I know. You'll conclude incorrectly that I have foreign intelligence training. Then you'll decide to kill me. Apparently that outcome is avoidable if you're interested in a different kind of relationship. Asterisk, I deployed it through the most secure of the private channels I had established. His response arrived within 24 hours. What kind? 2 words. The specific brevity of someone who was genuinely interested. Chapter 65. The offer. The meeting was in a location neither of us had used for any previous institutional purpose. Danzo had proposed the location, which I had accepted because the proposal itself was information. The location was in Konoha's older residential district, a small community garden that was publicly accessible but rarely occupied in the early morning, which suggested familiarity with the surveillance patterns of Konoha's security apparatus. He had chosen a location that was monitorable by either party, but not naturally monitored by institutional mechanisms. He was there when I arrived. He had the specific posture of someone who had decided to be genuinely curious rather than strategically cautious, which was a choice rather than a default. Strategically cautious was his institutional default. The genuine curiosity was visible in the way he looked at me when I sat down on the bench opposite him. Not assessing. Asking. You said I would spend a year identifying your background and conclude incorrectly, he said. Yes. What's the correct conclusion? That the information I have doesn't come from foreign training, I said. It comes from a different kind of knowledge than intelligence training produces. I paused. The accurate characterization is that I have knowledge of this village's future, specific knowledge, bounded and not unlimited, accurate in proportion to how much the current timeline has diverged from the version I know. He was quiet for a moment. That's an extraordinary claim. Yes, the accuracy record over 8 years is the evidence for it. I'm not asking you to accept the claim on testimony alone. No, he said slowly. The accuracy record is real. He looked at the garden. You've been limiting Danzo's operational freedom for 8 years on the basis of foreknowledge of what Root would do if left unconstrained. Yes. And now Root is constrained. He paused. What comes next? In your foreknowledge. The external threat is what comes next, I said. The Akatsuki. Obito's coordination with Nagato's faction in Amigakure. A bijou acquisition program that will eventually reach Konoha's Jinchuriki. A threat profile that Konoha's current institutional capability is not sufficient to address. I paused. I need Konoha's security apparatus operating at its full capacity against an external threat that is larger than anything the past 8 years have addressed. That's not possible with Root at full operational power. Root's internal targets have always been Konoha's own people, which is a misalignment of capability. But it might be possible with Root's legacy resources and Danzo's operational knowledge redirected toward an external threat that actually warrants the level of capability he spent 60 years building. Danzo looked at me for a long moment. You're asking me to work with you. I'm offering you accurate intelligence about what's coming, I said. In exchange, I want access to Root's legacy historical archive, the records from before the tribunal, the deep cover assets that Root maintained outside Konoha's standard intelligence network, the capability that was built for external operations rather than internal ones. I paused. And I want your agreement to stop pursuing any action against Shursui Uchiha or his techniques. The eye, he said. Yes. He was quiet again. What guarantees do I have that your intelligence is accurate? The same guarantee you've always had, I said. The test is whether I'm right. He looked at the garden for a long moment. The early morning light was coming over the eastern walls of the residential district, the particular gold of the hour before full sun. A bird moved through the cherry tree at the garden's edge. The Akatsuki, he said. Tell me about the Akatsuki. I told him. Not everything. Enough. The organizational structure as I understood it, the bijou acquisition program's timeline, the specific capabilities of the practitioners involved that I had documented intelligence on. Orochimaru's eventual intersection with the organization. The longer arc trajectory toward a moment when the full force of the Akatsuki's resources would be directed at Konoha. He listened without interrupting. His face, while I spoke, was the face of a man updating a threat model that had been built over decades and finding that the new data changed significant portions of it. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. I agree, he said finally. For now. For now is sufficient, I said. The conversation ended. We went our separate directions. The institutional record of the meeting did not exist. The relationship that had just been established was going to be one of the most uncomfortable and necessary ones of the next decade. I walked back to the intelligence division thinking about what it meant to be in an agreement with Danzo Shimura that was based on accurate information about the future. Apparently, it meant more work. Chapter 66. The nature of the alliance. The Danzo alliance was uncomfortable and unstable and necessary. I had known this going in. The qualities were not bugs. They were inherent to the relationship between someone who had spent 60 years building a security apparatus that operated through unaccountable authority and someone who had spent 8 years systematically dismantling that apparatus. We had different histories and genuinely different values about what Konoha's security required. What we had in common was a threat model that was large enough to make the differences secondary. The practical structure. I provided Danzo with accurate intelligence about the Akatsuki's trajectory, Orochimaru's post-defection movements, and the specific capability profile of the threats coming in the next decade. He provided me access to Root's legacy historical archive, the records from before the tribunal, the deep cover operational infrastructure that Root had maintained outside Konoha's standard intelligence network. What he also provided, which he had not explicitly offered but which followed from his decision to engage at all, a cessation of the operational planning against Shursui's eye and techniques. I had stated this as a condition. He had agreed. The agreement was unstable in the sense that all agreements with Danzo were unstable. He was a man who acted on calculation, and if the calculation changed, the agreement would change. But the calculation was now weighted against the operation by the combination of the tribunal finding, the council oversight review's ongoing documentation, and the personal cost that a breach of the specific agreement would produce for a man whose institutional position was already constrained. The agreement held. The legacy archive was where the relationship's immediate practical value was concentrated. Root's historical archive was organized in a format that was familiar to me from the tribunal audit, technically compliant, methodologically obscure, designed to be technically accessible while practically opaque. But Danzo, having agreed to the arrangement, provided something the audit had not had, a contextual key, not a full key. He was not going to hand me the ability to understand everything Root had ever done, but enough contextual grounding that specific sections of the archive became readable where they had previously been architectural puzzles. I spent 2 months in the archive before I found it. Chapter 67. The historical network, the discovery, was in a record cluster from 15 years before the Ninetales attack. I had been working backward through the archive's operational files, looking for the thread I knew was there. The intelligence I had seen referenced in the manga's backstory about outside manipulation of Konoha's internal politics, specifically the masked man's long history of working through agents and proxies to shape events long before his direct intervention. The cluster covered a period during the Third Shinobi War, when Konoha had been running a significant covert operation against a Wagakure's intelligence network. Standard root wartime activity. The files described outcomes, as Root's files always described outcomes, without describing methods or specific decision-makers. But the contextual key Danzo had provided gave me access to the notation system Root used for specific categories of human intelligence, the specific set of symbols that indicated a source was operating inside a target organization. When I applied the notation key to the Third Shinobi War cluster, one file lit up. An intelligence source inside Konoha. Not an external asset Konoha had planted. An internal operative who had been feeding information to an outside party. The outside party was not a Wagakure. The notation category was different, a category I had not seen before in the Root archive, which indicated a source that was not a standard hostile party but had been classified separately. I cross-referenced the category against the key. Danzo's notation for the masked man's network. A Konoha operative had been feeding intelligence to the masked man's network during the Third Shinobi War. The operative was dead, confirmed dead, with a body, multiple independent witnesses. But the network they had been feeding still existed in fragments. The fragments had been maintained through successors, people who had not been ideologically committed but had been financially connected to the network through payments that the operational record described as intelligence transaction compensations. One fragment was still active. The active fragment's connection point. A current Konoha operative in a non-ANBU role. The payment record was 3 years old, the most recent entry in the fragments file. Chapter 68. The unexpected name. The name I found was not anyone I would have predicted. This was Souta's fatal flaw in its most visible expression. The certainty that he understood the landscape well enough to anticipate the significant elements. He knew the major figures. He knew the primary operations. He knew the structural dynamics that produced the canonical events. What he consistently underestimated was the second-order effects of the changes he had made, and the specifically unpredictable new pressures those changes created. In the original timeline, this network fragment had been dormant. The changes in Konoha's institutional landscape, specifically, the acceleration of the investigation into Obito's identity and the resulting change in Obito's operational planning, had produced activity in parts of the network that would have remained dormant in the original version. The name was a jonin named Fujimoto Kenji. He was in his mid-30s. He taught at the academy in a supplementary instruction role, specializing in the practical applications of chakra control for pre-genin students. He had been in this role for 6 years. His institutional record was unremarkable, solid performance evaluations, consistent attendance, no disciplinary history, no unusual intelligence access. His connection to the masked man's network was through a financial relationship, not an ideological one. The payment record showed compensation for a specific category of information, academy scheduling data. Specifically, the scheduling and assessment data for students in their final academy year before genin designation, the cohort currently being evaluated for team assignments. Someone was building a picture of Konoha's next generation of practitioners. I traced the information category forward. Scheduling and assessment data for students approaching genin designation was exactly the kind of information that told someone with intelligence experience which students were being considered for which team structures, which students had which skill profiles, and which graduation cohorts were being shaped around specific specialization tracks. Fujimoto had been paid for this information for 3 years. The 3 years covered 2 graduation cohorts. The third cohort was currently in their final year. The third cohort included, by name, the students who were going to become Team 7. Chapter 69. The talent pipeline. I brought this to Kakashi without going through the institutional channel. The institutional channel would have produced a formal investigation, which would have produced a formal finding, which would have required either a formal arrest or a formal exoneration. Either outcome would be visible to whatever element of the masked man's network was receiving the information, and a visible institutional response would tell them that the connection had been identified. What I needed was not to close the channel immediately. I needed to understand what had been sent through the channel and what was planned for the information. Fujimoto Kenji, I said, Academy Supplementary Instructor, 6 years in the role, has been selling genin cohort scheduling and assessment data to an outside party through a financial arrangement. Kakashi was very still. The outside party is the masked man's network, I said. The information category is pre-gen and assessment data for students in their final academy year. He's been tracking the talent pipeline, Kakashi said. Yes. The information tells the recipient who the next cohort of Konoha practitioners will be, what their capability profiles look like, and how they're being developed. I paused. The cohort he's currently tracking includes the students who will graduate and be assigned to teams this cycle. And Fujimoto is on the assignment rotation, Kakashi said slowly. He's in the pool for team supervisor designations. Yes. If he's assigned to supervise a team from this cohort, he has ongoing access to that team's operational development data, not just the initial assessment, but the trajectory of their training and capability over the genin years. Kakashi was quiet for a long moment. What's the specific concern? One of the students in this cohort is Naruto Uzumaki, I said. The specific quality of Kakashi's silence was different from his usual pauses. The protection detail upgrade has made Naruto's operational significance more visible within Konoha's institutional record, I said. The Jinchuriki status isn't public, but anyone with access to the formal protection designation paperwork knows that he's been prioritized at a strategic asset level. If Fujimoto is tracking the cohort and the masked man's network knows about the protection upgrade, they know he's significant, Kakashi said, even without knowing specifically why. Yes. He looked at the wall for a moment. What do you want to do about Fujimoto? Remove him from the team assignment pool without producing a visible institutional disruption that signals the channel has been identified, I said. The best mechanism is administrative, a legitimate reason for not being assigned this cycle that doesn't appear connected to the intelligence concern. I can find that mechanism, Kakashi said. I know the team assignment coordinators. Do that, I said. And then we need to decide what to do about the channel itself. Watch it, he said immediately. Yes. The channel is valuable as intelligence about what the network knows and what they're looking for. Closing it alerts them. Watching it lets us track the information picture they're building. I paused. We just need to make sure what they're building that picture around isn't Naruto. Agreed. He was quiet for a moment. This is a second-order effect. Yes. Of what specifically? Of the investigation's acceleration, I said. In the original version of events, the Obito investigation was not this developed at this point. His network was dormant. The change in the institutional landscape activated parts of the network that would have remained dormant. I paused. It's a cost of the work we've done. The environment is less dangerous in most ways. It's more active in some ways. He absorbed this. You didn't predict this one. No, I said. I didn't predict this one. Chapter 70. Year 10. Naruto started at the academy in Year 10. He was 7 when the protection upgrade was formalized. He was 10 when he began the standard academy enrollment, which meant the 3 years between those events had been defined by the particular rhythm of a child growing up under informal but genuine institutional attention. Not warmth. Institutional attention was not warmth, and I was aware of the specific distinction. But attention that registered that he existed, that knew when his circumstances changed, that was oriented toward his welfare, even when the specific welfare decisions were made by people other than me. I had watched him grow up from a distance defined by the protection detail's operational parameters. He was not the same as the original Naruto. The differences were specific and not uniformly in the direction of improvement. He was less isolated, which was good, but the isolation had forged specific qualities in the original timeline's Naruto that the reduced isolation did not. He was perhaps slightly less fiercely self-sufficient. He was perhaps slightly more capable of accepting help when it was offered, because it had been offered occasionally rather than never. He still had his characteristic energy. He still had the specific quality of someone who had decided that the world was going to work if he refused to let it not work. The character underneath the circumstances was still recognizably the character I had known from the original timeline. I found this reassuring in the specific way you find reassuring evidence that the important things are more resilient than the surrounding circumstances. The academy enrollment placed him in a cohort with specific students who I recognized from the original timeline's formation: Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame. The cohort was structuring around the same talent constellation, because the talent was real and the academy's sorting processes were based on the talent rather than on the specific social dynamics. Fujimoto had been administratively removed from the team assignment pool before the enrollment cycle. He remained in his academy role. I had argued for keeping the channel open, and the team assignment removal was a specific targeted intervention that addressed the immediate risk without closing the broader monitoring opportunity. The protection detail's operational parameters now included the academy's schedule. I was assigned to school-adjacent surveillance on a rotating basis with other ANBU detail members. This produced a development I had not fully planned but had not been surprised by. Naruto, 7 years into awareness that a specific ANBU watched over him, began watching back. Not in a way that was operationally problematic. In the way that a child who has decided an ANBU is their friend begins actively trying to spot their friend rather than just sensing their presence. He had apparently gotten quite good at it. I adjusted my concealment protocols. He adjusted his detection protocols. The dynamic had the quality of a game that both parties understood was a game and both parties were playing in good faith. I thought about what the original Naruto's relationship to the ANBU who had watched over him had been. Functional, non-personal, institutional. The new version was something else. Not a friendship. The operational constraints were real, and I was careful about them. But something that registered as mutual awareness. Something that was, in its own constrained way, more honest than the original arrangement. The mission count for the year: 47 completed assignments across 5 different investigation tracks. The Akatsuki organizational picture was developing. The Danzo Information Exchange had produced 3 significant historical intelligence findings. The masked man's Amigakure connections were being documented. The work continued. At the end of the year, I wrote a status summary for the Inner Circle briefing. Year 10 of the alternative arc. The institutional architecture is functioning. The external threat picture is developing on the expected timeline. The second-order effects of the work continue to produce unpredicted variables. Calibration ongoing. Kakashi read it and said, "You're getting better at accepting what you don't know." Apparently, I said. "That's progress," he said. I thought about that for a while. He was not wrong. Chapter 71. The cleanup. The Fujimoto problem required precision. A formal investigation would have closed the channel and announced that Konoha's intelligence apparatus had identified the leak. That announcement would travel back through the network fragment to whatever element of the masked man's operation was receiving the information, and the network would adjust. The financial relationship would go dormant. The specific data stream would shift to a different entry point, and Souta would lose the ability to monitor what picture was being assembled about Konoha's next generation of practitioners. What he needed was a cleanup that looked like something else entirely. The Danzo channel had specific utilities. Among them, Danzo retained relationships with individuals throughout Konoha's administrative apparatus that did not appear on any official record. The administrative relationships were not what Root had been. They were not operational assets. They were not monitored civilians. They were not elements of any active network. They were contacts. People who owed Danzo professional consideration in the way that 60 years of navigating the same institutional landscape produced professional consideration. They were people who would review a file if Danzo suggested the file might be worth reviewing. Souta used this carefully. The dead drop message was brief. A financial anomaly in the compensation records of a non-ANBU Academy staff member. The anomaly may or may not be significant. The individual's name is Fujimoto Kenji. A standard tax records review would surface it if the review looked at supplementary income reporting from external sources over the past 3 years. He left the rest to the Danzo channel's specific capabilities. The tax review was initiated within a week. It was indistinguishable from a routine administrative compliance check, the kind of review that cycling through Academy staff records on a 3-year schedule would produce naturally. Fujimoto's file was flagged. The supplementary income entries, consistent in amount, consistent in timing, inconsistent with any legitimate secondary employment that Fujimoto had reported, were pulled for further documentation. The review would take months. The finding would be significant. Fujimoto would be placed on administrative leave pending investigation, removed from his teaching responsibilities, and disconnected from the Genin cohort scheduling data before the current cohort approached their final academy assessments. The channel would appear to have been closed by institutional mechanism rather than targeted action. What flowed back through the dead drop channel? Danzo's assessment, 3 days after the tax review was initiated. You know more about the masked man's network than I do. That's worth more than what I've given you. We should reassess the exchange. Souta read this with the specific attention of someone who had been waiting for the moment when Danzo's calculation updated. He had given Danzo accurate intelligence about the Akatsuki's trajectory and Orochimaru's post-departure movements. That intelligence had confirmed. Danzo was a man who weighted confirmation heavily in his assessments, not because he was sentimental about being right, but because an intelligence source that confirmed at that rate was operationally valuable in a way that changed what the source was worth. The response he sent. The exchange rate will reassess when there's something concrete to reassess it around. For now, the arrangement is functioning. He did not tell Danzo that the specific intelligence about the network fragment had come from the root archive. The archive had given Souta a key that Danzo had provided without knowing what the key unlocked. The unlocking was Suta's work. The finding was Suta's finding. The institutional courtesy did not require sharing the analytical method. The arrangement was functioning. The Fujimoto thread was being managed. The cohort that included Naruto Uzumaki would graduate into a team structure that Fujimoto would not be part of, supervised by instructors whose financial records did not show payment from an outside party with an interest in Konoha's talent pipeline. He updated his monitoring file and moved on. Chapter 72. Year 11 Shursui turned 21 in Year 11. The specific quality of Shursui Uchiha's development over the 11 years since the Ninetales attack was one of the things Souta found himself returning to when he needed evidence that the work he was doing was producing real change rather than delaying the same outcomes. In the original timeline, Shursui had died at 21. He had been killed by Danzo for Konoha Tsukumi. His death had been one of the cascade points, the loss that pushed Itachi toward the massacre decision, the theft of his eye that gave Danzo unacceptable institutional power, the trigger for a sequence of events that had degraded Konoha's internal coherence for years afterward. In this timeline, Shursui had spent his 21st birthday conducting surveillance on a merchant network that was suspected of diverting weapons shipments to unaffiliated minor villages. The mission was unremarkable. His assessment was thorough. He returned to Konoha 3 days after his birthday, filed his report, and spent an evening with Itachi working through training drills in the ANBU auxiliary facility. He still had both eyes. Konoha Tsukumi remained unused except for the single authorized application 3 years prior. The institutional record on Shursui Uchiha, by Year 11. ANBU Senior Operative, classified designation 4S capability, authorized holder of a classified technique with direct Hokage-level oversight requirements for any operational use. His psychological evaluation, conducted annually per protocol for practitioners holding sensitive techniques, described him as stable, mission-focused, and unusually capable of maintaining ethical grounding under pressure. The evaluating psychologist had noted, twice, that his capacity to hold competing institutional loyalties to the Uchiha clan and to Konoha simultaneously, without resolving the tension by abandoning one, was atypical and worth understanding. Souta had read those evaluations. He had not been surprised by them. What he had not fully predicted was the extent to which Shursui and Itachi, now 17 and already operating at a level that would have qualified him for ANBU proper another 2 years prior, had become genuinely the most significant partnership in Konoha's next-generation intelligence capacity. Not because of the specific techniques. Because of the working relationship, the specific quality of two people who understood each other's analytical methods deeply enough to operate in genuine complement. Itachi had Souta's pattern recognition, the ability to read institutional dynamics from small signals. Shursui had the field operation instinct, the ability to move within those dynamics without disturbing them. Together they could do things that neither could do alone, and the combination was more than additive. Souta had been watching this develop for years. He found it reassuring in the specific way he found most things in the changed timeline reassuring. The important things were more resilient than the surrounding circumstances. The development he had not anticipated. Fugaku Uchiha sent a message through the formal ANBU communication channel requesting a private meeting with Souta directly. Not through Itachi. Not through Shursui. With him. He accepted. Chapter 73. The clan heads questioned the meeting was in the Uchiha clan's administrative building, in a room that the clan used for formal business consultations. It was not a ceremonial room. Fugaku had chosen a working room, a table, for chairs, a window with a view of the courtyard. The choice was either practical or deliberate, and Souta found himself suspecting it was both. Fugaku was 62 years old. He had aged in the specific way that people aged when the pressure they carried was real rather than merely difficult, not worn down, but worn in. The lines in his face were the lines of sustained responsibility rather than the lines of sustained tension. He had done something, over the 11 years since the Ninetales attack, that the original timeline's Fugaku had not managed. He had found a way to hold his clan's grievances without being consumed by them. Itachi had described this to Souta in their conversations about the clan's political trajectory. He had said, "My father's anger didn't go away. It became specific rather than general." Souta had understood this immediately. Specific anger was navigable. It had addressable targets and conditions for resolution. General anger was the background radiation of an entire life, omnidirectional and inescapable. Fugaku poured tea for both of them, and then sat down and said, "You've been working on this for 11 years. What's your actual goal?" It was the directness Souta had been expecting from the moment the meeting was requested. Fugaku was not a man who conducted conversations through indirection when directness was available. He said, "Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Are you asking what I want for myself, or what I want for Konoha?" "Both," Fugaku said. "They're different things." Suda considered this. It was a perceptive framing. Most people in his position, most people who had spent 11 years doing the work he had done, would have long since collapsed the distinction between personal goals and institutional goals. The work becomes its own purpose. The institution's survival becomes indistinguishable from the practitioner's investment. He had been careful not to let that happen, because he had seen what it produced. Danzo was what it produced. A man whose genuine investment in Konoha's survival had become so fused with his own institutional identity that he could no longer tell the difference between Konoha and himself. He said, "I want Konoha to exist in 10 years with the people who should still be alive still alive." Fugaku looked at him. "That's an unusual way to put it. The people who should still be alive." "Yes. You're describing something that could happen. Something you're trying to prevent." "Yes." Fugaku was quiet for a moment. "You're not from here," he said. It was not a question. "No," Suda said. "And yet you've spent 11 years working on Konoha's internal politics in ways that have, at significant personal cost, produced outcomes that were good for my clan." Fugaku's tone was not accusatory. It was genuinely analytical. "Why? What's your reason?" Suda looked at the courtyard through the window for a moment. A pair of children were running through it, playing some game that involved elaborate rules and a great deal of arguing about whether the rules had been followed. Uchiha children. 7, maybe 8 years old. He said, "Apparently I am now." Chapter 74. The extinction question. Fugaku accepted the answer. This was more than Suda had expected. He had prepared for skepticism, for the follow-up questions, for the requirement to justify his claim with something more satisfying than a statement that residence over time produces belonging. But Fugaku was a man who had spent 11 years watching Suda's actual behavior, not his stated motivations. The behavior had been consistent. The behavior was its own argument. He said, "The Uchiha clan is in a better position than it was 12 years ago." He paused. "We still don't have the institutional integration we deserve. The military police function, what it was supposed to be, the role we earned in the founding era, is still constrained. The ANBU representation is still lower than our contribution warrants. The political standing that should come from the founding charter is still qualified by 11 years of institutional suspicion that hasn't entirely gone away." "No," Suda said. "It hasn't. But we're not facing extinction." Fugaku set down his tea. "Is extinction still on the table?" The question was framed simply. It was not simple. In the original timeline, the extinction had come from within, from Itachi's mission, from Danzo's operational directive, from the compound cleared in a single night. Suda had spent 11 years systematically removing the conditions that produced that outcome. The political pressure, the institutional isolation, the specific flashpoint of the coup plot that Danzo had been cultivating through the manipulation of Fugaku's information environment. The conditions were not present in the form they had existed in the original timeline. But, not facing extinction, and extinction is not on the table, were different claims, and Fugaku was asking him for the second one. He said, "Not if the things I've been working on continue as they are." Fugaku looked at him. His expression was the expression of a man who had learned, over years of navigating institutions, that this was the most precise answer available rather than evasion. "What is the threat?" he said. "That makes you qualify it that way." "External," Suda said. "Not internal. There are people outside Konoha who want to use Konoha's internal tensions as a weapon. The masked figure from the night of the Ninetales attack has spent 12 years building organizational infrastructure for a project that requires Konoha to be weakened from within. The Uchiha clan's political position has always been one of the primary levers he intended to use." He paused. "That lever is less available now than it was. He'll look for others. The work continues." Fugaku was quiet for a long moment. "My son has been describing you to me for 4 years, he said finally. "Itachi. He describes you as the most unusual person he has ever met." A pause. "He doesn't say it with concern. He says it the way he describes things he finds genuinely worth studying." Suda said, "I hope that's useful rather than concerning." Fugaku said, "Apparently both." The meeting ended shortly after. They finished their tea. Fugaku walked him to the building's entrance and said nothing further about the conversation they had just had. He said, instead, "Itachi is going to be assigned to ANBU proper before the end of the year, regardless of the formal designation threshold." "I know," Suda said. Fugaku nodded once, in the specific way that was acknowledgement without surprise, and went back inside. Chapter 75. The approaching wave year 12 arrived with the particular quality that years arrived with when you had been counting them for long enough that the count itself became significant. 12 years since the Ninetales attack. 12 years since Souta had woken in an ANBU body on a night that was supposed to produce outcomes he had spent over a decade systematically preventing. The arc of the alternative timeline was long enough now that the original version, the canonical version, the one he had known from another life as a story rather than a lived experience, had receded to the status of reference material. Something he consulted when building threat models. Not something that felt like the real version of events. He noted this without attributing significance to it, and moved on to the active concerns. Naruto Uzumaki was 12 and in his second-to-last year at the academy. By any standard assessment, he was performing at the level expected for a student with his energy and his particular learning style, which was to say, exceptionally high practical ceiling, somewhat frustrated by the theoretical components, deeply determined to prove something to everyone who had ever written him off. His instructor's files described him as difficult and promising in proportions that varied depending on the instructor's patience. The protection details assessment, functionally normal. The surveillance had been rotated to include less individual ANBU presence and more environmental coverage, because a 12-year-old who had been aware of ANBU surveillance for 5 years had developed extremely good instincts for spotting individual operatives. Souta had solved this by rotating the detail more frequently, using environmental coverage points rather than individual shadows, and, occasionally, when operational tempo permitted, being exactly as visible as Naruto had learned to expect, which served as misdirection for the less visible coverage. The dynamic remained. The game of watching and being watched, played in the specific key of mutual acknowledgement. Souta had stopped finding it operationally inconvenient. It had become its own kind of information channel. Naruto's awareness of surveillance was evidence that he was developing the perceptual instincts that would serve him in the coming years. Sasuke Uchiha was also 12, also in his academy final stretch, also performing at a level that would have been remarkable in any other student. In the original timeline, Sasuke had been carrying the Uchiha massacre as a wound that shaped everything. The grief, the loneliness, the specific obsession with strength as the only available response to loss. In this timeline, Sasuke was still intense, still driven, still had the specific quality of someone who had decided that insufficient effort was a form of betrayal. The drive was real. The wound it came from was different. His family was still alive. His father was a man who had, in recent years, been engaging with Konoha's institutional structures more directly rather than less. His brother was ANBU, admired in the specific way that a younger sibling admired an older one who was genuinely extraordinary. The resentment had different targets. The determination had different stakes. He was less isolated than the original timeline Sasuke. He was not less capable. If anything, and Souta had been careful about this assessment because the counterfactual was inherently uncertain, he was developing capability that was less brittle. The original timeline Sasuke had been a structure built around a wound, impressive and functional until the specific pressures that exploited the wound were applied. This version was something different. Less organized around loss, more organized around desire. Souta had no idea how that would play out in the years ahead. He filed it as an observed deviation and continued monitoring. The Akatsuki were the immediate strategic concern. He had been tracking organizational developments through the Jiraiya channel, through the Danzo archive, through the accumulated intelligence of 12 years of background monitoring. The picture that had assembled itself was consistent with his foreknowledge about the organization's trajectory. The formation had proceeded. The membership had crystallized around the figures he recognized. The Bijou acquisition program was in early operational phases. The timeline was aligning. The organization that had, in the original version of events, moved against Naruto in his mid-genin years was going to be capable of that kind of action within approximately 2 years of Naruto's graduation. 2 years was not much time. It was enough time to build significantly better defenses than currently existed if the building started now. He requested a briefing with Hiruzen for the following week, marked the priority level at the highest classification, and wrote the agenda. Akatsuki organizational status and projected operational capability. Recommended institutional response timeline. Specific protective measures for Konoha's Jinchuriki. Available intelligence assets and their limitations. It was, he noted, a very different kind of briefing than the one he had given 12 years ago. The one-page analytical document about the masked man, delivered through Kakashi's hospital room, built on foreknowledge he couldn't explain to anyone who hadn't already decided to trust him. This briefing was built on 12 years of actual intelligence work. Documentation, corroborated sources, institutional records, verified analysis. The kind of briefing that stood on its own without the foreknowledge behind it. He had spent 12 years building the evidentiary foundation that made it possible to say what he knew, to people who had the authority to act on it. in a form they could use without needing to believe that he had woken up in the wrong life on the night the world started changing. The briefing would be good. He knew this with the specific confidence of someone who had done the work. The work, for now, was enough. Chapter 76. The next war. The briefing took 3 hours. This was longer than Souta's briefings typically ran. He had spent 12 years learning to compress intelligence into its most useful form, the version that gave decision-makers what they needed without burying the critical findings in supporting material. The Akatsuki briefing resisted compression. The picture was too large, the connections too numerous, the implications too consequential for a version that ran less than 3 hours to still contain everything necessary. Hiruzen sat through it with the specific stillness of someone who had been hearing difficult intelligence for 40 years and had learned that stillness was the appropriate initial response. Kakashi sat beside him, occasionally asking clarifying questions, not challenging the intelligence, but testing his understanding of it against his own operational knowledge. Shursui and Itachi were present as the inner circle's full assembly. Itachi had just turned 17 and had been formally confirmed as ANBU 3 weeks prior. Souta presented the organizational picture first, the structure as he understood it, the membership, the operational hierarchy. He framed it as analytical synthesis, the product of 12 years of accumulated intelligence, cross-referenced against the technical analysis Orochimaru had contributed in the Jiraiya network's ongoing surveillance reports. He did not present it as foreknowledge. The evidence base was now substantial enough that the analytical framing was genuinely credible rather than a cover for something he couldn't explain. The Bijou acquisition program was the second section. He walked through the extraction technology, what he knew about it, what the technology required, why it represented a strategic threat rather than a tactical one. A single Bijou extraction was a catastrophic event in the region where it occurred. A systematic Bijou acquisition program, targeting all 9 Bijou across all the major villages, was a different order of problem. The scope, he said, suggests an end goal that is not tactical territory acquisition or conventional military dominance. The resources required to maintain an operation at this scale, over the timeline I'm projecting, only makes sense if the operational goal is something larger. What goal? Shursui asked. I have a hypothesis, Souta said. I'm not presenting it as confirmed intelligence because the evidence base for the endpoint is thinner than the evidence base for the acquisition program itself. The acquisition program is documented. The goal behind it is inference. He paused. My inference is that someone is trying to build something that requires all 9 Bijou as components. Not to use them separately, to use them together. The room was quiet for a moment with the quality of people running the implications forward. Hiruzen said, You're describing a war. Apparently, I'm describing the next one, Souta said. Not a shinobi war in the conventional sense, not village against village. A war between the current structure of the shinobi world and whatever replaces it if the acquisition program reaches completion. Hiruzen looked at the table. He was a man who had led Konoha through 2 formal shinobi wars, through the Nine Tails attack, through the accumulated institutional crises of 40 years of governance. He had been managing problems at scale for longer than most people in the room had been alive. He did not panic. He reassessed. He said, What do we need? Jiraiya, Souta said. Specifically, Jiraiya's intelligence network. It's the best existing asset for monitoring Akatsuki-adjacent activity in the surrounding countries. We need it formally integrated with Konoha's strategic threat picture rather than operating as an independent network. He paused. We also need the improved Jinchuriki protection protocols, specific preparation for when the acquisition program's timeline brings it into range of Konoha's Jinchuriki, and a realistic assessment of which of our current diplomatic relationships can be leveraged as Akatsuki intelligence assets. Jiraiya, Hiruzen said, has been outside Konoha for 8 months. He's returning within the month, Souta said. A brief silence. Kakashi, who had learned not to ask how Souta knew things like this, simply noted it on his copy of the briefing document. When he returns, Souta said, I'd like to meet him. Chapter 77. First contact. Jiraiya arrived in Konoha on a Thursday. Souta had been aware of his return for 3 days, not through foreknowledge, which had been insufficient for the specific timeline, but through the ordinary operational intelligence that came from monitoring the border crossing records for the southeastern checkpoint. The description matched. The timing matched. He had flagged it to Hiruzen's office and waited. The meeting was arranged through Hiruzen for the day after Jiraiya's return. A formal introduction, the Hokage's office, mid-morning, the framing of an intelligence briefing that required Jiraiya's specific expertise, and a Konoha-side analyst who had been developing relevant threat picture work. Souta arrived exactly on time and found Jiraiya already there. The man was physically larger than most practitioners Souta had worked alongside, not in the way that raw physical development produced size, but in the way that 40 years of living outside conventional structures produced presence. He occupied space with the particular ease of someone who had spent decades operating in environments where being at ease was a strategic choice. He looked at Souta with the eyes of someone who had been told, "This is the unusual operative," and was evaluating the claim against his own assessment. Hiruzen made the introduction briefly and stepped back into the role of facilitator rather than participant. Souta said, "Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. You've been running an intelligence network in the countries surrounding the Land of Fire, and your primary asset for Akatsuki-adjacent intelligence is a network of contacts in Amigakure. Your current assessment of the Akatsuki's operational state is that they're in an early organizational phase, with the primary leadership concentrating around two figures whose identities you've partially established." Jiraiya was very still for a moment. He said, "How do you know about my Amigakure network?" "I don't," Souta said. "I know that Amigakure is the relevant location for Akatsuki-adjacent intelligence, based on the organizational profile I've assembled through separate channels. The network structure is inference from knowing where the relevant activity is concentrated." Jiraiya looked at him for a long moment. "You're describing conclusions that match operational intelligence I've been developing for 2 years. From inference?" "Yes. That's either very good analysis or a different kind of knowledge." Souta said, "It's both." Jiraiya had the specific quality of a man who had spent decades assessing people and had developed the instinct that the assessment was happening faster than the subject usually realized. He processed what Souta had said, processed Suta's comfort with having said it, and updated his model. He said, "You have the same way of saying things that makes it unclear whether you're guessing or you're certain." A pause. "I've met a few people like that. They're usually dangerous in the best possible way or the worst possible way." "Apparently that's intentional," Souta said. Jiraiya laughed, the specific laugh of someone who had met exactly what he expected in a form he hadn't predicted. He pulled out a scroll from inside his jacket, the kind that Souta recognized as a summarized intelligence log rather than an operational report, and set it on the table. "Tell me what you know," Jiraiya said, "and I'll tell you what matches." Chapter 78. The framework. The session with Jiraiya ran 6 hours. Souta had not planned for 6 hours. He had planned for 2. The initial framework exchange, the identification of where their intelligence pictures overlapped and where they diverged, the setup for a longer working relationship. What he had not planned for was how much Jiraiya's accumulated knowledge enriched the analytical picture in ways that Suta's foreknowledge had not fully supplied. The foreknowledge was a framework. 12 years of operational experience had built content around the framework. Jiraiya's network had documented specifics that the foreknowledge's narrative-level detail had not provided. The combination was more complete than either alone. By hour 3, they had assembled a picture of the Akatsuki's operational state that was significantly more precise than anything in Konoha's formal intelligence record. By hour 5, they were working through the capability assessment, what the organization could do now, what it would be able to do in 2 years, what the trajectory suggested about the timeline for action against Konoha's Jinchuriki. Jiraiya, at some point in hour 4, had stopped treating the session as an evaluation and started treating it as collaborative work. The transition was visible in how he framed his questions, less testing and more building. He said, "The leader in Amigakure. Pain. The Deva path technique. The gravitational manipulation. How specific is your assessment of the range and the recharge?" Souta said, "The range is approximately 600 meters at operational capacity. The recharge on the maximum yield technique is approximately 5 seconds. Below maximum yield, the recharge is faster." Jiraiya looked at him. "That's specific." "Yes. If I send a team into range of that technique without knowing the recharge window, I'd lose the team." "Yes," Souta said, "which is why the assessment needs to be accurate before anyone deploys against it." Jiraiya was quiet for a moment. He said, "This sounds like you've fought him." "I haven't," Souta said. "I've read extensively about space-time techniques and gravitational manipulation, and the profile of a practitioner who rebuilt a country through catastrophic force suggests someone operating at the upper limit of what that capability category produces. Extrapolating from capability ceiling to specific operational parameters is standard technical analysis." Jiraiya looked at him for a long moment. "You're not guessing," Jiraiya said. "No," Souta said. "But you're also not telling me the actual source." "Apparently not," Souta said. Jiraiya accepted this in the specific way he had accepted several things over the course of the session, not credulously, but operationally. He was a practitioner who understood that the question of how good intelligence was obtained was secondary to the question of whether it was good. He tested Suta's information where he could test it, and where it tested accurately, he used it. All right, he said. What do you need from me specifically? Accelerated surveillance on the Akatsuki's organizational structure, Souta said. Specifically, confirmation of the full membership roster, operational status of the Bijou acquisition program's targeting priority list, and any intelligence on the timeline for when the organization shifts from early formation to active collection. He paused. I also need your network's existing Amigay-Cure contacts to be briefed on specific signals to watch for, behavioral indicators that the Pain faction is moving from political consolidation to active military operations. I can do that, Jiraiya said. It'll take 4 months to get the signal protocols in place. 4 months works, Souta said. The session ended. They shook hands. The specific handshake of two people who had just established that they were going to be working together for the foreseeable future and were both sufficiently realistic to know that the work was going to be difficult. Jiraiya said, at the door. Hiruzen said you've been doing this for 12 years. The quiet work. Yes, Souta said. How old are you? 29. Jiraiya looked at him. You started when you were 17. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. Apparently I should have met you sooner, he said. Not regret, assessment. He left. Souta agreed, inwardly, and went back to the office to write up the combined intelligence summary. Chapter 79. The working agreement, the formal working arrangement, took 2 weeks to structure. This was partly the institutional requirement. Any integration between an external intelligence network and Konoha's formal intelligence division required documentation, classification protocols, and authorization levels that were defined in advance rather than improvised in the field. Souta had navigated this kind of documentation before. He did it quickly. What took the 2 weeks was the more substantive work, mapping Jiraiya's network's existing intelligence against Souta's threat assessment to identify the gaps, establishing the signal protocols for Amigay-Cure adjacent activity, and working through the specific question of what information the network should be looking for and in what priority order. Jiraiya, it turned out, was an exceptional intelligence practitioner when he was working towards something he understood. The roving information-gathering approach he had been using, broad contact maintenance across the surrounding nations, opportunistic intelligence collection, had produced an enormously rich data set. The data set had been underutilized because there was no analytical framework organizing it towards specific threat picture construction. Souta provided the framework. Jiraiya provided the data. The combination worked. The working agreement had 3 components. The first, Jiraiya would direct specific elements of his Amigay-Cure network toward the behavioral indicators Souta had identified as advanced signals for Pain faction military mobilization. The second, Jiraiya would conduct a systematic mapping of the Akatsuki's current confirmed membership against the intelligence Souta provided about the organizational structure, verifying where his own network's data aligned and where it diverged. The third, any intelligence about the Akatsuki's Bijou acquisition timeline. Specifically, any targeting priority data that suggested which Jinchuriki the organization was planning to approach first would be routed to Souta immediately, outside the standard reporting cycle. At the end of the second week, Jiraiya reviewed the framework document and said, "This is not how most analysts work." "No," Souta said. "Most analysts start from the intelligence they have and build a picture. You started from a picture and built intelligence toward it." "Yes. That only works if you're confident the picture is accurate before you have intelligence to confirm it. That's the part one can't fully explain," Souta said. The picture started as analytical inference from the available intelligence. It's been refined over 12 years of confirming data. At this point, the refinement has reached the level where the picture is more reliable than any individual intelligence input. Jiraiya considered this. "That's still not quite what I'm describing." "I know," Souta said. A pause. "I'm not going to push it," Jiraiya said. "The information has been accurate where I could test it. That's the relevant operational criterion." He rolled the framework document. "What I will say, if you're working from something I'm not seeing, and that something turns out to have limits you haven't accounted for, I need to know. Not the source. The limits." This was a reasonable ask. Souta had been expecting it. "The picture has gaps where the original timeline diverged from the current one," he said. "Events that happened differently because of work I've done over 12 years. In those areas, my predictive accuracy is lower. I try to flag them as inference rather than assessment, but I don't always know which areas have diverged until the divergence becomes visible." Jiraiya absorbed this. "So you're more reliable about what was going to happen than about what's happening now?" "Yes, and less reliable the further the current timeline has moved from the reference point." "What's the current divergence level?" "Significant," Souta said. "The major structural features are the same. The Akatsuki, the organizational goals, the key individuals. The timeline and the specific sequence of events are increasingly divergent. He paused. I account for this by maintaining the largest possible intelligence base from current sources. The foreknowledge is navigation. The intelligence is ground truth. Jiraiya nodded once. Fair enough. He stood. I'll have the first Amigakure signal protocol deployed within 6 weeks. I'll contact you through the secure channel when I have results. The arrangement was in place. Souta filed the documentation and moved on. Chapter 80. End of Arc 4. Naruto Uzumaki graduated from the academy on a morning in early spring. Souta was not present at the ceremony. The protection detail had protocols for the graduation, civilian side coverage, perimeter security at the academy building, standard monitoring of the crowd for unusual activity. Souta's role in the details rotation did not include the ceremony itself. He reviewed the coverage log afterward and confirmed. No incidents, no unusual activity, nominal crowd composition consistent with a standard graduation cohort. He reviewed the graduation roster separately. Naruto had placed in the upper third of his cohort by practical assessment. The theoretical components had been a struggle, as his instructors had been noting for 3 years. The practical components, the physical techniques, the combat assessment, the applied chakra work, had been, in the evaluating instructor's phrasing, unexpectedly solid given the candidate's profile. Which was evaluation report language for, we didn't expect this much. Souta noted this without surprise and updated the protection detail status file. Naruto Uzumaki, newly designated Genin, team assignment pending. The team assignment came 2 days later. Kakashi's team was not precisely the same as the original timeline's Team 7. The changed political climate around the Uchiha clan had shifted some of the academy's advanced track, and the specific composition of the cohort had been slightly different from the original version. The adjustments to Sasuke's trajectory, the altered institutional handling of Naruto's presence, the modified social dynamics of a cohort that had grown up in a Konoha that had been, over 12 years, incrementally less broken than the original. What the team assignment produced: Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, under the supervision of Kakashi Hatake. The core was intact. The people who were supposed to be together were together. The talent constellation that made Team 7 significant in the original timeline was still present, assembled by the Academy's sorting processes that operated on the talent rather than on specific social dynamics that Souta had managed to change. He found this reassuring in the now familiar way. The Akatsuki intelligence picture, at the time of Naruto's graduation, was the most complete it had ever been. The Jiraiya network was operating on the signal protocol framework. The Amigakure surveillance was active. The threat assessment for Jinchuriki extraction attempts placed Naruto's risk window at approximately 2 years. The Akatsuki's current organizational state was not ready for the scale of operation that a heavily protected Jinchuriki would require. 2 years was the gap. Souta had been working with gaps for 12 years. He knew what 2 years could build. He was in the middle of reviewing the updated Akatsuki organizational chart when Kakashi appeared in his office doorway. The expression on Kakashi's face was not alarm. It was the specific quality of someone who had received information that required processing before it could be communicated, information that was important in a way that was personal rather than operational. Souta put down the organizational chart. Kakashi said, "I received a message." From whom? Kakashi looked at the wall for a moment. Then at Souta. It was left at the memorial stone, in the specific location where I put flowers for Rin. He paused. The message said, "You're still thinking of me the way you found me. What I became is different." He did not say the name. He didn't need to. Souta was quiet for a moment, running the implications. Direct contact. No demands, no tactical content, no threat framing. A communication attempt, specifically to Kakashi, at a location that was personal rather than institutional, at a time that coincided with the early active phase of the Akatsuki's organizational period. He knows we know who he is, Souta said. Yes. He knows that we know, and his response is to make contact instead of disappearing. He looked at the organizational chart and then at Kakashi. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Does this feel like a threat display or something else? Kakashi was quiet for a long moment. Something else, he said finally. That's my read too, Souta said. What do you want to do with it? Kakashi looked at the wall again. The question he was answering was not the tactical one Souta had asked. It was the older one, the one that had been present since year 1, since the first classified investigation file, since the moment in the hospital when Kakashi had said you know about Kamui, and everything had changed. He said, I want to know if he can be reached. Souta had not predicted that this moment would feel the way it felt. He had known it was coming. The outline of it had been visible since the beginning, one of the longer arcs that he had been working toward for 12 years. But knowing the arc was coming and arriving at the moment were different things. He said, I think he is capable of grief. Whether that makes him reachable is a different question. Kakashi nodded. The nod was not an answer. It was an acknowledgement that the work continued, and that they were going to find out together. Souta filed the contact event under Priority 1 in his monitoring log. Arc 4 closed. The next phase was beginning. Chapter 81. The message and its meaning. They sat with it for an hour after Kakashi brought it. The message itself was brief. Asterisk, you're still thinking of me the way you found me. What I became is different. Asterisk, no instructions. No threat framing. No territorial claim or operational demand. Just a single line left at a location that had meaning to Kakashi specifically and to no one else in the world. The exact placement within the Memorial Stone's eastern face, where Kakashi put flowers for Rin on the anniversary of her death. That location meant, asterisk, I know your grief. I know how you maintain it. I have been watching you maintain it. Asterisk, Souta sat across from Kakashi in the Intelligence Division's secure consultation room and ran the implications forward. He knows the investigation is active, Souta said. He's known for years. The changed institutional response to the Ninetales attack made the investigation visible at the level that someone with his intelligence access would be able to detect. If he knows we know his identity, his choices are disappear, accelerate the operational timeline, or make contact. He paused. He chose contact. Why? Kakashi said. The specific timing and location narrow it. He left the message at the Memorial Stone at a time that corresponds to when you visit. He's been monitoring your visit patterns, which requires sustained presence in Konoha's civilian environment or a network of contacts who can do the monitoring for him. He chose a personal message rather than an operational one. Souta thought about this. He's speaking to you, not to the institution, not to the investigation. Kakashi was still. He had the quality of someone who understood exactly what Souta was saying and was deciding how to hold it. He said, what I became, Kakashi said. Not who I am. Past tense for the transformation. Present tense implied for something that came after. Yes, Souta said. He's drawing a distinction. The person he was before the transformation, the one you knew, and what came after. He paused. The framing suggests he knows the difference himself, that he's not fully inside the ideology he built. Or he wants us to think that, Kakashi said. Yes, Souta said. That's also possible. They sat with both possibilities. Souta had been thinking about Obito for 12 years. The original timeline's Obito had been a man whose grief had nowhere to go, who had been caught by a mentor who offered the grief a purpose, who had spent decades becoming a philosophical position. The world is pain. The Moon Eye Plan is mercy, rather than a person. The ideology had been genuine in the specific way that rationalizations could be genuine, not lying, but living inside a story that made pain coherent. The thing about grief with nowhere to go was that it was always looking for somewhere, even when the looking was buried. He said, there is one thing I know about Obito Uchiha that changes the calculus here. Not the intelligence, the specific personal element. He had not said this before. He had been holding it. Rin Noera. The circumstances of her death. Kakashi's expression did not change, but his stillness changed quality. In the narrative that sent him down the path he's on, Souta said carefully, the story he was told about her death, it may not be the full story. There are circumstances that were deliberately kept from him. He paused. If he believed something specific about how she died that is not what actually happened, then the wound that drives everything is built on a deception. Kakashi said, what circumstances? I'll explain in full before any response to his message goes out, Souta said. But the short version is, what he saw, and what actually happened, and what Rin herself chose. These are three different things. And I believe at least one of those things was hidden from him specifically. A long silence. How do you know this? Kakashi said. The same way I know most things, Souta said. Chapter 82. The proposal. Souta thought about Obito for 3 days after the message arrived. He thought about the version of Obito he knew from the original timeline, the one who had ended his own war by returning, in his last moments, to something that looked like the person he had been before the transformation. The specific quality of a man who had been living inside an ideology for decades, discovering that the ideology was not the full story of who he was. That man was still in the process of becoming what he had been in the original timeline. The process was further along in the current timeline than in the original, because the institutional changes Souta had made had altered the political landscape around the Akatsuki's formation in ways that had affected Obito's operational environment. The ideology had been tested by pressure that was different from what the original timeline's ideology had faced. The crack that testing had produced, he had reached out. Not operationally, personally. Personal contact from someone who had spent years constructing a philosophical position around the futility of personal connection was evidence that the construction was not as complete as the surface presented. Souta brought this assessment to Kakashi on the 4th morning. He said, I want to propose something that has no institutional precedent and significant operational risk. Kakashi said, all right. I want to attempt a back-channel communication with Obito. Not negotiation, not a demand, not a threat, not a proposal for surrender. Just contact. A response to his contact. He paused. The specific thing I want to say is the thing he doesn't know. About Rin. About what actually happened and what she chose. Kakashi was quiet for a long time. Souta had explained the full circumstances the previous evening. The history of the three tales, the Kiri operative's plan, Rin's understanding of what she carried and what it meant, the choice she had made rather than the accident Obito had witnessed. Kakashi had listened to all of it with the stillness of someone absorbing something that had been classified at the deepest possible level for a decade and a half. He had said, at the end, I thought no one else knew. Souta had said, someone needed to know. Someone needed to be able to tell him. Now Kakashi said, if you tell him this and he doesn't believe it, or if he believes it and it destabilizes him in the wrong direction, the Akatsuki accelerates. Yes, Souta said. And if he believes it and it lands correctly? Then the thing that sent him down this path is gone, Souta said. Not repaired. Gone. What's underneath it? Who he was before has been present the whole time. The contact at the memorial stone is evidence of that. He paused. I'm not saying he comes back. I'm not saying the Akatsuki dissolves. I'm saying there is a version of this where the war he has been building toward does not happen because the person who decided to start it decides not to finish it. Kakashi looked at the wall. The institutional logic, Souta said, would say to capture him if possible, eliminate him if not, and not waste resources on a communication attempt with a criminal who has been building an organization that intends to destabilize the shinobi world. The institutional logic is correct about the risk assessment and wrong about the available options. He paused. I'm asking for permission to take a risk that the institution would not authorize if I described it accurately. You're describing it accurately now? Kakashi said. Yes. To you. Not to Hiruzen. A pause. Is that the right call? Souta thought about this. The information about Rin's death is classified at the level that Hiruzen manages personally. Disclosing it in the context of a back-channel contact attempt would require authorizing the disclosure, which would require explaining the operational reasoning, which would require Hiruzen to authorize an approach that has significant failure modes. He paused. I think this is better handled as a small operation with plausible deniability if it fails, and significant strategic upside if it works. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. You want me to authorize it? I want to do it with your knowledge, Souta said. Not a unilateral action. Kakashi looked at him. The specific look of someone who had spent 12 years watching Souta navigate the edge of what was institutionally defensible, always towards something he genuinely believed would work, accounting for costs that other analysts didn't see. He said, design the message. Show it to me before you send it. Chapter 83. The message and the response. Designing the message took 2 days. The constraints were specific. It had to be something that could only have come from someone who knew both the investigation and the personal circumstances, who knew Obito's identity and who knew Rin's history. It had to make a claim large enough to crack the framework without being so confrontational that the crack closed defensively. And it had to leave an opening, something that suggested the communication was a beginning rather than a statement. The draft Souta wrote and discarded was longer, more analytical, walked through the evidence for what Rin had chosen, the specific technique Kiri had implanted, the reasoning behind her decision. He read it back and understood that it was wrong. It was the analytical mind at work, building a case, presenting evidence. What was needed was something different. He rewrote it as the thing he would want to say, not the thing an analyst would construct. Asterisk Kakashi is on your side if you give him the chance. That was true when you were 12, and it's still true. Whatever you think Konoha made him into, you're wrong about it. And whatever you think happened to Rin, what she chose, and why, you were not told the full story. She made a choice. Kakashi honoring it was not what you saw. Asterisk he showed it to Kakashi. Kakashi read it, and said nothing for a long time. Then he said, send it. The routing required care. The memorial stone was too exposed for a second communication. If Obito was monitoring his visit patterns, a response at the same location would confirm the channel and give Obito information about Souta's operational method that would be better withheld. He used instead a location that was less obviously connected to Kakashi, but that someone with deep knowledge of Team 7's history would recognize. The base of the old training field 3, at the specific tree where, according to Kakashi's full account of the Canopy Bridge mission, Obito had carved his name at age 12. The tree had been there for 25 years. The carving was still faintly visible under the bark. He left the message in a sealed scroll at the tree's base at 3 in the morning and confirmed the placement through environmental surveillance. 3 weeks passed. He monitored the Akatsuki intelligence picture during those 3 weeks and noted, no acceleration in organizational activity. No redeployment of assets consistent with a preparation for Konoha targeted operations. The operational tempo remained at what the assessment had categorized as early consolidation level. On the 22nd day, a response appeared at the same location. 2 words, what do you want? Chapter 84, what it would take the back channel had opened. Souta sat with the 2-word response for a full day before answering. The question was specific, not who are you or what is this, but what do you want? Which meant Obito had read the first message and processed it as a genuine communication rather than an intelligence operation. He was asking for the stated purpose. This was already more than Souta had allowed himself to fully anticipate. He thought about what to say with the specific carefulness he had developed over 12 years of thinking about what to say. The wrong answer would close the channel. The manipulative answer, the one that offered false hope or false conditions, would close the channel and confirm that this had been an intelligence play. The right answer had to be something he actually meant. He wrote, I want to know what it would take for you to stop. Not surrender. Not turn yourself in. Not undo what's been done. Just stop pursuing the project you're working toward. Tell me honestly what you need to be willing to stop, and I'll tell you honestly whether it's possible. He routed it to the same location at the same hour and confirmed placement. The silence after the second message lasted 2 months. Souta monitored the Akatsuki operational picture during those 2 months and noted, on the 5th week, the organizational tempo had slowed fractionally. Not enough to represent a strategic decision, not a pause in operations, not a withdrawal of any deployed assets. Just a slight change in the pace of what the network signals were producing, the kind of change that could be coincidence or could be the reflection of a leadership figure operating at less than full intensity. He did not file this in the formal intelligence summary. He noted it in his private assessment log with the specific qualifier, possibly coincidental, possibly relevant. The Jiraiya network produced routine intelligence during those 2 months. The Amage Cure signal protocol was operating. No mobilization indicators. No changes to the Pain faction's defensive posture that would be consistent with a preparation for external operations. On the 61st day, he was in the Intelligence Division office reviewing a routine border crossing report when Kakashi appeared in the doorway. Kakashi said, a response arrived at the location. Souta set down the report. The response was longer than the previous 2 had been. It was not written in the careful language of someone composing a diplomatic communication. It had the quality of something written quickly, possibly more than once before being left. If someone showed me proof that she chose it. That it wasn't him. If that could be real and not a manipulation. And if that were real, I don't know what that changes and what it doesn't. I don't know if it's too late for any of this to mean anything. But you said you'd be honest. So that's the honest answer. Show me proof, and maybe we talk about what stopping looks like. Souta read it twice. He said, he's asking for something I can actually provide. Kakashi looked at the far wall. His expression was the expression of someone whose grief had been carrying a weight for 15 years and was now confronting the possibility that the weight was about to move. Yes, he said. The documentation exists, Souta said. Kiri's operational record for the Three Tails implantation. Medical records consistent with the procedure. Rin's own journal entries from the final period. I know where they were stored, and they haven't been destroyed. He paused. And you? Your account. The full account. My account was classified at the Hokage level, Kakashi said. Yes, Souta said. We're going to need Hiruzen's authorization to use it in this context. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. Then, he'll give it. I know, Souta said. Chapter 85. Year 13. The back channel moved into a new phase, but slowly. Slowly was correct. Slowly was, in Souta's assessment, the only way this worked. The alternative to slowly was the kind of forced pace engagement that produced defensive reactions rather than genuine shifts, the intelligence operation that looked like a sincere approach and was therefore rejected as a sincere approach. This required actual patience. Souta had developed actual patience over 12 years of work that could not be rushed without breaking. While the back channel advanced toward its next exchange, the rest of the timeline continued. Year 13 was Team 7's first year as Genin, and Souta observed it through the combination of the protection details coverage logs and Kakashi's occasional operational briefings. He was not present on their missions. He had no formal role in their development. What he had was a general intelligence awareness of what they were doing and a specific monitoring function around Naruto's threat exposure. The early missions, standard D-rank assignments. Kakashi's assessment, provided to the inner circle briefing. The team was developing on an unusual trajectory. Not in terms of raw capability. Raw capability at Genin level was too early to meaningfully assess, but in terms of cohesion. The three of them were learning to work with each other faster than standard cohort development predicted. Suda noted this without surprise. The social dynamics of a team that had grown up in a slightly healthier institutional environment were different. The original Team 7 had spent the early months burning off the accumulated friction of 3 young people who had been through isolated, difficult childhoods and were now trying to function as a unit. The current Team 7 still had friction. It was impossible to put Naruto and Sasuke in the same team without friction, but the friction had different texture. More competitive than defensive. More about proving something to each other than protecting against each other. Kakashi said, in the briefing, they argue constantly. The arguing is productive. Suda said, I know. He had known, or expected, something like this. The specific quality of Team 7's dynamic, in the original timeline, had been transformative despite the difficult starting conditions. In less difficult starting conditions, the transformation was coming faster. Which was good, because the threats on the horizon were coming on a timeline that would not wait for a team to finish struggling before it started testing them. The Wave mission was assigned in Month 4 of Team 7's active status. Suda reviewed the mission briefing before it was finalized and noted the destination, the client, the described threat level. He knew, from the original timeline, that the described threat level was not the actual threat level, that the Wave mission contained a contact with Zabuza Momochi that was operating well above the C-rank classification the client had been able to afford. He had considered flagging this. He had decided against it. The reasoning, the Wave mission, in the original timeline, had been formative in specific ways that were not reproducible under laboratory conditions. The encounter with Zabuza, the bridge battle, the specific pressure of a situation that was beyond the team's rated capacity, these had produced growth that the training environment could not replicate. Preempting the encounter by flagging the threat level would protect the team from the encounter and prevent the growth. He was not willing to do that. What he did instead, he ensured that the ANBU coverage protocols for Team 7's active mission log included a notation for unusual threat escalation. If Kakashi called for backup, backup would be available. The coverage was insurance against catastrophic failure, not interference in the mission's natural development. He monitored the coverage log while they were in Wave Country. For 3 days, the log reported normal mission activity. On the 4th day, an encounter classification was filed. High-rank rogue ninja, S-class threat, active engagement ongoing. Suda read this and confirmed, Zabuza. He confirmed the backup positioning was active and available and continued his other work. The encounter was happening. The team would either get through it or they would call for backup and the backup would respond. 12 days later, Team 7 returned. Kakashi filed the after-action report. Suda read it and found, on the 2nd page, the notation that made him set the report down for a moment. Asterisk Zabuza Momochi survived the encounter and departed the area with his accompanying operative, Haku. The departure was facilitated by a strategic non-completion at the final stage of engagement. Justification, see supplementary tactical rationale. Asterisk Suda read the supplementary tactical rationale. He sat with it for a long time. Then he wrote in his private assessment log, Asterisk Kakashi made a different choice. Zabuza and Haku are alive. Second-order effect of 12 years of changed institutional landscape producing a Kakashi who was less isolated, less burdened, more capable of making choices that departed from tactical necessity. I did not predict this specific departure. I should have. Asterisk he filed it under the recurring notation he had been building for 12 years. Calibration ongoing. Chapter 86. Alive. The tactical rationale Kakashi had filed was 3 pages long, and Suda read all of it carefully. The argument was not sentimental. Kakashi had not filed a 3-page document explaining that he had let Zabuza and Haku survive because it felt right. He had filed a 3-page document explaining that the tactical situation at the moment of final engagement had produced a specific set of conditions where non-completion was strategically superior to completion. Zabuza was effectively neutralized as a threat to the Wave Country mission's objective by the bridge's partial completion. Haku's intervention had provided data points about the Kiri Missing Nin network's organizational structure that would be more valuable as ongoing intelligence then. As a confirmed kill, and the emotional calculus of the Genin team's cohesion after a first lethal engagement was a factor that a reasonable commander would weight in the assessment. All of which was true, none of which was the actual reason. Suda set down the tactical rationale and thought about what it meant that Kakashi had written 3 convincing pages of operational justification for a choice that he had made because the version of himself that had grown up slightly less alone was capable of offering Zabuza the exit that the original timeline's Kakashi had not been able to see. He thought about what it meant that the original timeline's Kakashi had not made that choice. Not because he was cruel or because he was operationally incorrect, but because the specific burden of losing everyone he had ever loved had produced a man who could not quite make the choice that acknowledged the parallel. He thought about the difference between the two versions and what it said about 12 years of work. He filed the tactical rationale with the notation, *assessment, accurate as stated. The operational justification is sound. The underlying cause is what's interesting. 6 months later, Kakashi received a brief note through an unremarkable civilian postal route. The return address was a merchant town in Fire Country's Eastern Territory. The note was 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph was from Haku, writing under a name Souta didn't recognize, a civilian identity established with enough care that it would not surface in standard intelligence cross-referencing. The second paragraph contained specific information about the movement patterns of an Akatsuki scouting element that had been operating in the border regions between Wind Country and Earth Country over the previous 3 months. The information was accurate. Souta cross-referenced it against the Jiraiya network surveillance data for the same region and found that the scouting element Haku described was real and had been operating on exactly the timeline Haku specified. He brought this to Kakashi. "You're not surprised?" Kakashi said. "Not completely," Souta said. Zabuza's mercenary network had connections in the border regions. If Haku maintained those connections and had the pattern recognition to notice what the movement data meant, he paused. "I didn't predict this specifically. The general class of possibility was there." Kakashi looked at the note. "What do we do with it?" "Handle it carefully," Souta said. "Haku is not a Konoha asset. He's not loyal to any institution. He's a person who made a choice to provide information to someone he trusts, which happens to be you." He paused. "The trust is the asset. Don't route this through the formal intelligence structure. It becomes a recruitment operation and the trust dies. Leave it in your hands. I'll coordinate through you. And if the information is wrong, then we learned what Haku's information quality looks like. But the first instance was accurate, which means the second instance is worth weighing." He stood. "Apparently making different tactical choices produces different intelligence assets. File it under things I should have predicted and didn't." Chapter 87. Unintended consequences. The Haku situation was, Souta had to acknowledge, a specific kind of teaching. He had spent 12 years building a practice of careful prediction, not the naive prediction of someone who thought foreknowledge was a complete map, but the operational prediction of someone who understood that every changed event produced changed second-order effects. He cataloged the unpredicted ones. He used them to calibrate. The calibration was ongoing in ways he hadn't fully grasped at the beginning. The wave mission outcome was the clearest recent demonstration. The causal chain was visible in retrospect. 12 years of changed institutional landscape had produced a Kakashi who carried a different weight. That Kakashi had made a different choice under pressure. That choice had left 2 people alive. One of those people had later provided intelligence that would have been otherwise unavailable. Souta had not predicted any specific link in that chain from the position of year 1. He had changed Kakashi's institutional environment. He had not predicted what a changed Kakashi would do in a specific moment of pressure. He had not predicted Haku's later choice to maintain contact with the person who had offered them an exit. The lesson, written in his assessment log, *I am improving at predicting institutional dynamics. I am not improving at predicting individual choices. Individual choices are the mechanism through which institutional dynamics produce outcomes. This is the gap in my model. He was 30 years old. He had been in this timeline for 13 years. His predictive accuracy for large-scale events remained high. His predictive accuracy for specific human decisions in specific moments of pressure was consistently lower than his overall confidence level suggested it should be. He thought about Kakashi deciding not to complete the engagement. He thought about Fugaku deciding to sign the complaint. He thought about Shursui deciding, on a mission 3 years into their working relationship, to share clan intelligence that he had been protecting for years. He thought about these decisions, and he thought, I plan for the institutional environment that makes these choices possible. I cannot plan for the choices themselves. This was not a failure of his method. It was the correct description of what his method could and could not do. He could create conditions. He could not control outcomes. The best he could do was create conditions where the range of possible outcomes included the outcomes he was working toward, and then be ready to adapt when individual choices produced something he hadn't specifically anticipated. The Haku intelligence channel went into his monitoring structure as an informal asset, handled through Kakashi, with low formalization and high maintenance of whatever trust Haku had extended. He moved on. Chapter 88. The exam year 14 arrived with the Chunin exam. Souta had been preparing for this for 2 years. Not the exam itself. The exam was a developmental milestone, not a strategic crisis. What he had been preparing for was the specific thing the Chunin exam facilitated in the original timeline. the orchestrated invasion attempt that used the exam's public event structure as cover for a coordinated multi-front attack on Konoha's leadership. The targets were Hiruzen, the institutional structure, and the psychological confidence of Konoha's population. The planning that had produced that attack required months of coordination, deep cover infiltration of the exam's security structure, and the specific cooperation between Orochimaru's independent operation and the Sand Village's political decision to break the alliance. Souta had known about all three components for years. The question had always been, how do you address a threat that you cannot appear to know about without explaining that you know about it? The answer he had developed: you don't preempt it. You position for it. He had spent the previous year manufacturing an intelligence-gathering operation that found the same data the invasion's preparation was producing, but through methods that would have been discoverable through standard surveillance work. When the invasion's preparation became visible enough to surface through those methods, it surfaced on a timeline 2 months earlier than it would have surfaced through standard detection. The earlier detection gave Konoha 2 months of preparation that it had not had in the original timeline. Not 2 months to prevent the attack. The attack's infrastructure was too far along and the operational commitment too deep to stop it by the time it was detectable. 2 months to position for it. Medical resources pre-staged. ANBU response protocols updated. Key personnel briefed on the specific threat vectors. Shui was part of the response planning. This was one of the differences. In the original timeline, the ANBU response to intelligence about the invasion had been coordinated through a fragmented institutional structure that was still partially shaped by Root's legacy organizational influence. In this timeline, the ANBU structure was more coherent. The institutional reforms that followed Root's disbandment had produced a cleaner chain of command, and Shusui's senior operative status gave him a response planning role that his equivalent in the original timeline had not had. Souta briefed the inner circle in the month before the exam. The threat vectors, the timing estimates, the specific intelligence on the infiltration. He framed it as the product of the accumulated intelligence work, the Jiraiya network's data, the surveillance of foreign-aligned operative movements, the specific patterns in Sand Village's diplomatic communications that suggested political dissatisfaction with the current alliance terms. Hiruzen listened. He was a man who had been governing Konoha for long enough that he could recognize the shape of an attack, even through carefully crafted analytical framing. He said, "The Sound Village infiltrators are the delivery mechanism. The Sand Village's cooperation is the political sanction." "Yes," Souta said. "And the Kazekage?" Souta paused. "The current Kazekage is not aware of all the elements of this. What I can tell you is that there are forces within the Sand Village's governance structure that have made commitments to Orochimaru's operation that are not universally known." He chose the next words carefully. "I believe the Kazekage's authority is being used without his complete awareness of what it's being used for." This was the diplomatic framing of a more precise fact that Souta could not present without explaining how he knew it. Hiruzen accepted it. "And Gaara of the Sand," Hiruzen said. "The Shikaku Jinchuriki," Souta said. "His psychological stability is a wild card. His state directly affects how the Sand Village's military contribution to the exam will function. If he destabilizes during the exam, he will," Hiruzen said quietly. He had his own intelligence on Gaara's situation. Then how he destabilizes and who addresses it affects the rest of the exam's dynamics significantly. Chapter 89. 2 Jinchuriki Gaara arrived in Konoha 3 days before the Chunin exams start. Souta had been monitoring the Sand Village's diplomatic delegation through standard intelligence channels, and Gaara's inclusion in the exam cohort had been expected. What Souta had been calibrating was the specific question of Gaara's psychological state. The original timeline's Gaara had arrived at the Chunin exam as someone who had spent his adolescence defining himself entirely around violence, the only language in which the world had communicated to him that he existed. In this timeline, Gaara was somewhat different. Not dramatically different. The Sand Village's treatment of its Jinchuriki was shaped by institutional decisions and cultural assumptions that Souta's work in Konoha had not touched. Gaara had still grown up in isolation. He had still been weaponized. He had still defined himself in relationship to Shikaku's presence in ways that were not psychologically healthy. But the Sand Village's political calculation had shifted slightly in the preceding years. The Akatsuki threat picture had been communicated through diplomatic channels, carefully framed, sourced to Konoha's intelligence division, but real. Villages that housed Jinchuriki had received the equivalent of a threat awareness briefing that told them their assets were being targeted. The Sand Village had taken that briefing seriously enough to modify some of its Jinchuriki handling protocols. Not enough to undo a lifetime of damage. Enough to produce a Gaara who had received, in the past year, something slightly resembling acknowledgement that he existed as a person rather than a weapon. Souta watched the exam through the coverage logs. He was not present at the events themselves. He was present in the intelligence division, monitoring the threat vectors, tracking the signals that would indicate when Orochimaru's preparation was moving from staging to active. The encounter between Naruto and Gaara, when it happened during the Forest of Death phase, was not something he had planned for. He had known it was coming in the original timeline. He had known that Naruto's specific quality, the refusal to accept that the world was fundamentally hostile, the determination that people could change, was what had reached Gaara in a way nothing else could. He had not known exactly how it would happen in this timeline, because the Naruto in this timeline was slightly less lonely and the Gaara in this timeline was slightly less alone. And the specific dynamic between two Jinchuriki who recognized something in each other was going to be shaped by what both of them had been through. The coverage log showed brief contact during the forest phase, no hostile engagement between their teams, and then nothing more specific. What Kakashi reported afterward, Gaara responded differently to Naruto than to any other team they encountered. I don't have detail on what passed between them, but the Sand team's post-encounter behavior changed. Souta noted this. The Sand Village's commitment level to the invasion's coordination in the weeks after the Forest of Death phase showed measurable reduction in the signal patterns the intelligence monitoring had been tracking. Not withdrawal, the coordination was too far along, but a fractional reduction in active participation that suggested someone in the Sand's decision chain was having second thoughts. He filed this as *Gaara effect. Exactly the mechanism I expected. Earlier and less dramatic than original timeline, but present. Chapter 90. The cost he had prepositioned everything he could. The hospital's trauma capacity was doubled for the period of the exam's final rounds. The ANBU rapid response teams were briefed on a threat scenario that was described as multi-front coordinated civilian attack, without specifying Orochimaru as the source. The briefing was designed to produce the correct tactical response without requiring explanation of how Souta knew Orochimaru was planning an assassination attempt. The Hokage Tower's secondary evacuation route was staffed with personnel who had not been there in the original timeline. What Souta could not do, be in Hiruzen's battle. The battle between Orochimaru and Hiruzen, on the roof of the Hokage Tower, was the battle of two practitioners who had known each other for 40 years, the teacher and the student, the mentor and the failure, the man who had chosen responsibility and the man who had chosen obsession. No one could intervene in that battle without changing its fundamental dynamics in ways that were unpredictable and not necessarily better. Souta had thought about this carefully. He had thought about whether there was a version of this where he could preempt Orochimaru's presence at the exam location, arrest him before the battle happened, prevent the attempt entirely. The answer was no. Not without revealing the foreknowledge at a level that could not be explained away. Not without creating an institutional record of exactly how much he knew, which would eventually raise questions he could not answer. What he could do, ensure the medical response was the fastest in Konoha's history. When the alert came from the Hokage Tower, the chakra signatures consistent with an S-class confrontation, the emergency signal from Hiruzen's guard, the coded notification that the Hokage was in direct combat with an identified hostile. The response team Souta had positioned moved in 40 seconds. 40 seconds was faster than the original timeline's response had been. The original timeline's response had taken 4 minutes. In medical situations involving a Kenjutsu-level technique like the Dead Demon Consuming Seal's modified application, for minutes and 40 seconds were the difference between a practitioner who died and a practitioner who lived. Hiruzen survived. He was in critical condition for 6 days. Souta spent those 6 days in the intelligence division, monitoring the post-invasion stabilization work, managing the Sand Village's withdrawal process through diplomatic channels, and reviewing the documentation on what Orochimaru had attempted. When Hiruzen was well enough to receive visitors, Souta went to see him. Hiruzen looked diminished in the way that people looked diminished when they had come very close to something and survived it. Not broken. He was too much of himself for that. But changed. He said, "You prepositioned the medical response." "Yes," Souta said. "You knew?" "I assessed the probability," Souta said carefully. The intelligence picture made an assassination attempt at the exam a high-probability event. The specific nature of the attempt, I had less certainty about. Hiruzen looked at him with the eyes of a man who had been reading intelligence for 40 years and knew exactly what assessed the probability meant coming from Souta. He did not press. He had never pressed, which was part of why the working relationship functioned. He said, "The Sand Village has withdrawn from the alliance violation," Souta said. "The Kazekage's position is complicated. There are elements within the Sand's governance structure that will need to be addressed through diplomatic channels. But the immediate threat is resolved. Gaara, alive. Stable. His team returned to Sand Village with the rest of the exam cohort. He paused. The encounter during the exam had effects that will take time to develop. I believe the effects are positive. Hiruzen was quiet for a moment. Then, and Orochimaru. Gone. He achieved his objective, the attempt itself, not the completion. He needed to demonstrate capability rather than achieve the result. Souta paused. He's still working towards something. The assassination attempt was a statement, not an endpoint. Hiruzen nodded slowly. Tsunade will need to be found. Jiraiya knows where she is, Souta said. I can have him begin the outreach within the week. Hiruzen looked at the ceiling. He was alive, injured, and already thinking about what came next. Apparently, he said, that's what we do. Souta left him to rest and went back to work. Chapter 91. The succession Hiruzen was not capable of returning to active Hokage duties. He had survived. That was the primary outcome and the one Souta had been working toward. But survived and capable of governing were not the same thing, and Hiruzen's injuries, the chakra depletion from the battle, the partial tissue damage from Orochimaru's technique, the specific exhaustion that came from fighting someone who had been your student for 3 decades, were not going to resolve in days. They were going to resolve in months, if they resolved at all. The succession question was Hiruzen's to answer. He answered it in a meeting with the civilian and military councils 3 days after he was stable enough to meet. Souta was not present. He read the documentation afterward. The immediate appointment was a temporary acting governance structure, a council overseeing administrative function that managed Konoha's essential institutional operations while the 5th Hokage question was formally addressed. The 5th Hokage question had one obvious answer, which Hiruzen communicated through Jiraiya within the week, Tsunade Senju. Jiraiya received his briefing on the retrieval mission through the standard channel and through the supplementary channel that Souta maintained with him. The standard briefing covered the mission parameters and Tsunade's last known location. The supplementary briefing covered the context that made the retrieval time-sensitive, the Akatsuki's operational development, the threat picture for Konoha's Jinchuriki, the specific value of having Tsunade's medical expertise as an institutional resource rather than a gambling debt exile. Jiraiya received both briefings and said, through the secure channel, you could have told me about Tsunade 2 years ago. The timing wasn't right 2 years ago, Souta replied. The timing is right now. Because of the attempted assassination. Yes, Tsunade needs a reason to come back that's larger than obligation and smaller than grief. The current situation provides that reason. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment. You're very careful with timing. I try to be, Souta said. The retrieval mission succeeded on a timeline slightly faster than the original. Jiraiya's more complete intelligence briefing and the clearer articulation of the strategic need produced a different version of the conversation than the one in the original timeline, where Tsunade had needed to be convinced at length that Konoha was worth defending before she could get past the grief about what Konoha had cost her. This version, Tsunade arrived, assessed the situation, and made a decision that was made by someone who understood what the situation actually was rather than who was working through a simplified summary. She became the 5th Hokage. She immediately began restructuring Konoha's medical corps. Souta had been waiting for this. He requested a meeting with Tsunade's medical assessment team within a week of her installation, presented a document on Jinchuriki medical protocols that he had been building for 4 years, and watched the 5th Hokage read it with the expression of someone who had been thinking about the same problems from the medical side. She said, this is more comprehensive than anything in Konoha's existing record. The existing record doesn't fully account for the interaction between the Biju's chakra and the Jinchuriki's standard chakra development over time, Souta said. The protocols I've outlined are designed to address that interaction before it becomes a medical crisis. She looked at him. How do you know about this interaction? Analysis of available cases, he said. And projection. She accepted this in the way that capable practitioners who were also pragmatists accepted things. Not fully, but operationally. Chapter 92. The puzzle 3 months after Tsunade's installation, Souta found an envelope on his desk. There were people with legitimate access to the Intelligence Division's internal mail system. There were people without that access who could, with sufficient capability, place something in the system anyway. He recognized the quality of this envelope as the second category, not because the placement was careless, but because the placement was too careful. No one who used the mail system normally handled their correspondence this precisely. He opened it. Inside, a single sheet of paper with a numerical sequence. 46 numbers, grouped in clusters of 3 and 5, with no explanation. He looked at it for a long moment. He recognized the structure, not the specific cipher. This was not something he had foreknowledge of, but the structural approach, a layered encryption that required knowledge of a specific contextual key to decode the first layer and the decoded first layer would then provide the method for the second layer. The kind of cipher that was designed to be solvable by someone with the right knowledge base and unsolvable by someone without it. He thought about who had the capability to place something in the intelligence division's mail system, who had the resources to construct a layered cipher of this quality, and who had a reason to test whether he could solve it. The list had one name on it. He spent 4 hours on the cipher. The first layer decoded through a key based on elemental chakra theory, specifically, the subset that related to space-time technique taxonomy, which was the content of a lecture Orochimaru had given at the ANBU intelligence consultation 8 years prior. The decoded first layer provided a location and a time. He brought it to Kakashi and Shursui that evening. Orochimaru, Kakashi said. He did not phrase it as a question. Yes, Souta said. Kakashi's expression moved through several things. He said, he'll try to capture you. Possibly, Souta said. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Is there a version of this meeting where the information he has about the Akatsuki's organizational development is worth the risk of going? Shursui said. That depends on what information. Kabuto Yakushi, Souta said. Orochimaru has been using Kabuto as a medical assistant and intelligence resource. What Orochimaru may not fully know is that Kabuto has divided loyalties that connect to the Akatsuki. The connection is documented in the Root Legacy Archive. Kabuto is a former Root operative. If Orochimaru can be moved to provide his full documentation on Kabuto's intelligence activities, we can close the Akatsuki's primary active intelligence asset inside Konoha. Kakashi and Shursui looked at each other. Kakashi said, if he tries to capture you, I go alone, Souta said. I know what he wants from the meeting. He wants to understand how I know what I know. I have a version of that answer prepared that is accurate enough to be credible and incomplete enough to be non-exploitable. Shursui said, what if the version doesn't satisfy him? Then I come back empty-handed, and we close the Kabuto problem through other means, Souta said. I'm not committing to any exchange of information that compromises operational security. I'm going to a meeting with someone who is very intelligent and genuinely curious. Kakashi looked at him for a long moment. Backup positioned outside the location. Yes, Souta said. At sufficient distance not to trigger his monitoring. He went. Chapter 93. What he already knew the location was in Earth Country, 3 days' travel from Konoha. A structure that had previously been a research outpost for an unaffiliated medical practitioner. The kind of location that appeared in administrative records as a former facility with no current registered use, which meant it was formally empty and practically occupied by someone who knew how to use the gap between administrative record and physical reality. Orochimaru was waiting. He looked like himself, which was to say, the way he had looked in the original timeline's version of this period. Ageless in the specific way that people who had spent decades pursuing lifespan extension achieved. Interested, watching Souta approach with the eyes of someone who had already formed a preliminary assessment and was updating it in real time. He said, without preamble, you know the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan mechanism. You knew about Kamui before it was demonstrably confirmed in any public-facing scenario. You've been making accurate predictions about organizational developments in the shinobi world that no intelligence analyst working from standard available data could have produced. He paused. You are either working from future knowledge, or you are something stranger than an ordinary person. I'm here to determine which. Souta sat down at the table Orochimaru had positioned in the room's center and said, let me make sure I understand the situation correctly. Are you asking whether my information is accurate, or how I obtained it? I'm asking both, Orochimaru said. The accuracy I've already assessed to a high degree of confidence. The method is the question I cannot answer from outside information. Why does the method matter to you? Because if the method is reproducible, it is the most significant intelligence capability development in the history of the shinobi world. Because if it is not reproducible, understanding why it works for you and not others has research implications I find compelling. He looked at Souta with the specific attention of someone who had been thinking about this for years. And because you are an anomaly, and I find anomalies professionally interesting. I see, Souta said. He thought about how to proceed. He had prepared his version of the answer. He delivered it. During the Ninetales attack, I was deployed in the containment effort. There was a seal-based incident in the Central District. I was in proximity to a large-scale barrier formation that malfunctioned under the Ninetales chakra pressure. The malfunction produced an anomalous effect that I have been unable to fully characterize. But its practical outcome was fragmented access to a version of events that had not yet occurred. Orochimaru was very still. Not complete access, Souta said. Gaps, inaccuracies in areas where I have subsequently changed the timeline from the version I was given. The original version is now an outdated reference point rather than a current map. But for the first several years, The accuracy was high enough that I was able to make predictions that I could not have made from standard intelligence work. A seal that grants timeline access, Orochimaru said. A malfunctioning barrier seal under Bijou chakra pressure that produced a temporal information anomaly, Souta said. The mechanism is not something I have been able to reproduce, examine, or document. I have considered attempting to reverse engineer it and concluded that the attempt would be more dangerous than useful. The seal is still active. In a degraded form, Souta said. The information quality has been declining for years. At some point, what I have will be indistinguishable from standard analytical intelligence, and I will be operating on normal information like everyone else. He paused. There is also a physical cost to the sustained anomaly. I would not recommend attempting to replicate the conditions. The last part was not true. He watched Orochimaru register it. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, processing. He was not accepting the story at face value. He never accepted anything at face value. He was assessing it against the evidence he had and calculating whether it was more or less plausible than the alternatives. He said, "That is theoretically possible, but practically unprecedented." A pause. "I'll accept it as the working hypothesis." Chapter 94. The exchange. "What do you want from this meeting?" Orochimaru said. Souta said, "Information on Kabuto Yakushi. He's working for the Akatsuki while appearing to work for you." Orochimaru looked at him. "Not a guess," Souta said. "Assessment from multiple intelligence sources. Kabuto's connection to the Akatsuki has been active for at least 4 years. He is providing the organization with intelligence on Konoha's internal capability profile, personnel structure, and Jinchuriki protection protocols. His usefulness to the Akatsuki is specifically that he appears to be your asset rather than theirs, which gives him access to information that would otherwise be unavailable to an outside organization." Orochimaru said, "I had reached partial conclusions about his divided loyalty." "How partial?" "I knew there were information flows I couldn't account for," Orochimaru said. "I had not confirmed the Akatsuki as the recipient." He paused. "You're certain?" "Kabuto is a former root operative," Souta said. "The financial connection to the Akatsuki flows through the same network fragment route used for external intelligence compensation." He let that sit. "If you have documentation of his intelligence-gathering activities over the past 4 years, it will allow us to reconstruct what he's fed to the Akatsuki and run a targeted disinformation operation through the same channel before we close it." "What do I receive?" "A confirmation that the Akatsuki's current organizational posture represents a threat to your operational freedom that is at least as significant as Konoha's," Souta said. "If their Bijou acquisition program reaches completion, there is nothing in the shinobi world that operates outside their authority. That includes independent operators." He paused. "You are, by definition, an independent operator." Orochimaru looked at the table. This was the core of the exchange, not a mutual alliance, not shared interests in any sentimental sense. A specific convergence of operational concerns. The Akatsuki's completed objective was a world with no room for Orochimaru's research agenda, his independent authority, or his ability to pursue his goals without institutional sanction. That was something Orochimaru would weigh correctly. The documentation, Souta said, would be kept in Konoha's intelligence record with the source noted as independent operative with access to the subject's activities. Your identity would not be specified. The contribution would not produce any institutional obligation toward Konoha on your part. And in exchange for this gift, nothing, Souta said. This specific exchange has no reciprocal requirement. Providing the documentation reduces a threat to your operational freedom. That's sufficient. Orochimaru was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You're not asking me to return." "No, not asking me to stop what I'm currently working on. Your current work is not a strategic priority of mine," Souta said honestly. "I care about specific outcomes. Your research activities, conducted outside Konoha, do not currently intersect with those outcomes in a way that requires my attention." The meeting continued for another hour. Orochimaru reviewed what he had on Kabuto's activities and provided Souta with documentation that was, when Souta reviewed it later, more comprehensive than he had expected. For years of precise records. Kabuto's reporting cycles, his contact methods, the specific categories of information he had been providing. As Souta prepared to leave, Orochimaru said, "I'm not coming back to Konoha. That should be clear." "It's clear," Souta said. "The experiments I was conducting when I departed, the work that produced the conflict, that was a means to an end. The end I'm pursuing differently now. The method has changed." A pause. "The intellectual goal has not." Souta said, "Apparently I know." He walked out of the meeting into the Earth Country evening, and the backup team confirmed his exit signal, and he spent the 3-day return journey processing what he had learned. Chapter 95. disinformation, and closure. The Kabuto operation took 3 months. The documentation Orochimaru had provided was comprehensive enough to reconstruct the full picture of what Kabuto had been providing to the Akatsuki over 4 years. The information categories were specific: Konoha's ANBU personnel structure, Naruto's protection detail protocols, the inner circle's membership and communication methods, and, most concerning, a series of assessments about the timeline Konoha's leadership was using to plan against the Akatsuki's Bijou acquisition program. That last category was the most sensitive. It meant the Akatsuki had a reasonable estimate of when Konoha expected to be able to mount an effective defense of its Jinchuriki, which meant they could plan around that estimate. Time their move for before Konoha's defenses reached the threshold Kabuto had described. Suda sat with this for 2 days. The operational response was clear, but required precise calibration. He needed to corrupt the Akatsuki's information picture through Kabuto without alerting Kabuto that his channel had been identified. The disinformation had to be plausible, close enough to the real intelligence that Kabuto wouldn't question it, different enough in the specific parameters that mattered to cause the Akatsuki to adjust their timeline in a direction Suda could anticipate. The specific parameter he wanted to corrupt, the protection readiness timeline. Kabuto's current reporting suggested Konoha expected to reach effective Jinchuriki defense capability in approximately 2 years. Suda wanted the Akatsuki to believe that estimate was wrong, that the real timeline was longer, that Naruto's protection level was lower than the formal protocol suggested. He constructed the disinformation package through Shursui, who had the specific operational capability for precision information seeding, the ability to plant a plausible-seeming intelligence update in a way that appeared to come from Kabuto's normal sources rather than from a deliberate operation. The package was designed to look like a correction to Kabuto's previous assessment, a security review that had found gaps in Naruto's protection protocols, an internal disagreement about the protection timeline, a suggestion that the formal protocols overstated actual readiness. Kabuto received it and passed it on. The Akatsuki's observable response took 6 weeks to surface in the intelligence monitoring. The signal pattern that had been building toward operational readiness for a Naruto-targeted acquisition shifted. Not dramatically. The organization was too large and too careful to make dramatic shifts based on single intelligence updates. But the trajectory changed. The timeline adjusted. The expected extraction attempt, based on Suda's assessment, moved from within 2 years to within 4 years. 2 years bought. The cost. The Akatsuki redirected capacity toward targets they considered currently accessible, which meant other Jinchuriki faced accelerated pressure. This was the part Suda had not fully modeled. He had calculated the disinformation's effect on Naruto's risk window. He had been less precise about the redistribution effect. He filed this in his calibration log. Asterisk correctly anticipated the primary effect. Underestimated the redistribution dynamic. The Gaara window will accelerate. Asterisk, then he began building the Gaara response protocols. Kabuto's channel was closed 3 weeks after the disinformation package was delivered. Not through a formal investigation. The formal investigation would have produced a trial, a record, and an institutional response that was more visible than Suda wanted. Through the administrative mechanism he had developed over years of working below the institutional surface. A personnel review that surfaced inconsistencies in Kabuto's documentation, a security audit that produced findings sufficient to justify a reassignment, and then a reassignment to duties that did not include access to the intelligence categories he had been exploiting. Kabuto was removed without knowing he had been identified. The Akatsuki lost their primary active intelligence asset inside Konoha. Suda reviewed the operation in the Intelligence Division's secure file room and wrote the summary. Asterisk operation closed. Kabuto channel neutralized. Disinformation planted. Akatsuki timeline adjusted. Expected cost. Accelerated Shikaku acquisition attempt. Response planning initiated. Asterisk he sealed the file, stood, and looked at the wall of his office for a long moment. 14 years in this timeline. 31 years old. The work had produced real changes. Measurable, documented, verifiable changes to the trajectory of outcomes that had been fixed in the original version. The people who should be alive were alive. The institutions that should be functional were functional. The threats that should be contained were contained. The threats that were still coming were still coming. He sat back down and started the Gaara response planning. Chapter 96. The 2-year window. The disinformation operations results clarified over the following 3 months. Suda tracked the Akatsuki's observable signals through the Jiraiya network's monitoring protocols and through the Haku intelligence channel, which had become a surprisingly reliable secondary source for organizational movement data in the border regions. The signal pattern was consistent. The organizational posture that had been building toward a Naruto-targeted operation had shifted onto a longer timeline. The Akatsuki's internal calculus, as Souta reconstructed it from the indirect signals. Konoha's Jinchuriki protection level had been reassessed as more robust than initially estimated. The organization's acquisition timeline had been adjusted to allow for more preparation before approaching a target with heavy institutional protection. Other targets, with lower protection profiles, would be addressed first while capability continued to develop. This was exactly the operational logic he had designed the disinformation to produce. He briefed the inner circle, Kakashi, Shursui, Itachi, and Tsunade, who had taken Hiruzen's place in the group's working structure as the fifth Hokage, on the operation's outcome. He did not brief them on the full chain of events that had produced the intelligence picture. The Orochimaru meeting remained outside the formal record. He briefed them on the result. Kabuto neutralized, disinformation placed, Naruto's risk window extended by approximately 2 years. Tsunade said, 2 years. 2 years of reduced primary threat exposure, Souta said. The Akatsuki is still developing. They're still pursuing the Bijou acquisition program. The threat doesn't disappear, the timeline extends. What happens during those 2 years? We use them, Souta said. Better medical protocols for Jinchuriki. Improved detection capability for extraction technique precursors. Development of the response doctrine for when the attempt actually comes. He paused. And we continue the back channel with Obito, because if that produces a result, the Akatsuki's coherence as an organization changes significantly. Tsunade looked at him with the specific expression of someone who had been hearing about the back channel through briefing summaries and was deciding what she thought about it. She had a medical practitioner's view of injury. The thing that had caused damage was secondary to the question of whether it could heal. She had not voiced an opinion on the Obito back channel yet. She said, "You believe he can be reached?" "I believe," Souta said carefully, "that the thing that sent him on this path was not inevitable." "Which means the path is not inevitable." He paused. "Whether reaching him is possible is a different question. I'm pursuing the possibility." She nodded once. "Then use the 2 years." Chapter 97. The redirect. The disinformation's secondary effect became visible 8 months in. Souta had been tracking the Akatsuki's operational redirection toward lower protection targets as the expected consequence of the modified risk assessment. What he had modeled was a gradual redistribution of organizational attention, a general broadening of the acquisition timeline, with multiple lower resistance targets being approached concurrently over the 2-year window before the organization returned its focus to Naruto. What the signals showed instead, a targeted acceleration on a single target. The Shikaku's Jinchuriki. Gaara. He looked at the intelligence picture and worked through the logic. The original timeline's order of operations had been different. Gaara had been targeted later in the Akatsuki's acquisition sequence, after the organization had built more operational capacity. In this timeline, the disinformation had caused the Akatsuki to assess Naruto as a higher resistance target than expected, which had pushed them toward the next accessible target on their list. Gaara's resistance profile, a Jinchuriki with some degree of psychological instability and a host village with weaker international alliance structure, had been reassessed upward. He had not predicted the specific redirection to Gaara. He had predicted that redirection would occur. He had not modeled which target would absorb the redirected attention. I assumed the disinformation would delay without concentrating. I missed the concentration dynamic. He filed this in the calibration log and immediately shifted to response planning. The Jiraiya channel was the primary asset. Jiraiya's network had coverage in the Wind Country region that was better than Konoha's formal intelligence could provide. Souta activated the emergency protocol for the channel and sent a message. Akatsuki operational targeting has shifted to Gaara. Timeline immediate. Require full Wind Country movement data. Jiraiya responded within 48 hours. The data confirmed. Akatsuki scouting elements had been in the Sand Village's vicinity for 3 weeks. The operational preparation was at a late stage. The window was narrow. He brought this to the inner circle that evening with the specific quality of someone presenting a crisis that had a solution if the solution was implemented immediately. Chapter 98. The Sand response. The response required 3 parallel operations running simultaneously. The first, diplomatic communication to the Sand Village's leadership through the established secure channel that had been built on the improved Sand-Konoha relationship of the previous 2 years. The message was direct. Akatsuki operational targeting confirmed for Shikaku extraction. Timeline is days. Konoha is prepared to support interdiction if the Kazekage authorizes joint response. The second, mobilizing Konoha's response team to a staging position at the Firewind border. The team composition was not standard. Souta had reviewed the original timeline's events around Gaara's extraction and knew what kind of capability was needed to interrupt the process before it completed. Not enough to destroy the extraction team outright. Enough to break the technique's continuity. The third, the Jiraiya Network's Amigakure contacts, asked to provide real-time movement data on the specific Akatsuki operatives whose capability profiles matched the extraction team's requirements. Kakashi led the response team personally. Souta had asked him to. Not because Kakashi was the most powerful option. He was not. But because Kakashi had the specific combination of capability and judgment that an operation with incomplete intelligence and a tight timeline required. You needed someone who could make the right call when the situation diverged from the plan. And the situation would diverge from the plan. It always did. The Sand Village's authorization came through 6 hours after Suta's message. The Kazekage's response was measured and precise. * joint interdiction authorized. Konoha forces to coordinate with Sand Response Team at the northern perimeter. Authorization for neutralization of extraction team members applies. Souta tracked the operation from Konoha through the monitoring logs. He was not in the field. He had made the decision years ago that his value was in the intelligence and planning function, not the operational execution, and that decision had been correct every time he had tested it. The operation's first 12 hours were within parameters. The extraction was further along than the intelligence picture had suggested. The Akatsuki operatives had moved faster than the monitoring data's last update had indicated. By the time the joint response team reached the location, Gaara was in the extraction process, not at completion, but past the early stage window where interruption was clean. What the operation did broke the extraction technique's continuity at the 73rd minute of the process. The break was sufficient. Shikaku was not fully extracted. Gaara survived. What the break cost. The force required to interrupt the technique at that stage required the response team's front operatives to engage the extraction pair directly. 2 ANBU operatives who had been positioned for the interrupt action were killed in the engagement. Souta read the casualty report in the intelligence division at 3 in the morning and sat with it. Chapter 99. The chain. He knew their names. He had worked alongside them for years. Not closely, not in the inner circle way of Kakashi or Shursui, but in the distributed way of an intelligence division that operated across multiple teams on multiple tracks. They were people who had been part of the changed timeline he had been building. Operatives whose careers had developed inside the institutional reforms he had spent 15 years constructing. They had died because the operation that saved Gaara was faster and more aggressive than a later timed operation would have been, which required faster and more aggressive intervention, which required the front operatives to absorb contact they would not have absorbed if the timeline had not been accelerated. The timeline had been accelerated because the disinformation had concentrated Akatsuki attention on Gaara rather than distributing it. The disinformation had been designed by Souta. He sat with the chain for a long time. He did not recalibrate his ethics. The operation had saved Gaara's life. Gaara alive, with the connection to Naruto that the exam had begun to build, had consequences that rippled through the Sand Village's political trajectory in ways that were positive. The calculus was not simple, but the calculus was not wrong. What he recalibrated was his model. I assumed the disinformation would delay without redirecting toward a concentrated alternative. The correct model was, disinformation that modifies risk assessment on one target does not distribute the redirected attention. It concentrates it on the most accessible alternative. I should have predicted that Gaara would absorb the concentration. I did not. The casualties are the cost of that modeling error. He wrote this in the private assessment log. He wrote the names of the 2 operatives in the same entry. He would not forget them. Forgetting them would be the wrong response. The wrong response was to abstract the casualties into a policy outcome. The right response was to carry them as specific people and let that specific weight inform the model going forward. He wrote the updated model parameters. When deploying disinformation that modifies target selection behavior, model for concentration on the next most accessible alternative rather than diffusion across the field. Concentration is the more common organizational response to modified risk assessment. He filed the log. He went home. He came back the next morning and continued the work. Chapter 100. End of Arc 5. The accounting at Arc 5's end was complicated. Gaara of the Sand was alive. This was the primary outcome, and it was good. Gaara alive meant Gaara could continue the development that the Chunin exam had begun, the slow process of a person who had been weaponized since childhood discovering that they were also a person. The Sand Village's political trajectory was better with a Gaara who had survived an Akatsuki extraction attempt than it would have been with a Sand Village processing his death. The Akatsuki's bijou acquisition timeline had been disrupted. The Shikaku extraction failure was the first significant operational failure the organization had experienced in its existence. It would produce internal stress, recalculation, accountability processes, adjustment of methods. The disruption created a window. Kabuto was neutralized as an intelligence asset. The Akatsuki's information picture about Konoha's Jinchuriki protection capacity was now corrupted in a specific way that Souta could account for and plan around. 2 operatives were dead because of a modeling error Souta had made. He held all of these facts at the same time. He had learned, over 15 years, that holding contradictory outcomes simultaneously was not a failure of analysis. It was the accurate description of how complicated interventions worked. Good results and costs existed in the same timeline, produced by the same decisions. The calibration ongoing notation was still accurate. The backchannel with Obito had been silent for 8 months. Souta had continued to monitor the Akatsuki's organizational signals during those 8 months and found no evidence that the silence indicated acceleration or preparation for a direct move. The silence seemed genuine, the reflection of a leadership figure who had received a message that required genuine processing rather than a tactical response. He had not sent a follow-up. Pushing the backchannel would have been wrong. The communication had to develop at its own pace, or it would become something other than what it was. On the 242nd day of the silence, a message appeared at a location that was not the location they had been using. Not the memorial stone. Not the tree in Training Field 3. A location that was significant to Kakashi in a different way. The place in Konoha's older residential district where Kakashi had grown up, a small courtyard behind a building that had been demolished and rebuilt. Unremarkable to anyone who had not spent their childhood in its shadow. The message, asterisk, she wouldn't have wanted this. Neither would he. I know you know that. Asterisk, there was no signature. There did not need to be. The she and the he were not ambiguous. Souta held the message for a long moment. Then he brought it to Kakashi. Kakashi read it. He was quiet for a long time. He said, he's talking about Rin and Minato. Yes, Souta said. He's saying he knows what they would have wanted. Another pause. He's saying he's aware that what he's been doing is not what they would have wanted. That's my reading too, Souta said. Kakashi looked at the message in his hand. That's the acknowledgement we were waiting for. Yes, Souta said. Now we respond. He sat down at the desk in the secure consultation room and thought about what to say to a man who had just acknowledged, in 3 lines, that the ideology he had built his war around was built over a grief that was now fracturing. The next message had to be exactly right. He began to write. Chapter 101. Everything. Kakashi sat with the message for 2 days. He did not bring it to Souta immediately. He said, when he finally came, that he had needed to decide what he thought about it before he said anything. Because saying anything was an action and he wanted to be sure the action was the right one. Souta had been monitoring the backchannel location through environmental surveillance, so he had known about the message for those 2 days. He had not told Kakashi. He had waited. They sat in the secure consultation room, and Kakashi put the message on the table between them. He's not addressing me, Kakashi said. He's addressing the version of me he knew. Or he's trying to address both, Souta said. Kakashi looked at the message. Asterisk, she wouldn't have wanted this. Neither would he. I know you know that. Asterisk, 3 lines about Rin and Minato. 3 lines that said, I know the people you loved. I know what they stood for. I know that what I've been building is not what they would have chosen. The she and the he, Kakashi said. He's not using their names. No, Souta said. Because using the names would make it more personal than he's ready for. Or because naming them makes the grief real, and the grief is where the whole thing lives. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. He's not threatening. He's not negotiating. He's acknowledging. Yes, Souta said. He's acknowledging that he knows the cost of what he's been doing, measured in the terms of the people he lost, and that cost is not settled. The room was quiet. Souta said, what would it mean to you if he were reachable? Kakashi looked at the wall for a long time. It was not a pause of someone avoiding the question. It was the pause of someone who had been carrying the weight of a specific grief for 15 years and was being asked to say, directly, what the grief was actually about. He said, everything. The single word settled. Souta said, then we're going to design the next response carefully. He had been thinking about this for 2 days, since the environmental surveillance had flagged the message, since he had read the 3 lines and understood what they meant and understood that the backchannel had just moved into a different phase. He had thought about it for 2 days before saying anything because the response he was designing had to be exact. Not the analytical response. Not the intelligence professional response. The right one. He said, the next message addresses him by name. That's new. We haven't used his name in the correspondence. Using it as a choice. It says, we know you specifically, not just the operator on the other side of this channel. Kakashi nodded. And the message asks a question he can't answer with a tactical response, Suta said. Something that requires an answer that's personal rather than operational. Kakashi said, "What question?" "What it would take for you to let Kakashi explain in person what actually happened that day," Suta said. "The day Rin died. Not the account Obito has been living with. What actually happened?" A long silence. Kakashi said, "You're betting that he doesn't know the full story." "I'm betting that the full story, all of it, including what Rin chose and why, changes something fundamental about what he's been building his war on." Suta paused. He sent a message that said she wouldn't have wanted this. He knows something of what she would have wanted. I don't think he knows what she actually did. Chapter 102. By name. The message Suta sent used the name for the first time. Obito. What would it take for you to let Kakashi explain in person what actually happened that day? Not what you saw. What happened? He had written it 6 times before settling on this version. The earlier versions had been longer, more context, more framing, more careful diplomatic architecture around the central ask. He had cut them down one by one because every added word was a hedge, and the hedge was what made it not the right message. The right message had to be as direct as the message he had received. She wouldn't have wanted this. 3 lines. The brevity was the honesty. He routed it through the established channel at the established time and waited. The wait this time was 2 weeks. 2 weeks was shorter than the previous silences, which suggested the question had hit something that required active processing rather than the kind of radical disruption that produced paralysis. Suta monitored the Akatsuki's organizational signals during those 2 weeks and noted no change in operational posture. Whatever Obito was doing with the question, he was not resolving it by accelerating his operational timeline. The response, when it arrived at the dead drop location. "If you already know what happened, why are you asking?" Suta read this and sat back. It was the question that tested whether the communication was genuine. If Suta's answer was evasive, if it turned out that the what happened was another intelligence move, another way of establishing leverage, Obito would know and the channel would close. The answer had to be true. He brought it to Kakashi that evening, and they read it together. Kakashi said, "He's asking if this is a manipulation." "Yes," Suta said. "And the answer that's not a manipulation is the actual reason," Suta said. "Which is, I know, and Kakashi knows, and neither of us has told anyone else because it isn't ours to tell. Because the truth about what Rin chose is not institutional intelligence. It belongs to the people who loved her." Kakashi looked at the message. "If you answer it that way," he said, "and it works, then we're going to have to tell him," Suta said. "In person, not through a dead drop." A long pause. "I know," Kakashi said. Chapter 103. The truth about Rin. Suta wrote the response alone. He wrote it in the Intelligence Division's secure room, where the privacy of the space was not institutional protection but physical quiet, the place he went when the work required something more than analytical precision. The message, I know. Kakashi knows. Kakashi has never told anyone outside this correspondence because the truth about what Rin chose belongs to the people who loved her, not to Konoha's intelligence record. He's been carrying it alone for 15 years because there was no one to tell it to who would understand what it meant. He stopped there. He read it back. The next sentence was the one he had been deciding about for 3 days. Whether to include it or leave it. Whether the invitation was the right move or whether it was asking for too much too fast and would produce a defensive closure rather than an opening. He wrote it. You understand what it meant. That's why there's no one to tell it to but you. He read the full message. He routed it. The response arrived in 36 hours, faster than any previous response. 1 word. Where? Suta sat with that word for a long time. Then he went to find Kakashi. Kakashi was at the memorial stone when Suta found him, standing in front of it in the late afternoon, not touching it, just present. He did not turn around when Suta approached. He responded. "Yes," Suta said. "Where is he asking to meet?" "He's asking where we want to meet," Suta said. The response was 1 word. "He's putting the logistics in our hands." Kakashi turned around then. His face had the quality of someone who had been holding something for a very long time and could feel the weight changing, not gone, but shifting. He said, "He wants this to happen." "Yes," Suta said. "He wants this to happen." They chose the location together. Not Konoha, not Obito's territory, not a neutral location that felt like a diplomatic settlement. A specific place between Fire Country and Stone Country, in the borderlands that were not contested territory but genuinely unclaimed. A place that had no institutional meaning but had the quality of a clearing, wide and open, where 2 people who had been separated by 15 years of ideology could stand and look at each other without the weight of either side's institutional claims around them. Suta sent the location through the channel. No response arrived. He had not expected one. The channel had served its purpose. What came next would happen in person. Chapter 104. The meeting was in late autumn. The borderland clearing was exactly as Souta had described it in his own mind when he had chosen it. Wide, ringed by trees that had shed their leaves, the ground dry and cold under a sky that was overcast without being heavy. The quality of a place where the world was between states. Not summer, not winter, not quite either country, not quite either position. He and Kakashi arrived an hour before the designated time. Souta did not bring other operatives. This was not a tactical operation. He had assessed the risks with Kakashi and with Shursui and had concluded that the risk of bringing backup was higher than the risk of going without it. That Obito's willingness to engage in this meeting was contingent on the meeting being what it appeared to be rather than what an intelligence operation could make it look like. Kakashi had agreed. He had the specific agreement of someone who understood the risk assessment and was choosing to accept it because the alternative was not worth the protection. Obito arrived exactly on time. He was unmasked. This was the detail that Souta had known intellectually but had not fully prepared for. The face under the mask. The face that had been there since he was 12 years old and had been through 32 years of events that had changed it in the specific way that 32 years of events changed a face. Not young. Not old in the way someone who had lived those years peacefully would be old. The lines of someone who had carried something enormous for a very long time. He and Kakashi stood 6 meters apart in the clearing and did not say anything for what felt like a long time. Then Kakashi said, "You look like yourself." Obito said, "You look old." A pause. Kakashi said, "I have that in common with most people." It was not the exchange of enemies or of diplomats. It was the exchange of two people who had known each other when they were very young and were now, in the clearing, allowing that knowledge to exist alongside everything that had happened since. Souta stood at the clearing's edge and watched. Kakashi told him. He did not perform the telling. He was matter-of-fact, detailed, accurate, the way he was in intelligence briefings, but quieter. He described the Three Tails implantation. He described Rin's understanding of what she carried and what would happen if she returned to the village. He described the specific words she had said. He described what she had asked him to do. He described what she had chosen. Obito listened. He was very still throughout. Not the stillness of someone who was disconnected from what they were hearing. The stillness of someone who was receiving information that was changing the architecture of something they had been living inside for a long time. When Kakashi finished, Obito was quiet for a very long time. He said, "You've been living with that for 15 years. Kakashi said, "Yes." Another long quiet. Obito said, slowly, "She chose it." Not a question. Checking the weight of the words. "She chose it herself." "Yes," Kakashi said. Obito turned and looked at Souta for the first time since arriving in the clearing. His face was the face of someone who had just had the foundation of something shift underneath him and was assessing what was still standing. He said, "What do you want?" Souta said, "Apparently what I've always wanted. For everyone who should still be alive to still be alive." Obito looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked back at Kakashi. Then at the bare trees at the clearing's edge. He said nothing for a long time. He stayed in the clearing. Chapter 105. What Nagato needs. They talked for 4 hours. The conversation was not strategic in the way that Souta's conversations typically were, not organized around intelligence goals or operational outcomes. It moved the way conversations moved when two people who had been in conflict were no longer in the same conflict and were trying to understand what existed in its absence. Obito asked about Kakashi's missions. Kakashi asked about what Obito had been doing in the years since the attack. Obito described his operational life in the specific present tense of someone accounting for their own history, not defending it, not justifying it, simply describing it. Kakashi listened. Souta listened. At some point the conversation reached the practical question, because it had to. Obito said, "The organization I've been running, I can stop directing it. The Eye of the Moon plan infrastructure, I can dismantle the parts that depend on my operational involvement." He paused. "But the organization has other members. Nagato is the center of the Pain faction. He is not under my control and has not been for years. His goals and mine overlapped, but they were never identical." Souta said, "If Nagato is the core of what continues after you disengage, what does Nagato need?" Obito was quiet for a long time. He said, "Nagato lost everything he loved when he was young. His team, his home, the foundation of his relationship with the world. He built a philosophy around that loss. Pain as the only universal experience. Violence as the only honest language. Suffering as the only teacher the world has." He paused. "His philosophy is internally consistent. If you accept the starting assumptions, everything follows." "What are the starting assumptions?" Souta said. "That pain doesn't end," Obito said. "That nothing changes the basic fact of loss. That the only honest response to a world that takes things from you is to make that truth so total and so unavoidable that everyone understands it, and there are no more illusions. Suta considered this. He said, and if someone could tell him that pain ends, not as an argument against his philosophy, as lived evidence. He doesn't accept lived evidence from people who haven't experienced what he experienced, Obito said. I tried. I was the wrong person. I was coming from the same direction he was. Then who is the right person? Suta said. Obito looked at him. Someone who understands loss and chose differently. Someone who was failed by the same systems Nagato was failed by, and who didn't resolve it by deciding the systems were the only truth. He paused. Someone who is genuinely convinced that another way is possible, not as an argument, but as an experience. The clearing was very quiet. Suta said, Naruto, Uzumaki. Obito said, he needs Naruto. The Jinchuriki your organization has been trying to extract for 3 years, Suta said. Yes, Obito said. The irony is not lost on me. Suta thought about Naruto, 16 years old, recently returned from a mission in the Eastern Territories, currently arguing with Sasuke about something in their shared training space. He thought about what Naruto was and what Naruto did with people who had built their lives around a kind of pain that refused to accept alternatives. He thought about what the original timeline had shown him. He said, apparently we can work with that. Obito looked at him. You're very calm about this. I've been doing this for 15 years, Suta said. Apparently calm is what you develop. Kakashi said, from beside Suta. He's been calm since day one. It's deeply irritating. Obito looked at them both. Something in his face that was not quite a smile, but occupied the same territory. The expression of someone relearning what it felt like to be in the presence of people he had not expected to be able to trust. All right, he said. I'll disengage from the Eye of the Moon infrastructure. The Akatsuki's remaining operations that don't require my direction will continue until they encounter countermeasures. I can provide you with the operational picture. Yes, Suta said. And Naruto and Nagato, he said. That's the critical path. Yes, Suta said. Then we have work to do. He looked at Kakashi. The look was not the operational briefing quality of an asset coming in from the cold. It was the look of someone who had been very far away for a very long time and had just taken the first step back. Kakashi said nothing. He put one hand briefly on Obito's shoulder. The weight of 15 years and the beginning of something that was not reconciliation but was adjacent to it. And then let go. They walked back through the borderland trees together, the three of them. And the overcast light above the clearing was the light of a day that had changed something fundamental, and Suta thought. Apparently this was always where it was going. He had not known. He had hoped. Apparently hope was also a kind of intelligence. Chapter 106. The Naruto question Suta called the inner circle briefing the day after returning from the borderland meeting. Not a full assembly. Tsunade, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Shursui. Itachi was in the field and would be debriefed separately. This was the group that held the operational authority and the contextual knowledge to process what he was about to say. He described the meeting. He described what Obito had confirmed about his disengagement from the Eye of the Moon plan's operational infrastructure. He described the Akatsuki's residual structure, the members who operated independently, the organizational capacity that would continue without Obito's direction. He described the Nagato situation. Then he said, the recommendation I have for addressing the Nagato situation is going to sound unusual. Tsunade said, your recommendations always sound unusual. They're usually right. Naruto Uzumaki, Suta said. A silence. Jiraiya said, he's 16 years old. Yes, Suta said. And you're proposing? I'm proposing, Suta said carefully, that we explore whether Naruto can make direct contact with Nagato before the pain assault that is building toward Konoha. Not in the field. Not as a tactical deployment. A genuine attempt at the kind of communication that changes what the assault means to the person conducting it. He had framed it as a possibility rather than a plan, because it was, at this stage, a possibility. Whether it would become a plan depended on whether the people in this room could accept the reasoning. Jiraiya was quiet for a long time. He had trained Nagato. He had seen what Nagato was, had watched the ideology develop, had known for decades that it was going to produce something catastrophic, and had not been able to find a way to reach the grief underneath it. He said, Nagato's ideology is built on a foundation of grief and rage. The same grief that built Obito, channeled through a different philosophy. He believes that pain is the only honest truth of the world, and that the only possible peace is a peace enforced through demonstrated capacity for suffering. He paused. If Naruto reached Obito through Kakashi, through a personal connection that was older than the ideology, Naruto reaching Nagato is not impossible. Naruto doesn't have a personal connection with Nagato, Tsunade said. No, Suta said. He has something better. He has the quality of being genuinely convinced that another way is possible, not as an argument, but as an experience. He is not someone who has never suffered. He is someone who suffered and chose differently. He paused. Nagato specifically said that he doesn't accept evidence from people who haven't experienced what he experienced. Naruto is a Jinchuriki who grew up with institutional neglect and genuine isolation. He's not speaking from privilege. Tsunade looked at him. Naruto is 16 years old. Apparently, Suda said. That's who Nagato will listen to. The room was quiet. Jiraiya said, I want to go. You'll go, Suda said. Not alone. Not without extensive preparation. And not without Naruto having a real understanding of what he's walking into. He paused. The preparation will take time we may not have. But I'd rather have less time with better preparation than more time with Naruto going in without understanding what he's facing. Tsunade said, brief me on the preparation plan. Tomorrow, Suda said. I need to talk to Naruto first. Chapter 107. The talk with Naruto. Naruto arrived at the briefing room with the specific energy of someone who had been running on 2 hours of sleep and was in the middle of a disagreement with Sasuke that had been ongoing for approximately 3 days. He sat down and looked at Suda. This feels serious, he said. Yes, Suda said. More serious than the time you told me about the Akatsuki going after my bijou? In a specific way, Suda said. That was about threat awareness. This is about something different. He had thought about how to approach this conversation for 2 days. He had considered several versions. The full briefing, the partial briefing, the calibrated briefing that gave Naruto what he needed without the elements that would either overwhelm him or produce the wrong kind of reaction. The full briefing was wrong. The scale of what Suda knew, including the foreknowledge, was too much to absorb and too much to act on usefully. Naruto needed to understand the specific situation he was being asked to walk into, not the entire architecture of why Suda understood the situation. He said, there is a person. He has been building the organization that wants to extract Kurama from you. His reasons are not tactical. They come from a grief that he turned into a philosophy about how pain is the only honest truth of the world. He paused. He's been doing this for 25 years. The grief is real. The philosophy is wrong, but the grief underneath it is real. Naruto was listening. He had the specific quality he had when he was listening carefully. The energy quieted without going away, like something turned to a lower frequency. Suda said, Obito, the masked figure who directed the Nine Tails attack, has disengaged from this organization. What remains is the grief at the center of it. The person who holds the grief is named Nagato. He trained with Jiraiya when he was young. He lost everything. He decided that the only response to a world that takes everything is to make the loss so total and so unavoidable that everyone understands it. He wants people to feel what he felt, Naruto said. Yes, Suda said. And he thinks if they feel it, they'll understand something. He thinks it's the only way to end the cycle, Suda said. He's wrong, but the logic is internally consistent if you accept his premises. Naruto was quiet. You've been listening to your friends and enemies your whole life, Suda said. The way you listen, not just to the words, but to the thing underneath the words. The reason behind the position. You've done this with Sasuke, with Gaara, with people who were supposed to be your opponents. He paused. This person needs someone to listen to him the way you listen. Naruto said, You're asking me to make friends with the leader of the people trying to take Kurama out of me. I'm asking you to try to reach someone who has been unreachable for 25 years, Suda said. There is a meaningful chance that the attempt fails and the assault on Konoha proceeds anyway. There is also a chance it works, in which case the assault either doesn't happen or happens in a way where the outcome is different. Naruto said, after a long pause that had the specific quality of someone who was not pausing to decide, but pausing to confirm a decision already made. Apparently no. Suda looked at him. That was a no to your question, Naruto said, which was asking if I'm saying no to going. He sat forward. I'm not saying no. I'm saying, apparently that's not actually a question you needed to ask me. Suda sat with this for a moment. He said, apparently not. Chapter 108. The Danzo complication. Danzo had noticed. Suda had not expected this to remain invisible. Danzo was too experienced, his residual network too capable, for an operation of this significance to pass undetected. But he had hoped for more time before the confrontation. The dead drop message arrived the morning after his conversation with Naruto. Asterisk, you're conducting an unsanctioned operation involving an external party. The information relationship agreement requires disclosure. I want the full picture. Asterisk. Suda read it and thought about his options. The full picture included Obito's identity, the backchannel correspondence, the meeting in the borderland clearing, and the current plan involving Naruto's approach to Nagato. The full picture, received by Danzo, would produce an institutional response that was operationally correct by the standards of Konoha's security doctrine and strategically disastrous by the standards of what Suda was actually trying to accomplish. Danzo would see an identified S-class criminal in direct contact with Konoha personnel and would calculate that the correct action was to use that contact as the predicate for a targeted operation. He would not be wrong by his own logic. The logic was just not the right logic for this situation. He responded through the dead drop. Asterisk, if I give you the full picture, you'll want to act on it in ways that will destroy what I've been building. I understand why you'll want that. I'm asking you to wait. Asterisk, Danzo's response. Asterisk, then what is the point of our arrangement? The arrangement was predicated on accurate mutual disclosure. Asterisk, Souta thought about this carefully. He wrote, asterisk, the point of the arrangement is that I tell you when to trust the process and when to act. The past 6 years of the arrangement have produced accurate intelligence in one direction and operational restraint in the other. Right now I'm telling you to trust the process. Asterisk, the pause before Danzo's next message was long enough that Souta wondered if the channel was going to close. Then, and if I don't trust it, Souta wrote, asterisk, apparently you stop being useful to Konoha's actual security and start being a problem for it. You've spent 60 years building capability for external threats. The external threat is being addressed. I'm asking for the room to address it without a domestic interference that collapses the approach. Your choice. Asterisk, he sent it and waited. Chapter 109. The old hawk stands down. Danzo stood down. The response came back through the dead drop the following morning, and it was not the response Souta had prepared contingencies for. He had prepared for escalation, for Danzo to force the disclosure through leverage, or to activate whatever residual capacity he had through the dissolved root network to address the situation unilaterally. What he received was, asterisk, you've been right about everything I've been able to verify. If I can't trust the process now, I should have started trusting it 6 years ago. Asterisk, Souta read this twice. He thought about what it said about a man who had spent 60 years operating on the principle that the only reliable security was the security he controlled personally, who had spent 6 years in an information relationship with someone whose methods were fundamentally different and whose results had been consistently better, and who had arrived at an age and a moment where the weight of the evidence was sufficient to make him say, apparently the other method works. He thought this was one of the most significant things Danzo Shimura had ever done, and that it would probably not be recorded anywhere that acknowledged it as significant. He said nothing to the inner circle about the exchange. He filed it in his private assessment log. Asterisk, Danzo stood down, prepared for a confrontation and did not get one. Recalibrating what I thought I understood about him. Asterisk, 2 days later, a second message arrived through the same channel. Asterisk, tell me one thing honestly. In the future you can see, does Konoha survive? Asterisk, Souta sat with the question for a long time. He wrote, asterisk, in the original sequence, barely, and at terrible cost. The kind of barely that leaves the village standing but breaks many of the people in it. In the changed sequence, apparently better. The specific costs are different, some worse in specific ways and better in others, and the overall trajectory is significantly less catastrophic. Asterisk, he paused, then added, asterisk, I'm still adjusting the model. The changed sequence keeps surprising me. Asterisk, the response came back the same day. That's a more honest answer than I expected, Souta wrote. Asterisk, you asked for honesty. Apparently that's what you get. Asterisk, he put the dead drop materials away and went back to the Nagato preparation work. There was a very specific window, and he needed to use it correctly. Chapter 110. Year 16. The assault on Konoha came, because it had to. Nagato's ideology could not be resolved from outside. The grief that had built it could not be addressed through intelligence operations or preemptive diplomatic approaches. It could only be addressed by the thing the grief was actually built against, someone demonstrating that the cycle could be broken. And that demonstration required the cycle to be present, which meant the assault had to happen. Souta had understood this for years. He had been building not toward prevention but toward response, not toward stopping the assault from occurring, but toward changing what it meant and what came after it. The variables that were different in this timeline. Obito had disengaged from the Eye of the Moon Plan's organizational infrastructure. This meant the assault was Nagato's operation rather than a coordinated multi-level attack. The scale was different, not smaller in terms of the immediate destructive capacity, but different in terms of the organizational architecture behind it. Without Obito's direction and without the Eye of the Moon Plan's specific goal of creating conditions for a particular outcome, the assault was driven by ideology rather than strategy. Ideology is more predictable than strategy. Ideology tells you what a person values, which tells you what they're willing to do and what they're not. Konoha's intelligence picture going into the assault was substantially better than in the original timeline. The ANBU response protocols had been updated twice in the preceding year. The medical pre-staging was at the level Souta had developed with Tsunade's medical core. The specific threat profile, the pain bodies, the Deva path technique, The range and recharge times that Souta had provided to Jiraiya 2 years earlier was in the active response planning. The assault came on a morning in late spring. It was not the total destruction of the original timeline. The coordinated response absorbed much of the attack's force before the critical damage levels were reached. The casualties were real. The damage to Konoha's civilian districts was real. But the specific catastrophe of the original timeline, the Shinra Tensei that leveled the entire central district, did not achieve the same scale, because the evacuation protocols had been running for 6 hours before the assault reached its peak, and the civilian population was not where it had been. Konoha held. In the hours after the assault's initial phase, in the specific quiet that settled when the immediate operational crisis was contained but not resolved, Naruto found Nagato. Not through an intelligence operation. Not through Suta's coordination. Through Naruto's own initiative. The characteristic refusal to treat an enemy as only an enemy when there was something else visible underneath. Souta tracked the situation through the monitoring protocols and understood that what was happening in that meeting was outside his operational control. He had prepared for it. He could not conduct it. He stood in the Intelligence Division's monitoring station and waited for the outcome. Chapter 111. Naruto and Nagato. The meeting took 3 hours. Souta knew this because the monitoring protocols tracked duration, not content. He knew the duration. He did not know what was said, exactly, because no one was in the room except Naruto and the body Nagato was operating through. He had made the call to keep Jiraiya outside, at Naruto's request. Naruto had said, if he sees Jiraiya, the conversation will be about Jiraiya. I need it to be about something else. Souta had conceded this. He had not been sure it was right. He had been unable to find a compelling argument against it. What Naruto reported afterward, in the specific way Naruto reported things, directly, without the analytical organization that Souta would have applied, but accurately in the details that mattered, Nagato was tired. Not physically. The technique that sustained his remote operation did not produce physical fatigue in the way standard jutsu did. He was tired in the way that someone who has been sustaining an enormous internal project for decades and cannot find a way to put it down is tired. He started by telling me what I'd done wrong in the fight, Naruto said. Like a critique. What openings I'd left, what responses had been slower than they should have been. He paused. I told him the critique was accurate and asked him why he'd bothered. He had bothered, it turned out, because he had been watching, not just Naruto's fight, Naruto's choices over several years, as they had appeared in the intelligence picture that Pain's faction maintained on Konoha's shinobi. He had been watching someone who was supposed to be a resource, a Jinchuriki, an extraction target, and had found it difficult to maintain the abstraction. He told me the world was Pain, Naruto said. I told him I knew. I told him I knew because I'd spent the first 12 years of my life being told that I was Pain, that my existence was something the people around me wished hadn't happened. He stopped. He didn't say anything for a while. Naruto had told Nagato what the original timelines Naruto had told him, but from a slightly different position, not the position of someone who had always been alone, but someone who had been close enough to alone to understand it from the inside, who had found his way out through something other than raw determination, through people who had noticed him, through an ANBU operative who had played a game of being seen and seeing back, through friends who had chosen him. I told him the cycle breaks every time someone chooses to break it, Naruto said. Not because the pain goes away, because the choice is still there even when the pain is bad. And choosing differently is the only thing that actually changes what the cycle does. Nagato had been quiet for a long time. Then he had said, I've been building towards something for 30 years that Yahiko would have hated. Naruto had said, yeah, I know. The conversation had continued from there, in directions that Naruto described as going into areas I'm still thinking about. What had come out of it was this. Nagato used Rinne Rebirth. He reversed the deaths caused by the assault. The chakra cost was total. His body, which had been deteriorating for years under the sustained strain of his technique, did not survive the technique. Before the technique completed, he told Naruto one thing to pass to Obito. Naruto told Obito in person, that same afternoon, standing in the damaged streets of the restored Konoha with the smell of stone dust and the sound of people reorienting to a world that had just come back. Chapter 112. The message. Naruto delivered Nagato's message standing in the street with Obito and Kakashi beside him. He said, he told me to say this exactly. He wrote it in his head like he'd been working on it for a while. Naruto's voice was steady, not performed steady, but the steadiness of someone who understood the weight of what they were delivering and was giving it the respect it deserved. He said, I believe the pain would stop if the world knew it. I was wrong about how that works. Naruto understood what you understand, that grief moves through people and changes as it goes. I am sorry I spent 30 years on the wrong problem. The street was quiet around them. Konoha was coming back to itself, the distant sound of people returning to their homes, the specific activity of a village after a crisis passing through its acute phase. The morning light was coming through the debris-cleared air and falling across the street at the angle of late morning. Obito was very still. He had been still for a long time. Since Naruto had said, "I have a message," and Obito had understood that the message was from Nagato, which meant Nagato was gone, which meant something 30 years old had just ended in a way that he had not been able to bring himself to anticipate. He said nothing for a long time. Kakashi stood beside him, not speaking, present. Finally Obito said, he understood, at the end. "Yes," Naruto said. "That he stopped. Started again. That grief moves through people. Not that it stops. That it moves." "That's what he said," Naruto confirmed. "He said you understood it." Obito looked at the street. At the restored buildings that had been rubble an hour ago, restored by Nagato's final technique. At the people who had been dead and were now alive. The specific reversal of the thing that Nagato had spent his life believing was irreversible. He said, "I want to come home." The words fell into the quiet of the street. Kakashi said, "Apparently you never left." He said it without sentimentality, as a statement of fact, the way you stated facts about things you had known for a long time. Obito had left in body, in ideology, in operational classification. He had never left in the specific way that people didn't leave when they were present in the grief of the people who loved them. Naruto looked at them both and said nothing, which was the right thing to say. Chapter 113. The Institutional Problem. Tsunade said, "You want me to extend amnesty to someone who killed our 4th Hokage. I want you to consider what the 4th Hokage would have wanted," Suta said. She looked at him across the Hokage's desk. She was wearing the expression that Suta had learned to recognize as the face she made when she understood the argument and was verifying whether she agreed with it rather than whether she understood it. He had spent 2 days building the documentation case before bringing it to her. The documentary record covered the Madara manipulation of Obito's situation, the specific circumstances of Rin's death and the deception surrounding it, the 12-year record of Obito's operational conduct analyzed against what would have been freely chosen versus what would have been conducted under ideological capture, and the comparative analysis of what amnesty for Obito enabled versus what prosecution produced. The comparison was not close. Prosecution produced a trial that was a political crisis, an incarceration that was an ongoing security problem, and the conversion of a potential high-value institutional resource into a permanent liability. Amnesty with conditions produced the full organizational intelligence of someone who had spent years inside the Akatsuki's leadership structure, active cooperation with the cleanup of the organization's residual operations, and a specific capability set that existed nowhere else in Konoha's institutional arsenal. Tsunade was not a naive woman. She understood the calculus. What she was doing, sitting across the desk from Suta, was not running the calculus. She was deciding whether the calculus was the right way to think about this. She said, "He killed Minato. He killed Minato while operating under the specific circumstances I've described," Suta said, "which does not make Minato less dead. It makes the question of moral and legal accountability more complicated than a standard criminal assessment. He killed Kushina. The ceiling took Kushina," Suta said. "The attack created the circumstances. The distinction is real, even if it's painful." Tsunade said, "What would Minato have wanted?" Suta said, "I don't know Minato's character at first hand. What I know is that Minato was a practitioner who became Hokage specifically because he was capable of seeing past the immediate tactical problem to the longer-term institutional and human consequences. The person who had that capacity would, I believe, have been capable of distinguishing between the person who set events in motion and the conditions that produced that person." He paused. "But the person I'd suggest thinking about is not Minato." Tsunade said, "Who?" "Kakashi," Suta said. She was quiet for a long moment. "He would have wanted Kakashi to have his friend back," she said. "Not a question." "Yes," Suta said. She looked at the documentation. She looked at the desk. She said, "I'll review the conditions." Chapter 114. Return conditions. The conditions took a week to finalize. Suta had drafted the initial framework. Tsunade had reviewed it with the Civilian Oversight Council, with the military command structure, and with the 3 members of the inner circle who had been closest to the operational work. The framework had been modified in specific ways, some that Suta had anticipated and built flexibility for, some that were genuine additions. Final conditions: full disclosure of the Akatsuki's organizational structure, remaining member locations, and operational capabilities, delivered in sequential sessions over 6 months with verification protocols that Suta designed. Cooperation with the investigation into the Nine Tails attack's origins, specifically the Madara-level documentation that Obito had access to. A period of restricted activity under ANBU supervision, not incarceration, but monitored freedom of movement with specific operational constraints. No prosecution for actions taken under the conditions of manipulation and ideological capture as documented, with the specific carve-out that none of the immunity would extend to any future conduct. The last element was Souta's specific edition, and Danzo had reviewed it. He had expected Danzo to contest the amnesty conditions. Danzo's operational history suggested he would view Obito as a liability rather than an asset, and would prefer a scenario where the liability was contained rather than integrated. Danzo had surprised him. The dead drop message after the conditions review. Asterisk, you built a case that makes institutional sense. The operational value is real. The risk profile is contained. I'll sign it. Asterisk, then, you always knew this was where this was going, Souta wrote. Asterisk, apparently I hoped. Those are different things. Asterisk, Danzo wrote back. Asterisk, they shouldn't be. But apparently, with you, they are. Asterisk. The conditions were signed. Obito's return was processed through the institutional record with the specific classification level that meant it would not surface in standard inquiries, but would be accessible to the people who needed access to it. Kakashi was the designated ANBU supervisor for the restricted activity period. This had not been formally required in the conditions. Kakashi had requested it. Tsunade had authorized it without comment. Souta filed this as one of the outcomes he had been working toward for 17 years without fully knowing it. Chapter 115. Residue. The Akatsuki cleanup was methodical and took 18 months. The intelligence picture Obito provided was comprehensive. The membership roster, the operational history, the financial infrastructure, the safe house network, the specific capability profiles of the remaining active members. It was the most complete picture of an external criminal organization that Konoha's intelligence division had ever received, delivered by someone who had run it. Souta organized the cleanup as a coordinated intelligence and response operation, not a military campaign. The remaining members were operatives, not an army. They responded to different pressure than an army. Some were captured. Some were neutralized in the field. Some disappeared into the world's civilian infrastructure with sufficient distance that they became someone else's eventual problem rather than an immediate Konoha concern. The member that Souta had thought most carefully about was Konan. In the original timeline, Konan had been killed by Toby, by Obito's masked persona, in a confrontation over Nagato's death and the intelligence she held. In this timeline, Toby was Obito, and Obito had disengaged before Nagato's death. Konan was alive. She had no organizational infrastructure, no leadership structure to remain loyal to, no reason to continue operations that had been the product of a specific shared ideology with specific people, and those people were gone. She knew Jiraiya. This was the connection Souta had built the contact approach around, not the intelligence value, though that was real, but the specific fact that Konan and Jiraiya had a relationship that predated everything else. She had been his student when she was a child. She had watched him leave. She had spent decades on a path that had not been what he would have wanted for her. Jiraiya went to find her. He did not use the intelligence picture to locate her. He used the specific knowledge of how she thought and where she would go when the structure around her dissolved. He found her in a marginal civilian settlement in the borderland between the major countries, living under a name that was not her name, present in the way that people were present when they were waiting for something to happen next but didn't know what it was. He sat down across from her and said, apparently, nothing in particular for the first few minutes. Then she said, "You knew Nagato loved you." Jiraiya said, "Yes." "He thought you didn't know." "I knew," Jiraiya said. He didn't say it in words, but he didn't need to. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "He chose to undo the assault. He chose it because Naruto told him the cycle was a choice. He told me, before he used the technique, that he had been wrong about which problem he was solving." Jiraiya said, "I know." She looked at him. "Where do I go?" "Wherever you want," Jiraiya said. "But there are people who would find your perspective useful and who could offer you a context where what you know and what you've been through is relevant rather than a burden." He paused. "If you're interested." She thought about it for 3 days, staying in the settlement, while Jiraiya waited without pressure. Then she came back and said she was interested. She was processed into a formal intelligence consultation arrangement with Konoha that gave her access to resources and gave Konoha access to her knowledge of Amagekyure's political structure and history. It was not a traditional arrangement. It was a real one. Souta reviewed the arrangement documentation and wrote in his log, Konan. Alive. Another person who should still be alive who is, Chapter 116. What Konan knew. The intelligence debriefings with Konan took 3 months. Souta conducted most of them personally. with Shursui present for the operational sessions and Jiraiya present for the Amage Cure context sessions where his historical knowledge of the Pain faction's origins was needed to make sense of what Conan was describing. She was precise, careful, and honest in a way that suggested someone who had decided to be honest as a complete position rather than a tactical choice. The organizational intelligence was useful. The infrastructure intelligence was more useful. The specific location of Zetsu's production facility, a site that had not appeared in any of Suta's intelligence modeling, was the most immediately operational finding. But the piece that made Suta stop the session and sit with it for several minutes was the last one. Conan said, Nagato knew, toward the end, that the Eye of the Moon plan was not Madara's final objective. Suta said, explain. Madara described it once, to Nagato, in a way that Nagato described to me afterward as a man who was working for someone he believed was God. She paused. Not a person. Something older. Something that the Eye of the Moon plan was building toward as an intermediate step, not as an end. Suta had known this. He had known this from the original timeline's events. The reveal of Kaguya, the Black Zetsu's manipulation of Madara's entire plan, the entity that predated the Shinobi era's cultivation history. He had been tracking it as background architecture, a threat on the far end of the timeline, something to address once the more immediate layers were resolved. He had also been telling himself, periodically, that the Kaguya level of the problem might not be present in this changed timeline. That if enough had been changed at the intermediate levels, the final level threat might not materialize. Conan's intelligence removed that possibility from consideration. He said, the entity she's describing, does she know what it is? Something from before the cultivation era, Conan said. Something that was sealed once. Something that has been working through human vessels and human obsession for a very long time to create the conditions for being unsealed. Suta said, that's the one that's still active. Yes, Conan said. He thanked her for the session and scheduled the next one for the following week. Then he closed the session notes and sat in the quiet of the intelligence division for a while. The work was not done. He had known it was not done. He had known what layer came after the Akatsuki and the Ibito problem. But knowing in the abstract and receiving the specific confirmation were different weights. He said, to no one, quietly. Apparently the calibration continues. Chapter 117. The entity Suta wrote the Black Zetsu threat assessment over 7 days. He used everything. Conan's intelligence, his own foreknowledge, the technical analysis of the Zetsu's production facility data, the cross-referenced history of every major event in the shinobi world's last century that he could connect to systematic manipulation. The Uchiha clan's historical persecution, the design of the Curse of Hatred, the specific sequence of events that had produced the Eye of the Moon plan as something Madara believed he had designed and Zetsu had actually engineered. The assessment was classified at the highest level available. He labeled it, Asterisk Residual Priority 1, Long Timeline. Do not lose this document, asterisk. In the original timeline, the Kabuto problem had included the Edo Tensei threat, Madara revived, Madara freed, Madara eventually surpassed by Kaguya. In this timeline, Kabuto was neutralized. The Edo Tensei threat was dramatically reduced. But Black Zetsu had been operating for centuries through mechanisms that predated Kabuto and would postdate the absence of any one specific actor. The entity was not dependent on Kabuto. It was dependent on conditions. The conditions it needed: a host with sufficient chakra to anchor the infinite Tsukuyomi, access to the chakra fruit that the technique was designed to harvest, and the specific sealing mechanism that would release the entity's sealed core. Suta mapped the conditions against what the changed timeline had produced. The infinite Tsukuyomi's infrastructure had been substantially disrupted. The Eye of the Moon plan's organizational basis was dissolved. The Sharingan users who were central to the technique's original execution were not in the positions the original timeline had placed them. But the entity was adaptive. It would find another path. He wrote the critical finding. Asterisk Black Zetsu is not defeated. It is displaced. The threat is real on a longer timeline than previously assessed. The response requires a different approach than conventional military or intelligence operations. The entity can be sealed. It cannot be destroyed. Asterisk he routed copies to Kakashi, Shursui, Itachi, and Tsunade. With the copies, he sent a specific note. Asterisk this is what we're actually working against. Everything else was the preparation. Asterisk Chapter 118. Itachi's analysis. Itachi read the Black Zetsu threat assessment in 2 hours. Suta knew this because Itachi returned his copy of the document to Suta's desk with annotations the following morning. Not comments, annotations, the specific kind that indicated he had been building a parallel analytical structure as he read. He sat down across from Suta and said, the threat requires a response at the level of formation sealing. not technique-based. The entity operates below the level that standard technique taxonomy reaches, something that can contain an entity that exists at the foundation of chakra architecture. Yes, Suta said. The historical precedent for this level of sealing is the Uzumaki sealing tradition, Itachi said. The specific tradition that produced the Nine Tails containment, the Reaper Death Seal, and the formation seals in the Yuzushiogakure historical record that no one has been able to fully decode. He paused. Those formation seals may not be undecoded. They may require a practitioner at a specific level of both chakra capacity and sealing understanding to read. Suta said nothing and waited. Itachi looked at him. Naruto, he said. Yes, Suta said. You've been positioning for this since before he enrolled at the academy. I've been positioning for the possibility, Suta said carefully. The sealing work has been a parallel track because the sealing tradition is relevant to multiple threat levels, not just this one. I didn't want to build toward a specific outcome and find that the outcome was wrong. But the sealing work has been going the right direction, Itachi said. Apparently, Suta said. Itachi was quiet for a moment. Then, you're very careful about the difference between what you know and what you've positioned for. The difference has cost me before when I confused them, Suta said. 2 ANBU operatives dead because I was more confident in a projection than the evidence warranted. I've been more careful since. Itachi nodded once, the specific nod of someone who understood both the error and the correction. What do you need from me for the sealing preparation? The technical documentation on the entity's chakra structure, Suta said. You're the most capable analyst in the division for this class of problem. I need someone who can read the Yuzushiogakure historical record and map it against what we know about Black Zetsu's operational signature. I'll start tomorrow, Itachi said. Chapter 119. The sealing project. Naruto had been working on sealing for 3 years. The arc of how this had happened. Suta, recognizing early that the Uzumaki sealing tradition was going to be relevant to the longer timeline threats, had worked through Jiraiya to access the Yuzushiogakure historical records that had survived the village's destruction. Jiraiya had contacts in the ruins. The records had been partially preserved. The access had been arranged. He had arranged, at the same time, for Naruto to receive theoretical training in sealing fundamentals, not from a sealing specialist, because there were no Uzumaki sealing specialists living in Konoha, but from the combination of Jiraiya's practical knowledge and the historical record's theoretical content. The training had been structured so that Naruto could absorb it at the pace his learning style allowed, which was not the pace of someone reading a manual, but the pace of someone building understanding through doing. Naruto was not a sealing scholar. He was a sealing practitioner. This distinction mattered because the Black Zetsu containment problem was not a scholarly problem. It was a practitioner problem, the kind that required the capacity to work inside a complex formation while under pressure, to adapt when the formation behaved unexpectedly, to maintain structural integrity through extended contact with something that was actively opposing the containment. What Naruto had that no one else had, Kurama. In this changed timeline, the Naruto-Kurama relationship had developed differently. The institutional handling of Konoha's Jinchuriki, modified by years of Suta's work on the protection detail and on the medical protocols, had produced a Naruto whose relationship with the Nine Tails was not the antagonistic cohabitation of the original timeline. It was not harmonious, exactly. Kurama was old and complicated and did not become anything easily. But it was a relationship rather than a captivity. Kurama's cooperation with the sealing preparation was genuine, not enthusiastic. Suta doubted that Kurama did anything with enthusiasm, but genuine. The entity that had been sealed inside human hosts for centuries by a cultivation tradition that didn't understand what it was doing understood, better than any human practitioner, what Black Zetsu represented. It had been present for the centuries that Black Zetsu had been operating. It had things to contribute to the formation design that the historical records didn't contain. Suta wrote in his assessment log, *, the sealing preparation is as ready as I can make it. What comes next is Naruto's execution and Kurama's cooperation. I have planned for the conditions. The outcome is not mine to control. * He thought about this for a while. He had been thinking about this kind of thing for 17 years. The specific quality of having built the conditions and then having to let the conditions work without intervening in the outcomes. He had gotten better at it. Not completely. Better. Apparently that was what progress looked like. Chapter 120. End of Arc 6. The accounting at Arc 6 end was long. Suta wrote the Inner Circle briefing summary at his desk in the Intelligence Division on a morning in late autumn of year 17. The window behind him was cold. The glass had a draft that he had been meaning to report to building maintenance for 6 months and had not gotten around to, and the light coming through it was the low northern light of late-year Konoha, which had a quality of clarity that the summer light didn't have. He wrote the summary from the outside in. The large structures first, then the specific outcomes. Large structures. The Akatsuki was dismantled. The Eye of the Moon plan's organizational infrastructure was dissolved. Nagato was dead. The choice he had made at the end had been his own. Obito was home. Konan was integrated as an intelligence resource. The Uchiha clan's institutional trajectory had been fundamentally changed. Danzo was constrained. Root was dissolved. The Black Zetsu threat was identified and being prepared for. Specific outcomes. Shursui was alive, his eye intact. Kodo Amatsukami an available institutional tool. Itachi was not a weapon but a practitioner with full agency in his own development. Fugaku had signed his name to something that changed his clan's relationship with the institution he had spent decades resenting. Gaara was alive. Orochimaru was outside Konoha but not in opposition to it. Kushina was alive. He wrote this last one and sat with it for a moment. The night of the Nine-Tails attack, the scroll he had left at the tree base, the message about Obito's identity, the note on breaking the Genjutsu control, and one additional element he had included, a specific technical note about the sealing sequence. A detail that Minato had incorporated, making the sealing slightly different from the original version. The difference had been in what the sealing preserved versus consumed. Kushina had survived past the night. Not without cost. The survival had its own long recovery, its own medical complexity. But she was alive. She had raised her son. She was 54 years old and had opinions about Naruto's training schedule that she communicated directly and without apology. This was not in the mission briefing. It had not been a stated goal. It had been a note in a sealed scroll left at the base of a tree, and apparently it had been enough. He finished the summary. He filed it. A week later, a message arrived through the dead drop channel he had maintained with Danzo for 6 years. It was not from Danzo. It was from Danzo's designated representative, the person he had trusted to manage his final correspondence. The message read, "He asked me to deliver this after. He said it was important you received it, and that you'd know what it meant even if no one else did." Inside was a single paragraph, in Danzo's careful hand. "You changed more than you know. The institution is different than it was when you arrived. I am not sure all of it was improvement. The things I built were built for a reason, and the reason was real, even if the methods were not sustainable. But apparently the things you built were also built for a reason, and the reason was real, and you were right that the methods were better. Apparently it was worth it." There was no closing, no signature. It was not that kind of letter. So to read it twice. He folded it. He placed it in the sealed personal records that he kept outside the institutional archive. Then he went to find Naruto, because apparently there was more work to do, and apparently the next piece of it was about to begin. Chapter 121. The Accelerated Timeline Year 17. Black Zetsu moved. Suda had been expecting this for a long time. Not the specific form it took, but the fact of it. When you removed an intelligence's infrastructure and left the intelligence itself intact, the intelligence adapted. This was not a surprising outcome. It was the only outcome consistent with the entity's century-scale operational history. What he had been doing for 17 years was not eliminating the threat. He had been changing the conditions in which the threat operated, removing the tools it had built, forcing it onto a compressed and improvised timeline. The hope had been that a compressed timeline with improvised tools would produce an approach that was different enough from the original plan that the counter-response he had built could address it. The hope had been correct. The execution of the hope had produced its own complications. Suda had been tracking the entity's preparation signatures for 2 years. The specific operational tells that indicated a century-scale intelligence was reorienting its approach. The tells were subtle. A civilian practitioner in Konoha's administrative district with a medical history that was internally inconsistent in ways that suggested sustained outside modification. A pattern of chakra anomalies in the underground infrastructure that followed known natural geological logic but corresponded to specific seal formation activation sequences. A request for Yuzushiogakure historical record access from a name that didn't exist in any other administrative database. He had flagged each one. He had monitored. He had been building the response architecture for exactly this scenario, the entity moving before he was ready, because the entity had been forced to adapt by everything else he had done. This was the cost of the work. He had removed most of Black Zetsu's prepared infrastructure, the Eye of the Moon plan, the specific human vessels that had been the original design, the organizational support that Akatsuki had provided. What remained was an entity with centuries of operational experience that had learned to work around obstacles. The move came as a direct activation rather than a multi-stage approach. No complex organizational support, no years-long preparation of multiple vessels. A single prepared host, the most significant preparation the entity had been able to accomplish under the changed conditions, activated the moment the preparation reached sufficient density. The host was in Konoha. This was not a coincidence. The entity had been specifically working inside Konoha's civilian sector because inside Konoha was where the chakra concentrations were highest, where the institutional barriers to its kind of preparation were lowest because the monitoring focused on external threats, and where the target for its specific objective, the sealing apparatus it needed to engage with, was located. Shursui identified the host through a combination of the signature monitoring Souta had put in place and his own operational instinct. He had been in the field running a routine surveillance circuit when the chakra anomaly registered at a level that matched the preparation signature profiles. He reported immediately. The response window was measured in minutes. Shursui moved toward the host position and Souta coordinated from the intelligence station, feeding position data and the specific counter-approach that they had rehearsed 3 times over the previous year. Kakashi's team was positioned as backup perimeter. Itachi was en route. The confrontation happened in a warehouse in Konoha's storage district, with the smell of cedar planks and the cold of the concrete floor and the specific quality of a space that had been prepared without anyone noticing the preparation. Shursui stood facing the host. The entity operating through the host was looking at him with eyes that didn't quite track the way eyes should. The specific tell of something that inhabited a human body without being human. Shursui said, "Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly." He borrowed the phrase without being aware of it, without knowing where it came from. He had heard it enough times over 17 years that it had become part of how he thought through problems. He said, "You're in that body because you need to be inside Konoha's chakra field to reach what you're after. And I have something that reaches inside decision-making at the level you're operating from." The entity said nothing. It looked at him. He used Kodo Amatsukami. Chapter 122. Kodo Amatsukami. The technique had been used once before in a controlled context, 3 years after the tribunal, under Hokage authorization with full documentation. This was the second use. And this was not a controlled context. The compulsion Shursui planted was not a command. He had decided, in the hours of preparation he had done for exactly this scenario, that a command would not work on an entity that operated at a foundational level below conscious decision-making. An entity that was not making choices in the human sense could not be commanded the way a human could. What he planted instead was a destabilization, a forced confrontation with the specific internal contradiction that he had identified through Souta's intelligence work on Black Zetsu's operational signature. The entity believed that the goal it was working toward would produce something. Kodo Amatsukami did not change the goal. It made the entity actually examine the nature of the thing it had been working toward for centuries, with the specific clarity that comes when an external structure reaches into the place where the examination is supposed to happen and holds it there. Black Zetsu could not process what it encountered. The entity was not designed for that kind of internal confrontation. It was designed for external manipulation, for shaping other consciousness toward its objectives. When its own internal structure was the object of the examination, the coherence failed. The host's cooperation dropped sharply. The entity, without a fully cooperative host, could not maintain the activation sequence it had been running. It separated from the host, painful, visible, requiring a physical withdrawal that left the host confused and the entity in a transitional state where it was not anchored to a vessel. The transition state was brief. Black Zetsu was not damaged. An entity at that level could not be damaged through standard technique application. But it was displaced. It looked for a prepared alternative host and found none. Souta had been systematically identifying and disrupting the alternative preparation sites for 2 years. Every location that the entity had been conditioning for alternative occupancy had been flagged and cleared before the entity could bring any of them to activation-ready status. The preparation signatures were now in the monitoring database at the level of routine surveillance. Black Zetsu retreated from Konoha. Not destroyed. Not contained. Retreated. Shursui returned to the intelligence station. He sat down across from Souta and said, "That bought time." "Yes," Souta said. "That's what we needed." "How much time?" "Enough for the sealing," Souta said. "Enough for Naruto to be ready for it." Shursui looked at his hands for a moment. The hands that had held the technique for nearly 2 decades, that had been protected through the work of the past 17 years specifically so they could be used at this moment. He said, "It didn't stop. I could feel that. It stepped back and it's still there." "Yes," Souta said. "The sealing addresses that." This was the preparation for the sealing. "All right," Shursui said. "Then let's prepare." Chapter 123. The formation. The sealing preparation took 6 weeks. This was not the time Souta wanted. He wanted more. The entity's displacement had given them a window, but a window was not infinite, and Black Zetsu was adaptive in ways that made extended windows dangerous. It would find new preparation sites, new approaches, new methods for achieving the anchor it needed. 6 weeks was what they had. They used them completely. Naruto's preparation was the center of everything else. The specific formation the Uzushiobikure historical records described, the one that Itachi's analysis had identified as the mechanism that could contain something at Black Zetsu's level, required a practitioner with sufficient chakra reserves to sustain the containment structure for the duration of the anchoring process, sufficient sealing knowledge to maintain the formation's integrity under active opposition, and sufficient internal cooperation with their Bijou to use Kurama's chakra as a stabilizing element rather than an independent variable. Naruto was 17. He had 3 years of sealing practice. He had Kurama. The practice sessions over those 6 weeks were intense in the specific way that practice sessions were intense when they were preparing for something that would not be practice. Souta observed, but did not direct. The sealing preparation was Naruto's work and Itachi's technical guidance and Kurama's cooperation. What Souta contributed was the intelligence framing. Exactly what the formation would be encountering. Exactly what Black Zetsu's operational signature looked like at the moment of engagement. Exactly what conditions would tell Naruto that the containment was taking hold versus the conditions that would tell him it was failing. Kurama, in the practice sessions, was present in a way that Souta found difficult to characterize. Not enthusiastic. Not reluctant. The presence of something very old that had made a decision about a specific situation and was following through on the decision. In the final practice session, Naruto emerged from the extended focus exercise and said, "Kurama says the formation is right. The structure is right. He can work with it." Souta said, "Did he say anything else?" He said, Naruto reported with the slight expression of someone translating a difficult message, "Finally, one of you has done something intelligent." Souta looked at the ceiling briefly. "Tell him I appreciate the review." Naruto conveyed this. He came back with, "He says you're welcome, and that he has not been impressed by much of what humans do, but that this specific thing was done correctly. That's the most positive assessment he's given of anything I've been involved with," Souta said. "He also says," Naruto continued, with the expression of someone relaying a message whose full weight they were still processing, "that you're the reason the formation was possible. Not because of the intelligence work. Because 17 years ago you left a scroll at a tree and Minato found it, and Kushina lived." He paused. He says he's been aware of this for some time and thought it was worth saying before things proceed. Souta was quiet. He had known Kushina had survived because of the scroll. He had not known that Kurama had drawn the connection between the scroll and the current situation. The 3 years of SEAL training that were possible because Naruto had grown up with his mother, the partnership that was possible because that relationship had changed something about how Naruto understood the Bijou situation, the formation that was possible because Naruto was the person he was. The chain was real. He had known it was real. He had not expected the Nine Tails to say so. He said, "Tell him I'm glad it worked." Naruto conveyed this. He came back with, "He says, apparently so am I." Souta looked at the ceiling again. The practice session ended. 6 weeks of preparation had produced the conditions for a confrontation that had been 22 years in the making, though most of those 22 years had been in a timeline that no longer existed except as a reference point. What existed now was the seal, the practitioner, the partnership, the formation. What existed now was enough. Chapter 124. The night before the confrontation, Kakashi found Souta at his desk. This was not unusual. Kakashi frequently found Souta at his desk at hours when most of the intelligence division had gone home. The nature of the work, the specific quality of a mind that processed at its best in the quiet hours, the habit of 17 years. What was unusual was the quality of Kakashi's presence when he came in and sat down in the chair across the desk. He said, "You've been preparing for this since the night of the Nine Tails attack." "Yes," Souta said. "Not just the Akatsuki. Not just Danzo. Not just the Uchiha situation." Kakashi looked at him. All of it. Every piece of it was pointing toward this. "The pieces were each their own thing," Souta said carefully. "This is what was past them." Kakashi was quiet for a moment. "You've known what came next for 17 years, he said. "Every step. Every adjustment. You've been walking us towards something you understood, and we didn't." "I've been walking toward what I understood," Souta said. "The walking required all of you. It required Shursui holding his technique for 17 years so he could use it in this window. It required Itachi being developed as an analyst rather than a weapon so his mind was available for the formation research. It required Naruto growing up slightly less alone so that when Nagato needed someone to listen to him, the person who showed up had the capacity to reach him." He paused. "I had the map. You were the territory. The territory was what made the map real." Kakashi looked at him. He had the expression of someone who had known this person for 17 years and was finding, in this specific moment, that he still had not fully understood the shape of them. He said, "What happens after tomorrow?" "The entity is contained," Souta said. The specific outcome of the containment determines what the long term looks like. If it holds, the threat is managed on a generational maintenance timeline. If it's partial, there are decisions to make. He paused. I've prepared for both scenarios. And you? And I continue, Souta said. There will be other problems. There always are. Kakashi nodded. He said, get some sleep. Apparently, Souta said. Kakashi stood. He said, at the door, 17 years. Not more than that. Not a question. Just acknowledging the duration. Souta said, apparently longer than that. Chapter 125, the question. Kakashi came back. He had been gone approximately 4 minutes. Enough time to walk to the end of the corridor and back. And when he came back through the door, he sat down again in the chair across the desk and said, I have a question I should have asked a long time ago. Souta waited. Kakashi said, what are you? Not who. Kakashi was precise enough to know that who was a different question. Not where did you come from, which was the question of origin. What are you? The question of fundamental nature. The question that was large enough to hold all the smaller questions about foreknowledge and impossible analysis and 17 years of being right about things that no one who lived inside this timeline could have been right about. Souta had thought about this question. He had been thinking about it for 17 years, not constantly, but returning to it in the specific way that questions returned to when they were important and unanswered. He had developed several answers. He had discarded most of them. The answer he had was the one that was actually true. He said, I am the person who woke up in this body on the night of the Nine-Tails attack and understood what was going to happen and did what I could with what I knew. I had knowledge of a version of events that was going to unfold if nothing changed, and I changed what I could. That's the true version. Kakashi was quiet. You're not from here, he said. No, Souta said. And the knowledge was real, Souta said. Is real, in the ways it's still accurate. Has been decreasing in accuracy as the timeline has diverged from the original. By now it's mostly noise. Kakashi looked at the desk for a moment. At the stacks of intelligence files, the annotated maps, the 17 years of work that had accumulated in this specific space, in this specific person. He said, you're not from here. No, Souta said. But you are now, Kakashi said. It was not a question. Yes, Souta said. That's what happens when you spend 17 years somewhere. Apparently, it becomes yours. Kakashi said, I know. He said it as acknowledgement. Not surprise, not confrontation, not the specific kind of processing that the revelation might have produced if he had received it differently. He said it as someone who had known something for a long time and was now confirming that the something was what he had known it was. He said, I've known something was different about how you knew things since the first night. The document about Obito. I made the decision then not to ask because the answer to the question mattered less than the question of whether I trusted you. And I decided I did. He paused. I still do. I know, Souta said. They sat in the quiet of the intelligence division for a moment. The sound of the building settling, the distant sound of the village at night, the specific quality of a shared understanding that didn't require more words. Then Kakashi stood, again. He said, Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Souta said. He watched Kakashi leave, and then he turned back to the desk, to the final review of the confrontation preparation, to the specific details that needed to be exact. One more night. One more day? 17 years of work leading to a morning. He worked until the first light came through the window, and then he stood and put on his ANBU operational kit for the last time in his active career, and he went to meet the day. Chapter 126. The confrontation. Black Zetsu came back differently. The entity's return was not subtle. It had been accelerating its approach since the displacement, forced into an operational timeline that was shorter than anything a century-scale intelligence would have preferred. The preparation signatures that Souta had been tracking were reactivating in new locations, faster than the previous cycle, with less care for concealment. This was what he had expected from a displaced intelligence running on a compressed timeline. The entity was still dangerous. It was less elegant. The confrontation site was not inside Konoha this time. The entity had adapted. It approached from the borderland to the west, using the fractured geology of the hill country as an anchor for a mass formation approach rather than the precision preparation that Shirsue's technique had disrupted. Less refined, more forceful. Naruto was there. So were Sasuke, Sakura, and the assembled perimeter operatives, the ANBU teams, the Jonin response units, the specific positions that Souta had been pre-staging for 6 weeks. The positions were correct. The coordination was as complete as it could be given that the confrontation was the kind of event that coordination could not fully anticipate. The entity did not have the infinite Tsukuyomi's infrastructure behind it. That had been systematically dismantled. The specific mechanism that the Eye of the Moon plan had been building toward, the staged approach requiring specific vessels and specific Sharingan configurations and specific organizational support, was not available. What remained was the entity itself, operating through whatever mass formation it had been able to assemble in the compressed window. It was not less dangerous for being forced into a direct approach. It was differently dangerous. The danger of something ancient that was operating on improvised methods but had centuries of understanding of how chakra formations worked and what their failure points were. Naruto stood at the center of the response formation and said nothing. He had said everything he needed to say the night before, in the preparation session. He had the quality of someone who had been practicing for 3 years for this specific moment and was now in the moment, which was different from practice in every way that mattered. Sasuke was on his left, Sakura on his right. The three of them had been working together for 5 years at this point and had the specific operational fluency of people who understood each other's approaches without needing to coordinate in real time. The entity engaged. The first 20 minutes of the confrontation were about establishing the perimeter. The ANBU teams and Jonin units holding the entity's formation from expanding, managing the physical manifestation of Black Zetsu's presence, preventing it from anchoring into the landscape in ways that would make the sealing harder. Souta tracked this from the intelligence station at the rear of the position, feeding position updates to the perimeter commanders. At the 22-minute mark, Naruto moved toward the center of the entity's presence. Souta watched the monitoring data and said nothing. He had nothing to contribute to this part. His part was done. This was Naruto's work. Chapter 127. 6 hours. The sealing took 6 hours. Souta tracked it through the monitoring station's chakra signature data, which showed the formation taking shape in the real-time signature record as a growing structural coherence. The specific pattern that meant the Yazushio formation was holding, that the containment was anchoring. The perimeter held. Kakashi's team on the east face. Shursui on the north. Itachi on the south. Sasuke and Sakura in close support to Naruto, managing the physical interference while Naruto maintained the formation's interior. The coordination was the product of 5 years of shared missions and 6 weeks of specific preparation for this event. Souta's job: track, call positions, feed situational data. When the entity's presence shifted weight toward the east face, Souta flagged it to Kakashi 2 seconds before it was visible in the physical indicators. When a gap opened in the southeast quadrant that suggested an attempt to flank the sealing formation, Souta called Shursue's secondary position and the gap was closed. It was the exact work he had been doing for 17 years. Intelligence in motion, feeding the people doing the operational work with the information they needed to do it correctly. At the 4-hour mark, the formation crossed a threshold that the practice sessions had identified as the critical anchor point, the moment when the containment structure was stable enough that the entity could not break it from the inside, without the cost being greater than what remained of its operational capacity. At the 5-hour mark, Naruto's voice came through the coordination channel. It's anchoring. I can feel it settling. At the 6-hour mark, the chakra signature monitoring showed the final lock. Black Zetsu was contained, not destroyed. The practice sessions had been clear about this, and Souta had built no expectations of destruction. The entity existed at a level below what destruction could reach, but contained, sealed in a formation that required active maintenance, that would need to be tended by practitioners with the specific knowledge for generations, that would not hold forever, but would hold long enough for the people who came after to have the time to understand what it was and what came next. Naruto sat down on the ground in the center of the formation site and said, "Done." The word fell into the quiet of the aftermath. Around him, the assembled Konoha forces exhaled in the collective way of people who had been holding a specific tension and were now releasing it. Souta walked from the intelligence station to the formation site and stood at its edge. He looked at what had been built, the seal structure, visible in the landscape's chakra signature as a organized pattern, the Yazushio tradition's specific method inscribed in the world's architecture. He thought, this is what 17 years of changed conditions produced. Not what I planned. What became possible because of what I did. He stood at the formation's edge for another moment. He had expected this, the containment, the outcome, in the way that someone can expect a thing and still be moved by it when it arrives. The expectation and the experience were not the same category. He had known for 17 years that this was the direction. He had not known, until he was standing at its edge, what the seal structure would look like inscribed in the landscape's chakra architecture. Organized, coherent, the product of Yazushio tradition and Naruto's specific practice and Kurama's specific cooperation, all of it built over years in ways that none of the original contributors had known were building toward this. That was how conditions worked. You built them without knowing exactly what they would produce. What they produced was always both what you had worked toward and something that could not have been predicted from the working. He said nothing. He filed it as a finding and went to help Sakura run medical assessments on the perimeter teams. Chapter 128. What he got wrong, Obito was present for the containment's closing minutes. His restricted activity status had been modified to allow participation in the final confrontation on the grounds that his specific knowledge of the entity's operational signature was operationally relevant. He had been on the west face, providing specific intelligence on the entity's behavioral patterns in the moments when it had been trying to anchor against the formation. After the 6-hour mark, after the formation locked and the perimeter teams stood down, he came to stand beside Souta at the formation's edge. He said, "You knew from the beginning that this was where it went." "I knew the rough shape," Souta said. "The details were different than I expected." "How different?" Souta looked at the formation. The specific mechanism was different. The people who were involved were different in important ways. The timeline was accelerated from what I expected because the entity adapted to the changed conditions faster than I had modeled. He paused. A lot of the intermediate steps were different. Not uniformly better, some worse in specific ways. Obito was quiet for a moment. He said, "What did you get wrong?" Souta thought about this question seriously, because it deserved a serious answer. "Almost everything, in the specifics," he said. "The Zabuza survival, I didn't predict that, and I should have considered it. The Gaara extraction timing. I caused the acceleration with the disinformation and 2 people died because of it. The speed at which the entity adapted to the changed conditions. I estimated this too conservatively. Naruto's development. I got the direction right, but the specific mechanisms were different from what I expected because he was different from what I expected." He paused. "The Obito situation. I had a model for how this might go. The model was wrong in almost every specific detail and apparently right in the direction." Obito was quiet for a long time. He said, "In the version you knew, how did I end?" Souta considered whether to answer this. Then he said, "Not well. The version of you that came out of that timeline died in a way that was right about what mattered at the end, but that had spent too many years in the wrong direction. But you thought this version could go differently." "I hoped," Souta said. "I built conditions. I prepared for multiple outcomes." He looked at the formation. Apparently the direction was right. Obito was quiet for another moment. He was looking at the formation with the expression of someone who had spent a long time on the wrong side of exactly this kind of containment work and was now standing outside it rather than inside it. He said, "Is it strange? Standing here after knowing what was coming for all that time." Souta thought about this seriously. "The strangeness passed around year 6, he said. "What remains is, I know what I was working toward. I know what it cost to get here. I'm standing at the outcome, and the outcome is real, which is different from knowing it was the direction." He paused. Apparently the knowing it was real part was worth the 17 years. "You don't sound certain." "I'm certain about the outcome," Souta said. "The cost is a separate question. I don't know how to be certain about the cost. I can only say it was paid and what it was paid for and whether that accounting makes sense." He looked at the seal. "Apparently it does." Obito looked at the formation too. 2 people standing at the edge of a contained entity that had been working to reshape the world for centuries, looking at what they had done. He said, "Apparently." Chapter 129, The World After the Settling Took Years. Souta had been honest with the inner circle about this in the briefings after the containment. The structural changes that 17 years of work had produced in Konoha's institutional landscape were real, but their effects on the broader shinobi world would develop on a timeline that was longer than any single briefing could address. The Kage Summit, in the original timeline, had happened under the specific duress of the Akatsuki War, a gathering of village leaders who were partially in conflict and partially in crisis, who reached accommodations because the threat was immediate enough to make accommodation more appealing than competition. In this changed timeline, the summit happened under Tsunade's tenure, after the Akatsuki's dissolution, in a political environment where the specific crisis had been resolved and the conversation was about what came next rather than what was currently burning. The conversation about what came next was harder in some ways and more substantive in others. Without the immediate crisis as an organizing principle, the villages had to actually decide what their relationships were based on rather than defaulting to the wartime logic of shared enemy. This was slower and more contentious than the original summit had been. It produced better agreements. The Bijou situation was different from the original timeline in ways that were going to require generations of work. The Akatsuki had successfully extracted the Shikaku from Gaara. That extraction was the cost of the disinformation redirection, the 2 years bought on Naruto's timeline paid for in part by Gaara's Bijou. Gaara was alive. The Shikaku was unsealed, currently in a transitional state between consciousness and absence. The other 8 Bijou remained with their Jinchuriki or in their natural states, none of them in the Akatsuki's possession. Naruto and Kurama's genuine partnership was the model that the broader conversation about Bijou was going to be built on. Not the only model. The situation of every Bijou was specific, but the existence of the model mattered. It meant the conversation had somewhere to start. Souta watched this unfold from the intelligence division with the specific attention of someone who understood the long timelines and was consciously deciding not to try to manage all of them. Some things needed to develop without his hand in them. He had spent 17 years learning where the intervention was necessary and where it needed to be withheld. This was the latter. He wrote in his annual briefing summary, *Year 18. The post-containment period. The institutional work continues. The model's accuracy is degraded to the point where new intelligence is more reliable than foreknowledge. Operating on current information. Still calibrating. Chapter 130. What the clan means. Fugaku Uchiha spoke for 12 minutes. The ceremony was in Konoha's Civic Plaza, the space that was used for formal institutional events. Not the memorial stone or the administrative center, but the place that was specifically designed for the public acknowledgement of something. The gathering was large. Konoha's civilian and military leadership, clan representatives, the administrative structure. The Uchiha clan's representatives were seated on the right side of the platform rather than in the crowd, which was a visible indicator of the ceremonial change. Fugaku was 60 now. He had the posture of someone who had spent decades carrying something and had recently put it down, not empty, but free of a specific weight that had been present so long that the absence was itself notable. He spoke without notes. He said, "The clan spent 40 years in a posture of opposition. We opposed specific decisions, specific institutions, specific individuals who we believed were acting against our interests and against Konoha's interests. We were right about some of that. We were wrong about some of that. The distinction between the right and the wrong parts got lost in the posture itself." He paused. "It cost us people and opportunities that cannot be recovered. The people who died in the years before this ceremony, inside the clan, outside the clan, in the conflict that those 40 years were building toward, are not coming back. The opportunities that the posture closed are closed. There is no accounting that makes those costs acceptable, and I am not here to offer one." He looked at Itachi, who was in the audience in civilian clothes, seated beside Shursui and their respective families. Itachi's expression was the expression of someone listening with full attention. Fugaku said, "The path forward is not reconciliation with the past. The past is what it was. The path forward is deciding what the clan means going forward. Not what it meant before the opposition. Not what it meant during it. What it means for people who are choosing to build something. In this institution, in this village, with the people who are here." The 12 minutes ended. He sat down. Souta was standing at the edge of the plaza, outside the formal seating, in the position of someone who was present as a witness rather than a participant. He watched Fugaku sit down. He watched Itachi lean toward Shursui and say something too quiet to hear at this distance. After the ceremony, Itachi found him at the plaza's edge. He said, "He means it." Souta said, "Apparently he does." Itachi was quiet for a moment. Then, when my father was describing what the clan spent 40 years doing, I thought about what it would have looked like if none of it had changed. If the opposition had continued to its natural endpoint. He paused. What it would have cost him specifically. "Yes," Souta said. "You changed that," Itachi said. "Not with the specific weight of obligation or debt. Just accurate description." "Many people changed it," Souta said. "Your father made choices. Shursui made choices. You made choices. I changed the conditions in which the choices were made." Itachi looked at the plaza, where the ceremony was dispersing into the specific warmth of a public event ending well. People talking, moving toward each other, the sound of a gathering that was not tense. "That's enough," Itachi said. "Apparently," Souta said. "That's exactly enough." Chapter 131. The private document. Souta sat down to write the document on a Saturday morning in early spring. Not a briefing. Not an intelligence summary. Not a report for any archive or institutional purpose. A private record of what he had expected this to look like and what it had actually looked like, written for himself and for no one else. The kind of accounting that was useful not because someone would read it, but because the process of writing it was itself the work. He had been in this timeline for 17 years. He had arrived in his early 20s in an ANBU body that was not his and had been his for so long that the distinction between the operative's body and his body had ceased to be meaningful. He had relationships, not the abstract intelligence division relationships of professional proximity, but the specific relationships of people who had known him for a long time and had continued to choose to know him. He had habits. He had a specific way of standing in rooms that Kakashi had described once as always knowing where the exits are without looking at them, which was accurate. He was 39 years old by the counting of this timeline. Not from here and fully here. Both true simultaneously. He wrote at the top of the document, "What I expected. What happened?" On the left side. The original timeline's events, the reference material he had arrived with, the framework that had organized 17 years of decisions. On the right side, the actual sequence. The large structures matched. The Akatsuki, Danzo, the Uchiha situation, Obito, Nagato, the entity behind the Eye of the Moon plan. These had been present in the reference material and had been present in the actual events, modified but recognizable. The specific outcomes and the specific causation, different almost everywhere. He wrote the differences in the clean way he had learned to write assessments, without self-justification, without the kind of softening that made failures easier to read. Zabuza and Haku. The Gaara timeline acceleration. The 2 ANBU deaths. Orochimaru's departure on an accelerated timeline. The Obito correspondence, which had taken a different path than anything his reference material had contained because the reference material had not described a back channel. It had described a final battle. He wrote, near the end, *, the model always misses the cost. The cost is the part that matters most. Not because the accuracy is wrong. The accuracy is real and was necessary. But because the cost is what makes it real, not a projection. The cost is the people who died in the Gaara operation. The cost is Nagato, who chose correctly at the end but spent 30 years on the wrong problem, and there was nothing I could do about the 30 years. The cost is the specific quality of Kakashi carrying the Obito knowledge alone for 15 years because I couldn't tell him and he couldn't ask. The cost is the thing the model can't contain. * He put down his pen. He sealed the document in the kind of private storage that was outside the institutional archive, the place he kept the things that were his and not Konoha's. He picked up the document, and he went to find Yugao. Chapter 132. What was missed? He found Yugao in the ANBU training facility, working through a solo kata in the late morning light that came through the facility's high windows. She had been doing this kata since before the Ninetales attack. He had watched her do it in year 2, when she had not known he existed beyond the mutual awareness of 2 ANBU in the same division. She finished the kata when she heard him come in. She looked at him and then at the sealed document in his hand. What's that? She said. A private accounting, he said. I'd like you to have it. Not to read. It's not for reading. But I'd like someone I trust to hold it. She looked at him for a moment. Then she held out her hand. He gave her the document. She put it inside her training kit without looking at it further. She said, all right. He said, thank you. They stood in the training facility for a moment. The light through the high windows was the particular quality of morning light in a space that was designed for work, clear, functional, without the warmth of the light in spaces designed for rest. Yugao said, are you going to tell me eventually? He looked at her. Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly, he said. You've been waiting for that explanation for 17 years. She said, yes. He thought about this. He thought about all the partial truths he had given to all the people who had needed pieces of the picture and whether Yugao, who had known him for 17 years and had never asked and had continued to be exactly who she was in that time, deserved the full version. He said, the true version is that I woke up on the night of the Ninetales attack in this body knowing what was going to happen, and I've been working with that knowledge since. That's all of it. Yugao said, I know. He looked at her. I've known for about 12 years, she said. Not the specific mechanism. The general shape. She paused. The pattern of what you knew and when you knew it isn't consistent with any intelligence source I've seen in this division. At some point, the only remaining explanation is the explanation you just gave me. And you didn't say anything, he said. You were doing good work, she said. Saying something seemed unhelpful. He stood with this for a moment. He thought about all the people who had known or suspected and had chosen not to press. Kakashi, who had known since year 1 and made a decision not to ask because trust mattered more than explanation. Jiraiya, who had suspected and accepted the operational value without requiring the source. Shursui, who had received a partial truth and worked with it. Yugao, who had figured it out independently and simply continued doing her job. He said, thank you for not saying anything. She said, you're welcome. A pause. For what it's worth, you were the right person to be in that body on that night. He looked at the high windows. The morning light was still coming through at the same angle. He said, apparently. Chapter 133. How Souta thinks Naruto came to him in the spring of year 18. He knocked on the intelligence division office door with the characteristic energy that had softened from his academy years but not disappeared. The knock of someone who was asking permission while already certain they were welcome. He came in and sat down and said, I want to understand how you think. Souta said, you already think well. I think loudly, Naruto said. You think quietly. There's something I'm missing about the quiet version. He leaned forward slightly. Every time you're in a meeting and someone presents a problem, you ask one question and the question opens the whole thing up. Every time. How do you know which question to ask? Souta looked at him. Naruto was 18 now, The age Suta had been approximately when the SI had occurred, though Naruto had grown up differently than Suta had in any world. He was the person who had talked to Nagato. He was the person who had sat in a warehouse district containment and held a formation for 6 hours. He was asking about thinking because he had found a gap in his own approach, and he wanted to close it. Suta said, "The quiet version is thinking by elimination. You find the thing you know is wrong and remove it. Whatever's left, however strange it looks, is the answer." He paused. Most people start by looking for what's right. This takes longer and produces less confidence, because the right answer has to compete with all the plausible but wrong answers. If you start by finding what's wrong and eliminating it, what remains is the answer regardless of how implausible it seems. Naruto said, "You sound like Shikamaru." Shikamaru found the same method independently, Suta said. It's a convergent approach. People who think carefully about large problems tend to arrive at it. Naruto considered this. Does it work on people? It works on all things that have logic, Suta said. People are harder than tactical problems because the logic is often emotional rather than operational. The why behind a person's choice is usually a feeling, not a calculation. You have to model the feeling correctly to eliminate the wrong explanations. Naruto said, "So you're doing emotional math." Suta looked at him. "When you figured out Obito could be reached," Naruto said. "When you figured out Nagato would listen to me specifically. That wasn't strategic analysis. That was, you understood what they were feeling and you worked backward from that." "Yes," Suta said. "Shikamaru doesn't do that part," Naruto said. "He does the tactical math. You do the emotional math too." Suta sat with this observation. It was more precise than the way he had been thinking about his own method. "Yes," he said. "I think that's accurate." Naruto said, "That's the part one want to learn." Suta said, "You already do it instinctively. What you want to learn is how to do it deliberately." "Yes," Naruto said. "Then we have work to do," Suta said. Chapter 134. The method document. The method document took 6 weeks to write. Suta had been thinking about it for longer. The specific question of how to transfer what he had learned in a form that was useful to practitioners who didn't have his starting conditions. He didn't have foreknowledge anymore, not in any meaningful operational sense. The timeline had diverged too far from the reference material. What he had was 17 years of applied practice at a specific kind of analytical work. He wrote the document as a practical guide, not a philosophical treatise. He described the method in the terms that had taken him years to identify. Thinking by elimination, modeling the emotional logic behind stated positions, asking the clarifying question before committing to a course of action, tracking second-order effects of every significant intervention. He described the specific failure modes. He described the cases where the method had failed him, the Gaara timing, the Zabuza outcome, the overconfidence in projections that had produced real costs. He wrote the failures as carefully as he wrote the successes, because the failures were where the method's limits lived, and limits were the most operationally important information in any framework. He did not mention foreknowledge anywhere in the document. The document described an analytical approach that could be learned and practiced without the starting conditions he had brought with him. It was, he believed, genuinely transferable. He distributed it through Konoha's intelligence training program with no particular ceremony. It went into the curriculum as a supplementary analytical training text, alongside the other materials that had been produced over the previous decades. He knew it would be read. He did not know who would find it useful or how. That was how things worked when you stopped trying to control the outcomes and let the conditions do their work. The successor question was not a formal appointment. It was the gradual recognition that the specific capabilities he had been holding, the strategic intelligence synthesis, the institutional relationship management, the specific kind of planning that thought across multiple timelines at once, were distributed across the inner circle in a form that was more resilient than any single person. Itachi and Shursui together could cover the intelligence synthesis function. They were better at it than Suta, because they had both the analytical capability and the field intuition that Suta had always operated without. Kakashi's interpersonal network, the specific web of trust he had built across 2 decades of relationships, was irreplaceable and was his alone. Naruto's political intuition was different from Suta's, but more broadly applicable, because Naruto's approach worked through connection rather than analysis, and connection worked in situations where analysis produced resistance. What Suta had specifically, the foreknowledge, the specific advantage of arriving with a complete picture, was gone, degraded below operational utility. The timeline was his own now in the way that any present was its own rather than a projection of anything prior. What was left was the method. He filed the method document. He went home. Chapter 135. What continues? The Konoha Intelligence Division had 642 active files when Suta formally requested the transfer to advisory status. He had known this because he had counted them in the process of organizing the transition. The structured handover of current cases, the briefing of the analysts who would be taking primary responsibility, the documentation of the specific institutional relationships that would need to be managed by someone rather than defaulting to no one. This took 3 months and was the most careful administrative work he had done in 17 years of careful administrative work. Tsunade created the Strategic Intelligence Advisor position and told him it would confuse every administrative form he filed. Kakashi, who had been designated as the next Hokage in Tsunade's succession planning, came to Suta's desk on the last day of his active ANBU assignment and said, "That title is going to confuse every administrative form you ever file." "Apparently, I've been confusing administrative forms since day one," Suta said. Kakashi looked at the cleared desk, the intelligence files that had been redistributed, the organizational materials that had been systematized and transferred. "Strange to see it empty," he said. "Not empty," Suta said. "Organized. The difference being, one is absence," Suta said. "The other is readiness." Kakashi looked at him with the look of someone who had known him for 18 years and could still find moments when the specific precision of how he said things was exactly what was needed. He said, "What's in the advisory role?" "The Bijou ecology briefings," Suta said. "The Black Zetsu containment maintenance protocols. Those need oversight from someone who understands the formation, and I understand the formation. The intelligence training curriculum review." He paused. "And whatever comes up." "Whatever comes up," Kakashi repeated. "That's a deliberately vague mandate." "Yes," Suta said. "I've learned that specific mandates constrain exactly the things that shouldn't be constrained. The things that need specific mandates are the things that don't require my specific input." Kakashi said, "You're done being active." "I'm done being the primary mover," Suta said. "The conditions I was building toward have been built. What they produce from here is not mine to direct." They stood in the empty ready office for a moment. Then Kakashi said, "For what it's worth, everything you did mattered. All of it." Suta said, "I know. That's the important part." He picked up the single personal item he was taking from the office, a small river stone he had found on the path to the memorial stone in year 3 and had kept on his desk ever since. No particular reason, the specific habit of a person who held on to small things. And he walked out of the Intelligence Division's primary office for the last time as its analyst. He had his first advisory briefing in the morning. There was more work to do. Apparently there always was. Chapter 136. The reader. The method document moved through Konoha's institutional channels in the specific way that supplementary training materials moved, without announcement, without particular urgency, filed into the curriculum as one text among many. Suta had written it that way deliberately. A document that arrived with fanfare was a document that people read once for the occasion and put away. A document that simply appeared in the training library was a document that practitioners found when they needed it. He had no way of knowing who would find it useful. He had no way of knowing when. That was, he had concluded, exactly how it was supposed to work. His job was to write it correctly. What it did after that was not his to direct. In the years after the document was filed, he received approximately 40 responses, analysts and operatives who had read it and wanted to discuss specific applications, to push back on the failure mode analysis, to share cases where the elimination method had succeeded or failed in ways he hadn't anticipated. He met with all of them. He updated the supplementary notes 3 times. He never updated the core method. The core was right. The pattern he found in the responses was consistent. The people who found the document most useful were not the people who were already good at analysis. They were the people who had been operating intuitively, doing something correct without knowing they were doing it, and who, when they read the described method, recognized it, as if the document named something they had already known and confirmed that the knowing was valid. This was not the transfer mechanism Suta had expected when he started writing. He had expected the method to be instructive, to give people a tool they didn't have. Instead, it was more often confirmatory, giving people a vocabulary for a tool they had been holding without knowing what it was called. He found this more satisfying than the alternative would have been. He did not know about Sarada Uchiha. Sarada Uchiha was 7 years old when she found the document. It was in the family study, on the lower shelf behind her father's technical library, the shelf where things were kept that weren't for any particular current use, but that someone had decided were worth keeping. She had been looking for paper to draw on and had found instead a slim-bound collection of pages with a label that said, in her father's handwriting, "Analytical Method, Suda-san, Training Supplement." She could read competently for her age. She sat down on the study floor with the document in her lap and read it. It started with a description of a method called thinking by elimination. The method said, find the things you know are wrong and remove them. Whatever is left, however strange it appears, is the answer. Most people start by looking for what is right, which is slower and produces less confidence. Start instead by finding what is wrong. She read this twice. It made sense in the specific way that things made sense when they were stating something she had half understood already and hadn't had the language for. The document went on. It described the failure modes of the elimination method, the situations where eliminating wrong answers still left you with multiple plausible candidates, and you had to decide how to proceed without certainty. It described what the document called emotional logic, the idea that people's choices were driven by feelings more than calculations, and that to predict what someone would do, you had to model what they were feeling rather than what the most rational decision would be. It described second-order effects, the consequences of interventions that weren't the intervention itself, but that were produced by it, and that were often more significant than the intervention. It described, in a section near the end, the specific failure mode of overconfidence in one's own models. The document said, the model always misses something. The question is not whether it misses. It does, but whether you've built the humility to notice when it's missing and adjust. Overconfidence in models is not a sign of capability. It's a sign that the model hasn't been tested enough times against reality yet. Souta sat with this for a long time. She put the document back exactly where she had found it. She went back to looking for paper to draw on. She found some, but she remembered the document. She came back to it twice more before she was 8, and twice after that. By the time she was enrolled in the academy, she could describe the elimination method in her own words. By the time she was a genin, she was applying it to tactical problems without being aware that she was applying it. She did not know, at 7, who had written it. She found out at 12, when Itachi-sensei mentioned the name in a briefing about analytical approaches. She did not say anything in the briefing about already knowing the document. That seemed like the relevant choice. She thought, later, apparently this is how methods travel. Not through assignment. Through someone leaving something in the right place for the right person to find. There was one more thing she remembered about the document, though she did not understand its significance until she was older. Near the end of the section on failure modes, the document contained a single paragraph that was different in tone from the rest, less analytical, more personal. She had not known what to make of it at 7. She had memorized it anyway, the way children memorize things that felt important before they had the vocabulary to say why. The paragraph said, the model always misses the cost. The cost is the part that matters most. Not because the accuracy is wrong. The accuracy is real and was necessary. But because the cost is what makes it real, not a projection. The cost is the people who died because of decisions made on incomplete information. The cost is the choices other people made that you could not make for them and should not have tried to. The cost is the specific quality of carrying knowledge that others don't have, which looks like advantage and functions like isolation until you find the people who don't need to understand the knowledge to trust the person carrying it. The cost is the thing the model can't contain. At 12, when she learned who had written the document, she had gone back to that paragraph and read it again. She had thought, this is a person writing something true about their own experience while describing it as a general principle, because that is how people write about things they can't say directly. She had not said this to anyone. She had filed it in the same category as the document itself. Things that were worth holding until she understood what to do with them. At 17, after her first significant field failure, a mission that had gone wrong because she had trusted her model of the situation over the incoming intelligence, exactly the failure mode the document described, she had gone back to the paragraph a third time. She had thought, yes. Apparently that's what it feels like from the inside. She understood the document better after the failure than she had before it. She thought this was probably the point. Chapter 137. The Bijou Dialogue. The first formal Bijou Dialogue session happened 2 years into the advisory role. Kurama had suggested it, or something close to suggestion, the Ninetales equivalent of suggestion, which was a sustained absence of objection combined with the specific quality of attention that indicated something being considered seriously. Naruto had translated this as, he says he's been watching the situation with the other Bijou, and apparently we should probably do something about it before it gets worse. Souta filed the suggestion under the Bijou ecology work he had been maintaining since the containment. He brought it to Tsunade, who was in the transitional period of managing Kakashi's assumption of the Hokage title. She said, you want me to authorize a diplomatic session with the Ninetales? With a representative of the Ninetales, Souta said. Naruto, as intermediary. And with Gaara, who has been in an interesting position with the Shikaka situation since the extraction. Tsunade looked at him with the look of someone who had learned to evaluate his proposals by the specific quality of how he framed them. He framed them carefully when he was certain. He framed them as questions when he was uncertain. This one was framed carefully. She authorized it. The session happened in a cleared space outside Konoha, not inside the village, because inviting the formal presence of a Bija-level chakra concentration inside the village's seals required a different authorization process. With Naruto as primary channel, Gaara present as the representative of the Shikaku situation, and Souta present in the intelligence role. What Kurama communicated through Naruto was not a demand. It was closer to an accounting, the same kind of document Souta had written for himself in the private record. What the Biju had expected from the relationship with human practitioners. What the relationship had actually been. The places where the gap was too significant to ignore. Gaara listened with the quality of someone who understood the accounting from the inside. The Shikaku's extraction had left him in a transitional state that was still unresolved, alive, changed, in a relationship with the absent Biju that was different from the sealed relationship and not yet defined as anything else. He said, after Naruto finished translating the main points. Yes, that's accurate. Souta said nothing for most of the session. He tracked. He noted. When Naruto asked after the session what Souta thought, Souta said, I think Kurama is doing the same thing Nagato did. Choosing correctly at the end after a long time in the wrong direction. The important part is that he's choosing, Naruto said. Kurama says that's a backhanded compliment. Yes, Souta said. It's also accurate. The session produced an informal framework, not a treaty, not a formal agreement, but a shared vocabulary for talking about the Biju situation in terms that acknowledged the Biju as participants in the conversation rather than objects of it. The framework was the beginning of a longer process that would take decades. Souta filed it under *long timeline. Active. Successor responsibility. In the weeks after the session, he wrote a detailed report for Kakashi's advisory file, not the intelligence shorthand he used for operational matters, but the full analytical treatment he gave to things that required generational thinking. The Biju were not a problem to be solved. They were a situation to be understood and worked with over a time frame that exceeded any individual's operational career. What Souta could contribute was the initial framework, the documented first contact, the vocabulary that the people who came after could build on. He thought about the method document, about how transferable things worked, about what it meant to leave the right conditions rather than the right outcomes. He filed the report. He filed the Biju ecology briefing. He filed the framework document. He went home and found Yugao had made tea. He sat across the table from her in the specific quiet of an evening that had nothing scheduled and did not need to be filled with words, and he thought that this was also part of what the 17 years had produced, not only the institutional work, the big structures, the outcomes that could be traced in histories and records, but this, a person sitting across a table from another person who had chosen to be there, in a city that was alive and complicated and its own. He drank the tea. Outside, Konoha settled into evening. Chapter 138. 3 years later, Kakashi had been Hokage for 3 years when Souta turned 42. The anniversary passed without particular ceremony. Souta was not the kind of person who marked anniversaries of his own, and the people who knew him well enough to know he might want acknowledgement were also the people who knew he preferred the absence of ceremony to the presence of it. He spent the day working on the Biju ecology briefing series and had dinner with Yugao in the evening at the restaurant near the training facility that had been their default dinner location for a decade. She paid, which was her habit on dates she had decided were significant. He did not comment on this. The status of the inner circle, by that year, Kakashi, Hokage, managing the transition to peacetime institutional structures with the specific precision of someone who had spent decades as the most effective field operative of his generation and had redirected that precision toward administration. He was better at the role than he had expected to be and worse at acknowledging this than Souta would have preferred. Naruto, 21. Running the Biju dialogue framework with Kurama as active collaborator. Engaged to Hinata Hyuga, which had been visible as an eventual outcome to approximately everyone in the village except Naruto and Hinata themselves. Designated as the leading candidate for the next Hokage succession, which Naruto found overwhelming and Kakashi found correct. Sasuke, working in field intelligence with a specialization in long-range threat assessment, had developed an analytical approach that was different from Souta's. Less elimination, more pattern recognition, and that was, in Souta's estimation, more naturally suited to his specific capabilities. The two of them argued methodology when they encountered each other in the intelligence division. The arguments were productive. Sakura, Tsunade's successor as Konoha's leading medical practitioner, running the hospital's trauma department, had independently developed a ceiling-adjacent medical technique that incorporated chakra architecture principles from a completely different angle than anyone in the intelligence division would have approached them from. Souta had written an admiring note in the method document's supplementary materials. Itachi, director of intelligence analysis, had stopped being surprised at his own capabilities approximately 3 years into the role and had started being quietly proud of them, which Shursui said was the most significant development in the entire timeline. He and Shursui remained in the shared apartment they had been in for a decade, which was a source of affectionate observation from everyone who knew them. Shursui, senior field operative, Konoha Tsukumi, cleared for advisory use only, had used the technique a total of twice, once in the Black Zetsu confrontation, once in a sensitive extraction operation 2 years prior. The technique was treated by everyone who knew about it with the specific, careful respect of something that was genuinely irreplaceable. Shursui treated it the same way. Fugaku and Mikoto, living in the Uchiha district in the house that had been their home for 30 years, now without the specific weight of the opposition that had defined the clan's posture for decades. Fugaku had become an institutional elder in the civilian governance structure, a role that had not existed in the original timeline, and that he was, by all accounts, effective at. Obito, 3 years out of restricted status, working in field operations with a specialization in long-distance liaison, the specific skill set of someone who had spent decades working outside conventional structures and now applied that understanding to formal intelligence work. He and Kakashi had dinner every week. This was Obito's initiative, not Kakashi's, and Kakashi's consistent presence was his answer to every question that might have been asked about it. Yugao, still the ANBU training facility's senior kata instructor, still doing the solo kata in the late morning light when she needed to think, still holding the private document in sealed storage. Danzo, dead, had died in the 2nd year of Kakashi's Hokage tenure of causes that were, for someone who had lived his life the way he had, natural, age, accumulated injury, the specific cost of decades of high operational intensity work. He had died in his own bed. Souta had written a formal institutional assessment of Root's disbandment and its long-term effects, which included a section on Danzo's institutional role that was accurate and did not soften the accuracy. He had also filed a private note that said, * he did what he said he would do. That counts for something. * Kushina, alive, 44 years old, had spent the first years of Naruto's childhood in careful anonymity. The specific anonymity of someone whose survival was genuine, but whose presence complicated a narrative that many people had organized themselves around, and had gradually become more visible as the timeline settled into its own shape. She and Naruto had spent 3 years reconstructing a relationship across the gap of what hadn't been. It was incomplete and ongoing and exactly what it was. She had met Souta twice at this point. She had looked at him the second time with the eyes of someone who had pieced together the shape of what he had done and said, "Thank you." He had said, "Apparently it was worth doing." She had said, "Apparently." Jiraiya, publishing. The intelligence network was still running, had been formalized as a Konoha affiliate intelligence asset rather than a personal network, which Jiraiya found administratively annoying and institutionally correct. The novels were selling. He had written a 4th one. The 4th one was, in Suta's private assessment, better than the first 3. Souta, advisory. The Bijou ecology briefings. The Black Zetsu containment maintenance protocols. The intelligence training curriculum review. Whatever came up. He was, as of that year, 42 years old. Had been in this timeline for 21 years. Had arrived with a complete picture and was now operating on current information in a present that was entirely its own. He thought about this sometimes. The question of what he was now, relative to what he had been when he arrived. The body he had woken up in on the night of the Ninetales attack had been young, trained, unfamiliar in the specific way of something recently inherited. 21 years later, it was middle-aged, marked by 2 decades of ANBU-level operational work, carrying the particular physical record of someone who had been in enough field situations to accumulate a map of minor injuries, in the way that all long-career operatives eventually did. He had a scar on his left forearm from a kunai contact in year 9. He had a persistent tension in his right shoulder from a fall in year 15 that had never quite resolved. He had the posture that Kakashi had described in year 3, always knowing where the exits are without looking at them, which was more habitual now than conscious, which meant it was more genuinely his. The operative's name was Hayashi Souta. The body had been Hayashi Souta's before the SI, and the SI had become Hayashi Souta in the process of being in that body for 21 years. The distinction that had mattered in year 1, "This is not my body, this is not my name, this is not my life," had dissolved somewhere in the middle period. He could not identify exactly when. It was not an event. It was an accumulation. What was true was this. The person sitting in the Intelligence Division's advisory suite, drinking the tea Itachi had brought him, working through the Bijou ecology briefing for the quarterly advisory report, was genuinely and completely Hayashi Souta, not someone else in Hayashi Souta's body. not a visitor. A person. He had been thinking in this language, his own internal accounting, the private version that no document described, about what had changed and what had stayed and what the meaning of both was. He had arrived with a complete picture of what was supposed to happen and had spent 21 years changing it. The picture had been useful. It had also been, in the specific way of all pictures, limited in what it could show. The territory had always been more than the map. The people had always been more than the descriptions. Kakashi was more than the description. Obito was more than the description. Naruto was more than the description. They had all exceeded what the reference material contained in ways that mattered more than the ways they had matched it. He had exceeded the reference material too, he supposed. The person who had arrived on October 10th had not had 21 years of these specific people in this specific place. The person sitting in the advisory suite did. The difference was not small. He went back to the Bijou ecology briefing. The work continued, which was the point. Chapter 139. The message arrived from the Land of Iron in the third year of Kakashi's Hokage tenure, routed through the standard diplomatic channels, addressed formally to the 6th Hokage and his intelligence advisory staff. It was not unusual for messages to arrive from the Land of Iron. What was unusual was the secondary notation on the routing documentation, a specific symbol that had not appeared in any intelligence file Souta had worked with in 21 years. Not a Konoha symbol, not a shinobi village symbol. A symbol from the organizational vocabulary of a network that, by his best assessment, should not have had anyone left in it. He recognized it because he had spent 3 months in Year 7 documenting everything he knew about the network in question from his reference material. He brought the message to Kakashi's office. Kakashi looked at the symbol. He said, "That's not from anywhere I know." "No," Souta said. "But you know it." "I have historical records," Souta said, which was accurate in the specific way that statements were accurate when they described a true thing without describing the full nature of how the true thing was known. Kakashi looked at him with the look of someone who had known him for 22 years and could distinguish between the varieties of accuracy he deployed. He said, "What does the symbol mean?" "It means," Souta said, "that someone found something, or found a way to something, and they're reaching out to the nearest point of contact they could identify in Konoha's institutional structure. Which is you." Apparently. Kakashi sat with this for a moment. Is this a threat? Souta considered the symbol. He considered the routing, the notation, the specific way the message had arrived. Careful, formal, through legitimate channels, without any indication of operational intent. "No," he said. "I think it's an introduction. From someone who used that symbol to introduce themselves to you specifically." "Yes. Someone who knows you'd recognize it." Apparently. Kakashi looked at the message, then at Souta, then back at the message. He said, "What do you need?" "Time to respond," Souta said. "The intelligence division's secondary channel. And probably a conversation with you about what this might be before I commit to an operational posture." "You have all 3, Kakashi said. "Start with the conversation." Souta sat down in the chair across the Hokage's desk. The chair he had sat in for 22 years of conversations across desks occupied by different Hokage, each time the intelligence analyst with the specific view of the situation that the Hokage needed and the specific willingness to say what he actually thought rather than what was easiest to hear. He said, "Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly." Kakashi, who had heard this phrase several hundred times over 2 decades, settled back in his chair with the expression of someone prepared to receive a careful accounting. Souta gave it to him. The conversation took 2 hours. He explained the symbol, the network it belonged to, the historical context of that network in the reference material he had documented in Year 7. The reasons he had believed no one from that network would be capable of reaching out in this timeline. He explained why those reasons were apparently incorrect. He explained the 3 possible interpretations of who might be sending the message and what each interpretation implied about the operational picture they were looking at. The first interpretation, a remnant of the original network who had survived in isolation and was now, 22 years later, making contact. This was the least alarming interpretation and the least likely. Isolated networks did not survive 22 years without contact unless they had extraordinary resources. The second interpretation, someone who had found records of the network and was using the symbol as a specific key, designed to reach exactly the kind of person who would recognize it. This was more interesting and more concerning. It implied that someone had both the historical knowledge and the operational intelligence to know that Konoha had a person with that specific recognition capability. It implied they had been watching. The third interpretation was the one Souta had not been able to eliminate through analysis and had therefore been unable to exclude from the accounting. He explained it carefully, without the softening that would have made it easier to present. Kakashi listened to all 3. When Souta finished, the Hokage was quiet for a long moment. looking at the window and the morning light coming through it. He said, "Which one do you think it is?" "I haven't eliminated enough possibilities yet to commit to an answer," Souta said. "What I can tell you is that the third interpretation, if correct, changes the picture significantly, not in a way that's necessarily threatening, but in a way that would require a different kind of response than the first two." Kakashi nodded slowly. "How long to narrow it down?" 14 days for the initial acknowledgement exchange, Souta said. 30 days before I'd expect enough information to make a confident assessment. The contact was careful enough with the introduction that I think they're willing to move at a careful pace, which is itself information. "All right," Kakashi said. He turned from the window. "What do you need from me?" "Authorization for the secondary channel. Full advisory file access. And if it goes in the direction of the third interpretation, I'll need to brief Itachi, Shursui, and probably Naruto before we proceed further." "You have the authorization," Kakashi said. "Keep me updated." Souta stood. He picked up the message. He paused at the door. "One more thing," he said. Kakashi looked at him. "When I said, 'Let me make sure I understand the situation correctly' just now, I meant it. I don't understand it fully yet. I want you to know that. This is not one of those situations where I have the complete picture and I'm presenting it in a way that builds confidence gradually." He looked at the message in his hand. "I'm at the edge of what the reference material covers. What I have now is current intelligence and 22 years of practice. I thought you should know the distinction." Kakashi looked at him for a moment. "Thank you for saying that." "Apparently," Souta said, "it seemed like the relevant thing to say." He left. Chapter 140. Crane. The message he left on Tsunade's desk. She had kept the desk in the advisory office suite even in retirement, which was a Tsunade thing, and the suite was adjacent to Kakashi's operational wing, which meant it was still functionally in the center of things, was a single page. At the top, asterisk for the advisory record. Operational note, Hayashi Souta, Strategic Intelligence Advisor. Year 22. Asterisk. The body of the note described the incoming contact from the land of iron routing. It described the symbol and its historical significance in 2 sentences. It described the posture Souta had recommended to the Hokage and the Hokage's agreement. It described the response timeline, 14 days for the initial acknowledgement, 30 days for the first substantive exchange, assessment period to follow. At the bottom, asterisk. This will take time. I am available for the duration. The Bijou ecology briefings are current through the next quarter. The Black Zetsu maintenance protocols have been reviewed and are stable. The curriculum review is complete through the current term. Asterisk. If this goes in the direction I think it might, I will need the Hokage's continued authorization and likely a small operational team. Itachi and Shursui are the most suitable candidates, with Naruto as a possible third, depending on what the contact requires. I will update as the situation develops. Crane. He sealed the note. He put it on the desk. He stood for a moment in Tsunade's advisory office, which was technically his advisory office now. She had given him the key 4 years ago with the comment that she wasn't going to use it much and the space should belong to someone who would actually work in it, and looked at the room. The desk that was not empty, not arranged for absence, but organized for readiness. The Bijou ecology files in the left cabinet. The Black Zetsu maintenance protocols in the right. The intelligence training curriculum binder on the shelf beside the window. The small river stone on the corner of the desk that he had moved from the intelligence division's primary office 3 years ago when he transitioned out. The stone he had found on the path to the memorial stone in year 3 and kept because there was no particular reason, and that was reason enough. He had spent 22 years in this village. He had arrived knowing what was going to happen and not knowing any of the people it was going to happen to. He was leaving this room, going to draft the secondary channel response, going to do the afternoon briefings, going to begin an entirely new situation he had not yet characterized. As someone who had known these people for 2 decades and could not have told you, on balance, whether the knowing mattered more than the changing or the other way around. Both. Both mattered. That was the answer he had arrived at after 22 years, and it was not a complicated answer, but it had taken 22 years to arrive at because it required having done both to understand that they were inseparable. The changing was possible because of the knowing. The knowing was worth having because of the changing. The cost of both was real. The outcome was this: a village that was alive, and people who were alive in it, and more work to do. He picked up his coat. Yugao was waiting at the building's side entrance, in the position she had been taking when she was waiting for him for approximately 15 years. The specific lean against the exterior wall that was neither fully casual nor fully formal, that suggested someone who could move quickly if the situation required it, but was comfortable standing still. She said, "The land of iron contact?" "Yes." "You already briefed the Hokage?" "Yes." She considered this. "You think it's going to go somewhere?" "I think," Souta said, That after 22 years of building conditions, something new is beginning. I don't know what it is. The reference material doesn't cover it. I'm operating on current intelligence, and whatever the past 2 decades have taught me. He looked at the building, at the light in the Hokage's window where Kakashi was still working through the morning's administrative load, which is apparently enough to start. Yugao said, "All right." She fell into step beside him. "Where are we going?" "Intelligence Division," Souta said. "The secondary channel response needs to be drafted before afternoon briefings." "And after?" "After," Souta said, "I have the Bijou Ecology Update, the Curriculum Review Supplementary Session, and apparently an entirely new situation that I have not yet characterized and will need to think about carefully before characterizing." "Sounds like work," Yugao said. "Apparently," Souta said, "that's what there always is." Above them, in the Hokage Tower's upper window, Kakashi watched the 2 figures cross the plaza below. The operative who had arrived in this village 22 years ago with a dead man's name and a complete picture of what was coming, and who had become, in the process of using that picture, something the picture had never described. A person who was simply here, doing the work, apparently content with the fact that there was always more of it. He watched until they turned the corner toward the Intelligence Division. Then he went back to the morning's administrative load. The village moved around him in the specific way of a thing that had been rebuilt over decades of careful work. Not perfect, not without its complications and its ongoing difficulties, but alive and its own. The Bijou in the borderlands. The reformed clans in the district. The graduated genin filing through the mission assignment office. The medical wing where Sakura was doing rounds. The training facility where Yugao's students were running kata in the morning light. The specific shape of a world that had been changed by 17 kinds of intervention and then 17 more kinds. None of them exactly what had been planned, all of them necessary, at costs that could not be calculated into acceptability, but that had been paid and were paid. Kakashi looked at the empty corner where Souta and Yugao had been. He thought, apparently this is what it looks like when everything works. Not triumphant, not finished, still complicated, still in motion, still producing new things to respond to from an unknown contact in the land of iron and whatever came after that. But alive, still here, apparently. And so the mission continues. If this story moved you, if Souta's 17 years of careful work in the shadows felt worth following, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss part 2, where new threats emerge from directions the reference material never described. Until next time, fellow readers, the work continues. End of part 1.